Hello, chat. Okay. Hello. Let's see here. Let's get this working. Huh. Oh, God. Okay, so we are going to... Well, first let me announce the stream. And yes, Chase, you're going to get your wish. I am going to react to the Vosh video while I game. Yay, or something. Um... Let me just make sure. Okay. There we go. Yeah, Ogre Boy has confirmed the debate. It's just that he was at the gym, and then when I messaged him, he said he just got home. So, yeah, he's just gonna be a few more minutes, or like I actually don't know how long he's gonna be, but yeah, he said he had to take care of some things, and he would be around. Hopefully, he will not. Hopefully, be around won't be like he'll be around at like 10 o'clock at night my time or whatever. But I doubt it. It'll probably only be like a couple of hours, maybe. Or an hour or two, but that's fine. I can absolutely I can play video games and I can probably react to stuff for a bit. I got my second wind. Yeah. And I will Oh, nice. Yeah, I also wanted to have dinner, which is the other thing that I did, so. Okay, I'm gonna go in there. Turn on Do Not Disturb. Yeah, all right. But I mean, obviously, if you want to drop any sort of cringe in the waiting room for me to reply to, then I will do that. But, you know. Oh, actually, wait. God damn it, OBS. There. That's better. I'm good right now. Yeah, of course you are. Because now you're going to get what you want, which is for me to react to the fucking horseman. Because I know that that is really what you want. Bring me the ogre boy. I mean, I will once he, like, you know, is here. But until then, Until then, we have this. We have Vosh talking about the ceasefire deal. Oh boy, let's go.
Let's go.
Hello, I'm Catherine
Hello.
Yarhunger. An agreed ceasefire in Gaza has come into effect. The ceasefire comes into force after Israel's government formally approved the first stage of President Trump's ceasefire plan, which will see the release of all hostages held in Gaza. In a statement on X, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said the government has just now approved the framework for the release of all of the hostages, the living and the deceased. President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, and the president's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, also attended the cabinet meeting, sitting next to Benjamin Netanyahu. The first phase of the ceasefire plan will also see the release of
I really hope he doesn't.
hundreds of Palestinian prisoners, and Israel will withdraw its troops to an agreed line in Gaza. Speaking at the Israel cabinet meeting, Benjamin Netanyahu was once again full of...
I find it difficult to talk about this because I don't want to foment false hope. I think the real driving force here ultimately is Trump's ego. Much the same way that, you know, Trump seemed legitimately upset over the strike in Qatar from Israel, or irritated at, like, am I thinking Witkoff? You know, his communications over his head with Israel. Trump doesn't care about the genocide of the Palestinian people. He wants to be seen as like a big dick peacemaker, but he definitely doesn't really care about
Genocide.
Zionism. Like, why would he care about that, you know? Yeah, the same thing happened with Putin, exactly, right? Like, he was totally fine repeating Kremlin talking points about how the war was started by Ukraine and so on. But as soon as Putin irritated him personally by getting in his way of being seen as the, you know, the great savior, he just started unambiguously supporting Ukraine.
I mean, there's nothing, like, particularly objectionable about this. Yeah, Donald Trump is an egomaniac, and I don't think he actually cares about anything or believes in anything besides himself.
Right.
And he's also stupid.
Again, like, he's a mad king. If you flatter him, he'll be on your side. He's very easy to woo, that sort of thing. That being said, like, it doesn't change the fact that we know the Trump administration has succeeded in putting more pressure on Israel than the Biden administration ever did.
Oh my god, Vosh, you say that, but you don't know anything. You don't know anything about the pressure that Biden put on. If Biden had been president, then there would have been no, if Biden was president, then, like,
I'll find my own path.
this 3-month siege would not have happened.
It is unbelievable and indefensible how much the Biden administration capitulated to Israel. We now know, because it's been enough time, like, we know for a fact they were not putting any
Got
effort
any recommendations?
into achieving a ceasefire. This is a blight on the Democrats that will last longer than any of us will be alive. Like, it is one thing in a Cold War, realpolitik kind of sense for both American parties to be complicit in a genocide, but for the Democrats, who are ostensibly the more progressive party, to actually get outflanked, even if it's by Trump's ego, on this issue. For all the Democratic officials who were, I mean, God, so many sights and sounds from the election, right? The Biden State Department officials lying to everyone's face and, like, giggling about it over and over. The people leaving the DNC and plugging their ears and laughing so they didn't have to hear the names of dead Palestinian children being read by activists outside. It's little stuff like that that adds up. And don't get me wrong, the Republicans don't care about killing people at all, but they're the Democrats. Like,
Yeah, it's literally,
are
he just doesn't
ideologically
know
in favor
anything.
of the slaughter of Muslim people, right? We know that. It's what's on the box. For the Democrats, like, for that to have been like a secret priority so important that they were willing to compromise their election chances in 2024 over it. God, remember how when Kamala Harris was campaigning, they had staffers who
He's
were, like,
literally
phone benching
doing
and
it.
asking people
You're
and so on,
right.
like, you know,
Is this
who do you
his
support? Why do
content
you support
now?
them? They did not create a category for people who were upset with Kamala Harris over her support of Israel. They just filed it under, like, you know, general demands or no answer. It was like no answer, you know, no response.
God
If you
damn it.
told them just straight to their face, I do not like Kamala Harris because she's not spoken in defense of the Palestinian
Like-
people enough, they would not even write.
It's just let's just shit on Democrats. What the fuck, Vosh? What happened to you? You used to mock people for doing this. You used to mock leftists for spending all their time shitting on Democrats.
Like a gentle rain.
Write that down. They're monsters, dude. It's crazy. Kamala Harris might have been incidentally better than Biden. I find it difficult to imagine, though, considering how allergic she was to pushing back on him in any way. Biden was a monster when it came to Israel.
No,
Worse
he
than
wasn't.
Trump, because, God, at least, like, Trump's biggest excesses are stupid shit like, you know, we're going to turn Gaza into a world-class resort with a golden statue. But we all know for a fact that when he says that, he's not actually thinking of the genocide of the Palestinian people. He's just an idiot. He's just thinking about him having a resort. He meant it literally.
What about when Trump allowed Netanyahu to fucking blockade the strip for 3 months and not let any food or water in at all? And then he, like, enabled this GHF bullshit. What about that, Vosh? Do you think that would have happened under Biden? Or were you just not paying attention to that?
Over here.
Like,
Enemies on the payload.
I can't.
Get them.
Why? Why is he like this? Is he literally just... Oh my god.
He actually meant that because he's stupid. He just wants the real estate. In his mind, he's probably thinking, and then the Palestinian people will have a cool resort they can go to give me money. He's not ideologically involved in this at all.
Yes, we're aware.
In this respect, like, only caring about yourself is more morally defensible than caring only about the Israelis, which is, of course, the position of,
No, it wasn't.
Biden
That's
and his
not
cronies.
true.
Praise for President Trump for helping to secure the release of the remaining hostages in the coming days.
We are in a tremendous development in the last 2 years. We fought during these 2 years to achieve our war
God
aims.
damn it.
And
I am
essential
so
one of these
bad.
war aims is to return the hostages, all of the hostages, the living and the dead. And we're about to achieve that goal. We couldn't have achieved it without the extraordinary help of President Trump and his team, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. They worked tirelessly with Ron and his team, our team. That and the courage of our soldiers who entered Gaza.
You don't think Netanyahu's clear preference for Trump has anything to do with this? No, genuinely, no, I don't buy it anymore. We have so much evidence from so many people, from, I believe, like, Netanyahu's
God damn it.
own memoir, where he talks about his relationship with Obama and Biden back when
How about War by Bob Woodward? Or are you not going to talk about that one?
Biden was a VP, to 1 million staffers and State Department officials who quit during the Biden administration, like, time and time and time again. The only decisive factor for Trump
Ugh,
is his ego. But
that
that's
was
something.
bad.
For Biden, there was, like, internally, they were actively working to
Wait, is the game volume really still too loud? Oh shit, I'm sorry. Hold on. Oh no, I don't think Vosh has read anything. I thought I turned the game volume down.
undermine any pro-Palestinian sentiment, keeping the State Department from assessing whether or not the Israeli government had been using its weapons offensively against the terms of their procurement. They were actively, like, putting his weight on the scale to favor Israel. Even a neutral Biden, a hypothetical person who is neutral to the conflict.
Chase, is this what Vosh is like now? Is this like what his content is? Is it just like shitting on Dems? Is this I can't. I'm so disappointed. He never used to be this way.
Going on in Gaza, which might actually be Trump, because if he only cares about himself, that kind of makes everything neutral except for how it relates to him.
I still don't really know what he means by lying for Israel. Wait, where did he say that? I must have missed that. I mean, I'm trying to like divide my focus between this and the game. I know IP broke the brains of everyone, but goddamn, like Vosh barely talks about this. Was my understanding. I thought Vosh didn't talk about this very much because that he found it to be too depressing. Was what I assumed. Oh, State Department people lying for Israel? I mean, I don't know, probably in relation to like whatever war crimes or like the genocide that he is 100% sure is happening. I don't know.
Follow the rules, and we won't have a problem.
Let me know if the game is still too loud. I'm sorry about that.
You know, but yeah, Biden was a collaborator. Trump might, or Netanyahu might like Trump more because they're both authoritarians, but it ended up not working in Netanyahu's favor. Biden was a way better president for Israel. You know? Ever since Trump became president, support for Israel in America has only been dropping. Hasn't even really been increasing among Republicans.
And the combined military and diplomatic pressure that isolated Hamas, I think, has brought us to this point. I want to personally thank both of you, Steve, Jared. It's been long hours.
Wow.
You worked around the clock, but not only the work, I think you put in your brains and your hearts. And we know that it's for the benefit of Israel and the United States, for the benefit of decent people everywhere, and for the benefit of these families who will finally get to be with their loved ones.
Meanwhile, the deputy chairman of the Hamas Political Bureau said he's received guarantees from the US and others that the war...
Can I just read this? This is, I apologize, this is an AI overview, but otherwise I would just go digging around. It would probably take me a while for another overview because I don't want to read the fucking wiki article on it. In Netanyahu's 2022 memoir, Bibi, My Story, he describes his strained relationship with Obama as ideological rather than personal. In contrast, he recalls a longer and warmer relationship with then Vice President Joe Biden. Netanyahu recounts his first White House meeting with Obama, during which the president told him to relinquish West Bank settlements. He viewed Obama's tone as condescending, saying he, quote, treated him like a neighborhood thug, which is better treatment than Netanyahu deserves, mind you. However, Netanyahu highlights his long history with Biden, which dates back to the 80s when Biden was a senator. He recalls that Biden often served as an intermediary to smooth things over during disagreements between Netanyahu and Obama. Like, this is stuff that Netanyahu admitted.
Okay.
It's not, like, Netanyahu would literally undercut Obama by going to Biden. Or maybe Biden would undercut Obama by trying to work with Netanyahu. Like, it's unbelievable how bad Biden was in this. It's like difficult to imagine any possible presidential candidate that could have been worse. Fuck. At least somebody like I don't think that Buttigieg would have had the time to develop these long-term. I think that Buttigieg might have been more like Obama. You know, he hasn't had time to develop these like long-term demon affiliations or whatever. I think he would have been like more reasonable. What about Hillary? Hillary was Secretary of State. We know how she'd handle Israel. Better than Biden. Clinton didn't like Netanyahu. Presumably, Hillary Clinton didn't like him either. You know? Biden was the worst guy.
And yet, he put more pressure on Bibi
completely ended
than Trump did until recently.
Today, we announced that we have reached an agreement to end the war and aggression against our people and to begin implementing a permanent ceasefire, the withdrawal of the occupation forces, the entry of aid, the opening of the Rafah crossing in both directions, and the exchange of prisoners, where 258 Palestinian prisoners who were sentenced to life imprisonment will be released, in addition to 1,700 prisoners from the Gaza Strip, who were arrested after October 7th, in addition to the release of all children and women. We have received guarantees from the mediating brothers.
W quote, there should be an end to the occupation that began in 1967. An agreement must establish Palestine as a homeland for the Palestinian people, just as Israel is a homeland for the Jewish people. Yeah, it's
really?
It's just Biden, man.
That's what you think they should do,
from
Vosh?
the American administration.
And until then, Hamas shouldn't stop
confirm
fighting. Like, is that what you're saying?
Because
that's real stupid.
Well, earlier, Tom Fletcher, UN Under-Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs and Emergency Relief Coordinator, joined my colleague Amal Rajan from BBC Radio 4.
An administration official remembers being astonished upon seeing the transcript of the conversation. Quote, Biden completely undercut the Secretary of State and gave Bibi a strong indication that whatever was being planned in Washington was hot-headedness and he could diffuse it when he got back. Oh my God, man. All of this was before the election, by the way. Before 2024, before Biden had the debate, before he had to drop out, all of this was known. This was all known. No one in the Obama administration did more to shield Netanyahu from consequences. If we cannot wipe this shit from our ass, the Democratic Party has no future.
Oh
like,
my
I
God.
envision a future in which, despite his incredible unpopularity, every single Democratic president is forced to pay fealty to Biden for no fucking reason. For no fucking reason. Every candidate has to be like, no, he was great. Trump doesn't have to do that. Trump doesn't have to do that with McCain or with Romney or with Bush. He doesn't have to do it with anyone. Trump can just be Trump. But every Democrat is going to have to bend the knee and talk about how Biden was actually a great president or something, and instantly will tank in the polls
Why do
because
you
of it.
think
Because
that?
everyone fucking hates him. I think it's a good sign that Pritzker publicly backed an arms embargo despite being a former AIPAC board member 20 years ago. Yeah, Pritzker is not like an ideological Zionist. I understand you're going to rub shoulders with power brokers at some point in your quest to be governor or whatever else. Is this why AOC has to support the dome? I think so, yeah. I mean, we all remember that fucking Pelosi convo, right? Was Bibi pro-Trump before Biden dropped out? Implicitly, yes. He wasn't taking, like, extremely hard lines on it. He wasn't being super duper open out and about. But yeah, it was pretty obvious that he preferred Trump to Biden, which was stupid of him. Because, again, Netanyahu is a stupid, greedy fascist. Like, he wants everything. Like the Germans, they wanted everything. It's not enough to just have the Sudetenland or whatever. Netanyahu was thinking, like, oh, sure, Biden might do everything that I ask and might play cover for me.
Wait, really? We're doing, oh, of course, because it's a Vosh video, so you can't just call Netanyahu a fascist. You also gotta, like, compare him to Hitler, too. Like, it's not good enough to just call him a fascist, which, by the way, I don't even find that to be an objectionable, like, thing to say, but... Fucking hate Echo. Damn it. Okay.
To the media and lie on my behalf. But what if we had somebody who was just openly screaming and cheering every time we shot children? Unfortunately, again, Trump doesn't actually, like, care. He just wants to look good. He should have... Netanyahu didn't know what he had. Biden had this version of the ceasefire in front of him last year, but did not agree because Bibi said they don't want to stop. So if you ever need more spite to hate the Democrats for falling on the sword for Israel...
What the fuck?
Yep. Hamas agreed to all the same terms in September 2024, as outlined in the 3-week deal that I had received both written and voice messages in Arabic and English. Even though the 3-week deal proposal landed on the desk of Biden, his person in charge, Brett McGurk, refused to stray from the bad deal that he was negotiating. I met with members of the American negotiating team in October 2024, and they were frustrated as I was with their inability to convince Biden and Biden's people to look seriously at the deal on the table. The Qataris had invited me to Doha in October 2024, and I presented to them the deal that Hamas agreed to, which they were fully aware of, but they said that without the American adoption of the plan, nothing could be done, because the obstacle was Israel, not Hamas. And the Biden administration put no pressure on Israel whatsoever to accept the terms of this deal, even though it would have meant a release of the hostages.
Okay, this sounds like bullshit and does not, like... Oh, yeah, he probably read that. You know what this was, Chase? He probably got that quote from like, that one thing that was said by that one Israeli dude. Oh, hey, nice, I got play of the game, based. From that one Israeli dude who was saying all that stuff about Biden and how, like, thank God Biden was in charge because he basically just let us go in and he didn't pressure us or whatever, which I mean, like, he did, though, because there was a ceasefire. Like, there was a ceasefire in November to exchange, like, for hostages. I can't remember when, I don't think it was November 2023, although it might have been. Let's look it up, shall we? Uh, First Gaza ceasefire. Oh, nice, Google. No, I'm not interested in that Gaza ceasefire. I want the first one. The Gaza war. Oh yeah, I believe it was the September 2024, although I thought it was in November, but could be wrong. Oh, the first ceasefire was in November 2023. That was when they did the first exchange of hostages. Yeah, like, because that was not even very far into the war, and like Biden did get that ceasefire. And it was like a short-lived ceasefire. And then I think the second ceasefire was have you considered Biden was ideological Zionist because he knew the fucking history? I mean, like, yeah, Biden was probably like maybe like way too pro-Israel or whatever, but that doesn't mean that he didn't want like two states, which like he did. Yeah, the second ceasefire was in January to March 2025. I think prior to that, they were trying to get ceasefires. And now we are on our third ceasefire. And we'll see where this goes. But it's insane that he's fucking doing this. He's just blaming, like, Biden. It's just so stupid.
Today program to discuss the UN's plans for the coming weeks and months to get aid into Gaza.
So the UN has a plan. There's been unimaginable suffering in Gaza, tens of thousands killed, including over 18,000.
Oh, hey, Loner watched this thing, and I think I guess, like, did he attack Tom Fletcher or say that he wasn't? Maybe it wasn't him. Maybe it was a different guy. I don't know.
1,000 children. That's a child killed on average every hour for 2 years. And this agreement's a real breakthrough. But the real breakthrough will be when the hostages are home, when children are fed, when they can sleep without terror under a...
All that being said, I'm still reasonably sure that the ceasefire is going to be broken very, very soon by Israel.
Yes, we always must assume that it is by Israel. But, I mean, like, according to my prediction, it would be Israel that would break the ceasefire. Although that's only if, like, there's even, like, a possibility that that actually happens. And, I mean, based on what I've heard, it seems very unlikely that Bibi would that he would be able to do what I'm thinking of. So, yeah, like... Honestly, let's just hope that doesn't happen. Hell, let's just hope that Hamas actually, like, gets the fuck out and, like, disarms. Let's hope that, like, everybody puts enough pressure on them to do that. That would be nice.
I hope they put up a fight.
What's good? Be uplifted. Stay close. I can't hear you.
I'm gonna pocket the shit out of this, Farah. Okay.
They're not even going to frame it as a ceasefire being broken. Western media will be like, ceasefire holds firm as Israel bombs refugee tents or some stupid bullshit like that. They love talking like that. Didn't they already do that? I don't know, probably.
Israeli police confirm the president is expected to visit Israel on Monday. The Israeli military says the U.S. brokered ceasefire in Gaza is now in effect. Thousands of displaced Palestinians are now making the trek north to Gaza City as the Israeli military pulls out from agreed upon areas. Israeli military vehicles are on the move, apparently pulling back from some areas. This officially starts the 72-hour clock for Hamas to release the hostages, 47 who...
Telling you, it's going to be some bullshit. Like, in some way, there's going to be some fuck up in the transfer of of the hostages or whatever, and they're going to say, oh, ceasefire's out the window, or some shit like that.
Were kidnapped in the October 7th, 2023 attacks are still in Gaza. At least 20 are still believed to be alive. In an address to the nation today, to Israel today, the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu implied for the first time that not all the remains of the deceased hostages will return. Let's get right to CNN's Jeremy Diamond with the latest from Tel Aviv, where I know this nation, the entire nation, watching all these events.
Israeli warplanes launched airstrikes on southern Gaza early Friday morning, hours after a ceasefire between Hamas and Israel was meant to come into effect to end hostilities in the two-year war, it has been reported. Okay. Well, yeah. There you go.
So closely,
I
Jeremy.
mean, it still seems like the ceasefire is holding.
Absolutely, and we are continuing to see people flock here to Hostage Square in order to, celebrate this moment together of all of these hostages who will be now returning within the next 72 hours. We know that that timeline has now started because the Israeli military confirmed at noon today that they had completed their withdrawal from parts of Gaza. And once they completed that, that means that a ceasefire, according to them, is officially in effect, and also that Hamas now has 72 hours to return the hostages, which could put the return of the hostages as late as, but perhaps sooner than, Monday at noon. And that also suggests that President Trump's visit on Monday will coincide.
Hostage Square, get fucking real. It's Israel. It's pound for pound like the world's most evil country. You know,
What
of
the
course they're
fuck?
going to.
Seriously?
Dude, I guarantee you can't go to a fucking coffee shop in Tel Aviv without half the drinks being like novelty, like some insane, like in dedication to, in memory to October 7th bullshit, you know?
I
Yeah, it's a
mean, it was
deeply
kind
sick
of a
country.
big
The
deal
whole
in their
country's national
country.
will is committed towards like ethnic extermination. What do you expect?
Quite shortly thereafter, or right before the release of those hostages, and perhaps we will see President Trump actually being able to greet some of those hostages. We know, of course, that here in Hostage Square yesterday we saw a lot of American flags in the air, a lot of people thanking and crediting President Trump directly.
The majority hate Benny, go figure. Yeah, but remember, the main reason they don't like Netanyahu is either because he's corrupt or because they don't think he's handling the war well, not because they think that the extermination of the Palestinian people is immoral. There's plenty of support for even more Hitlerite leaders, if you could imagine such a thing.
Hitlerite?
For his role
Really?
in securing this agreement that is not only going to secure the release of all of the hostages, but according to the president and the mediators, is also ending the war in Gaza once and for all. We are already beginning to see in Gaza how people are reacting to this, not only the celebrations, but as you mentioned, the thousands of people who are beginning to move along Al-Rashid Street, that coastal road in Gaza.
Anyway, I don't really have much to say about this because I think it's all a fucking farce. If this actually ends up meaningfully holding in any way, like if this actually ends up improving lives for Palestinian people, good for Trump. Unqualified win for his administration, even if it's done entirely for the sake of his ego, and an unbelievable, unimaginable black fucking blight on the Biden administration and on the Democrats for continuing to be complicit and for not owning up to this. You know? Unbelievable. And in 2028, I want every single Democratic presidential candidate to be asked questions about this. I want this to be like a defining question for them. Because if you can't draw the line at genocide, how the fuck are you going to draw the line at democracy? How can we trust you to defend the American people against the slow encroach of fascism if you can't if in this most obvious, morally obvious, the most morally uncomplicated conflict imaginable, you can't, like, everything is lined up for you. Trump is better than you on this. It's politically expedient. It's more popular to be pro-Palestinian, especially within the Democratic base. But even if you just look at all Americans, like in a general, like, it's the easiest layup. It's popular. It's right. But, you know, I hate Biden more than anything. You should. Like, Trump is very morally...
Yes, hate Biden more than the fascist who's doing terrible shit right now. Hate the guy who wouldn't, like... Who absolutely, like, who wouldn't have allowed Israel to do half the insane shit that they have done since Trump got elected. Like, there's a reason, by the way, why Bibi wanted Trump to win. And it's very funny that, like, all of you people just ignore this fact. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Damn it.
Predictable, man. At least Trump's just in it for himself. Awful, awful man and a fascist and, you know, caused untold carnage, but his moral code is extremely obvious and really easy to glean from a distance, and you kind of always know, like, why he's doing something he's doing. But to this day, man, the things that Biden did and what he enabled, what he, like, enabled, I guess. I already said enabled. It baffles the mind. It's baffling. It's incomprehensible. I will never understand it. It's completely unforgivable. Mind so baffled he said enabled twice? Yeah, because I'm upset. Because I'm flashing for... Because I have prophetic visions, the likes of which you could never fathom. I'm looking forward into 2028 and seeing a host of Democratic presidential candidates all waffle on the question of, do you condemn the Biden administration's handling of Israel? How does it make you feel that Trump was able to get a ceasefire, but you couldn't? Here's 80 million pieces of evidence that the Biden administration was actively complicit in defending Israel as they committed a genocide, which they knew was happening. How do you feel about that? And all of these people going, and then they'll just make up any lie after. They'll say that Biden couldn't have known, or they'll say, well, actually, Biden did the most he could have at the time. You know, the U.S. president actually isn't that powerful or influential of a figure in Israel. So really, he did like as much as you could expect, and it was really just luck that Trump was able to secure the ceasefire.
One phone call.
Yeah, okay. Oh, shit, I've heard from Democrats, by the way. A real thing Democrats have said, presumably because they don't believe in the bully pulpit. They don't believe in the idea that pressure is a thing that you can put on people. They just think that liberals, you know, they think being the president just means your job is to do executive orders and sign bills and stuff. Like you don't have any kind of meaningful influence over your party or the country. So what pressure did Trump apply to Israel specifically? I mean, we could look into it, but there's been a lot of back channel stuff that we've gleaned. I don't think the explicit pressure is usually known because it's kind of like back end stuff. We know that Trump was really upset with the strike on Qatar that Israel did without notifying them first. We know that Trump is upset of Witkoff going over his head to talk with Israel. We know that Trump has been upset at Israel's continuation of the conflict down in Gaza, even though he wants to be the bigliest president who ever stopped 8 wars. Like, there's a lot of stuff that we know about. I'm guessing there's a lot of stuff that we don't know about as well. We do know there's been testimony from multiple people who work in those, like, back channel, like, negotiation spaces who have essentially confirmed that the Biden administration put no pressure on Netanyahu. Like, none.
You're
just
wrong.
Like, the Biden administration would lie preemptively to defend Israel before even consulting with them. Like, they were just doing it reflexively. Whereas, like, just based on publicly available information, I can only assume that more pressure is happening behind the scenes with Trump. Also, him posting how Hamas has agreed to the ceasefire. Yeah, he was pressuring Hamas, not Israel. The deadline was against Hamas. Zigabiz, use your head. What do you think it implies if the president is pushing for a ceasefire deal aggressively and pressuring Hamas to agree to it? What do you think that implies about Israel? If Trump was driving for that support within Hamas, and then Israel vetoed it, like, that's implicitly a rejection of something that the U.S. supports. That's how it works. It would be unbecoming for the president to directly put pressure on Israel, given our relationship with Israel, because we're supposed to be, quote-unquote, on the same page, you know? By implicitly putting pressure on Israel, by directly putting pressure on... Wait. Right, but Israel vetoed it under Biden. That's my point. Yeah, but Biden didn't push for it.
Hell yeah.
Zigabiz, think. Biden didn't...
Vosh apparently thinks Israel's... Yes, he does. Vosh thinks that Israel is like the most evil country in the world. It's pretty clear that that is what he thinks. Which is gross. It is absolutely insane that this is what he thinks, and I don't... Like, I guess he just got worse. Like, I don't know. You know what? Maybe Destiny was right. Maybe the only reason why Vosh was ever cool in the first place was because that he copied all of his good takes from Destiny and everything else, and like he gained some level of critical thinking based on like his foreign policy views, and because he's been in the fortress for so long that like now like the insane views of all of his dumb fans have rubbed off on him. So maybe he's just worse. Hold on. Okay, guys. Yeah. So no Ogre Boy debate tonight because he has some other stuff to do. No, he did not run away. He just has some stuff going on. But he said later in the week. So but obviously not tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, maybe that fire guy is around from Loner Cord. But I mean, like, Chase, I guess if you want to give me more slop to respond to, I will. Although I would appreciate if anyone's got any mega slop. Oh, wait, there was one other thing that you sent me. Chase, I'm going to need, like, an explanation. I'm going to need an explanation of who the fuck these people are. Who are these people? Who is Cinna and Lacey? I don't know who any of these people are. How is remembering October 7th or the hostages evil? I don't know. I'm trying to think of, let me try and be like, how can I be the most charitable possible with regards to that? Because I'm not even sure, like, how is remembering October 7th or the hostages evil? Yeah, it does sound incredibly dehumanizing. I guess probably what he would say is, sorry, hold on, let me actually try to be charitable. He would say that Israel is cynically weaponizing what happened on October 7th as a as like a propaganda tool, and that therefore all of the stuff with regards to like hyping up and talking about the hostages is like the hostages are basically a political tool that is being used by Israel, and that's the reason why they are saying shit like that, and why they have Hostage Square and all of this other kind of crap. Now, personally, I think this is bullshit, and it is obviously bullshit. If you look into it or know anything about it, you would understand that that is the case. Because that, like, you would understand that Bibi doesn't give a fuck about the hostages, that he wouldn't meet with the hostage family, or he wouldn't apologize to the hostage families. He's been avoiding the hostages. And, like, yeah, like, he's just, like, a super shitty dude. So, I don't know why. Yeah, the entire country is dedicated to ethnic extermination. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's also dehumanization. He thinks all Israelis are evil. He thinks that they're, like, Nazis. And because he has made this decision in his mind, yeah. Like, yeah, that's what he's saying, because he says they care more about a few dozen people than the 60K innocent civilians. And at no point does he stop and wonder, like, why Israelis might feel this way. He is basically the mirror image of a crazy right-wing Zionist who can't stop and wonder why Palestinians are so radicalized. Like, he thinks, God damn it, Chase. I don't, but before we finish that, yeah, like, so once I finish this, got a couple minutes left, then, you're gonna have to explain to me who the fuck Cinna and Lacey and Anne are. Or no, I'm sorry. Yeah, like, Cinna had to move out of frame after Lacey said Anne Frank wasn't a real person. I don't know who these people are. I'm assuming they're just, like, dumb streamers, but yeah, I don't know where you find this shit, Chase.
Press for that deal. We just read a passage describing this. There was no pressure. Hamas agreed to that deal, but the Biden administration never put a bunch of pressure on like publicizing it. The Biden administration wasn't even taking it seriously. That was what we just read. I can find it here. Yeah, right here. Inability to convince Biden and Biden's people to look seriously at the deal on the table. The Biden administration was complicit. They didn't want this deal to go through because Biden really, really, really gets off the Palestinian children being vaporized.
Oh my god. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot how insanely I forgot how like ridiculously like how in like the insane dehumanization that Vosh engages when he's talking about his like political enemies or whatever. Like yeah. I just saw that tweet in Loner Record. Oh, okay.
Even Israeli officials were surprised Biden didn't do shit. Yeah, no, there was so much.
Actually, I was just going to say, Chase, no, you're ruining your image of your ultimate left-wing rage baiter person who knows everything about all crazy, like, leftists and all the crazy things that they say. Don't tell me that you don't actually know who these people are.
Back-end stuff, man. It's all out there. It's so disappointing.
Okay, I talked about Anne Frank. I don't think she's real. What? Okay.
I don't. Okay. I think it's safe to say Vosh is just unironically racist. I mean, yeah, I think like the anti-Semitism was a concern in his community for a while, but like, how could you not think what? There's like records and like, okay, whatever. All of these people are just fucking ridiculous. They're all fucking ridiculous. I don't know what to say. He heard about the ballpoint pens? Wait, what? Yeah, tentatively Tuesday for the Ogre Boy debate. And goddamn, that fire guy is offline. I am sad about that. I want someone to argue with. Fosh will say he opposes anti-Semitism, but then usually calls half the world's Jews uniquely evil. Yeah, I know, because he's insanely stupid. It's incredibly fucking ridiculous. Oh, hey, three Arrows posted a new video, which is nice. It's been a while since I've seen that guy, and he called it The Myth of Charlie Kirk, which is also interesting. I suspect it echoes some other stuff that I was basically saying before. But yeah, it is. It's incredibly sad to see how far Vosh has fallen. I am quite sad about that. It sucks. Let's see. Let me just see here. Oh, hey, Pat. Oh, wait, hold on. Pat, the other night you told me that my Democratic takes were are that you thought that I was maybe being too kind to Democrats. Please come into the VC and talk about it if you have time. I'm not debating Ogre Boy, and I need debate. Even if it's friendly, which it will be because it's not against Ogre Boy. But I would love very much. Yeah. He's so convinced they'll never be safe in the Middle East, it leads him to terrible conclusions. So whole anti-Semitic conspiracy that part of the Diary of a Young Girl manuscript were supposedly written in ballpoint before they were made. Oh, damn. Ogre Boy just wants his swamp back. Well, I need a refresher, but I'll jump in. Oh, okay. Yeah, that'd be cool. I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. Maybe I'll invite Guy too. And then we can really engage in some 2v1. Oh god, I would love to debate Vosh, but he never talked to me. I've wanted to talk to Vosh for a long time. I would like it's funny because yeah, I feel like I could probably get him on Israel Palestine. Oh. Hello.
Yeah, here we go. How's it going?
Pretty good. You know, pretend you're a 15-year-old. Oh my god, Bill Clockwell. Oh my god.
Dude, I don't know about you, but I don't want to be what I was when I was 15. Like that. God, those years are so cringy. You look back.
Yeah, yes, Vosh has apparently stopped debating altogether, but I don't know.
Well, I don't blame him because unlike Destiny, he realizes that his debate tactics always devolve into snark because he chooses to debate the dumbest people he can. And
That's
I think
true.
Destiny does a lot of the same things.
I think that Vosh actually is a relatively effective debater when he does his research, which unfortunately.
Well, yeah, he doesn't do a lot of that, but he likes to bully his opponents, and that just doesn't seem to. I don't think he likes that necessarily. I don't think he likes looking back and seeing that.
I mean, maybe not. I don't know. I think that he just stopped. Maybe he just stopped enjoying it. I have no idea why, or like what made him do it.
Or he's just tired of hearing about the folder.
Oh yeah, maybe. Well, no, he like went into his fortress quite a while before that.
Yeah. Well, especially after he lost Artemy, which was really sad.
Oh yeah. Artemy was an adorable baby that I think he had around for a long time.
Yeah, you could really like he changed after he lost Artemy. Like I could kind of tell a difference.
Aw. You know what? I don't blame him. It's totally understandable. Artemy was a beautiful cat. He was super, super cute. And
very friendly.
Yeah.
I've never had a cat let me do half of that to it.
Oh, yeah, no, Artemy was like hella chill, like the way that Vosh would hold him and stuff. There's quite a lot of, yeah. I'm willing to bet it's because he's afraid his opponents will bring up the folder. I mean, maybe. But I don't know. He went into the fortress before that. I think he did it around the J.K. Rowling stuff. But, you know.
Or the, what's her name stuff? The, oh god, the black girl he fought with. I can't remember her name now.
Oh, Professor Flowers?
Yeah, Professor Flowers. Like, that was the first time I think I saw him retreat a little bit.
Wait,
I
really?
mean-
He seemed to be very like confident. He was obviously in the right.
Well, he was confident, but he was hurt. Like, I could kind of tell. Like, the whole... When she brought up, like, the sexting stuff, and, like, she went super personal, like, I don't think he was ready for that.
Oh, I
I
didn't
don't know how well he deals well with the personal stuff when it comes to being exposed.
Okay, that I wasn't
Really?
aware that he did that. As far as like, so I feel like you had said something about the Democrats. Maybe I was being too kind to them. I believe my argument is that leftists, or like black pill leftists, as Hutch describes them, need to be ejected from the Democratic Party. That is, yeah. That's what I feel. I don't know if you agree or like if you feel it all that way. Like, do you know what I mean when I say black pill leftist?
Yeah, I get what you're saying when you say black pill leftists. I think that the term is being applied too broadly, and I think a lot of them are a lot closer to being quote unquote savable than people think.
Oh, we can absolutely
mean-
try to save them. But to
Well, I
do
mean,
so would be
it doesn't even take much effort necessarily. Like a lot of the flailing I do, and a lot of like the whole complaining I do, it's more than anything about just trying to be effective legislators and campaigners, and not being lazy, and not like relying on old strategies and old network connections and everything else. Like you have to. How am I gonna put this? In the legislative district I currently do work with the Democratic Party in. Before I was on board, they have these things called what was it, PMCs, I think, or something like that.
private
Basically,
military
you're
contractors.
well, not that, but like, I
I'm
can't remember
just
what the exact
I'm just
word for it was,
memeing.
but yeah, no, it is very similar to that. It's PCs, not PMCs. PCs, that's what it is. Like precinct. Anyway, and the previous people that were here, like, because this is a very progressive district, they just had the special election, and Adalita Grijalva won by like 37 points. Like, she just destroyed the Republican.
Oh yeah,
But in
okay.
terms of people working in the district, in terms of representation in the state party, we could have had like, I don't know, 180, 190 seats, and the previous people that were running it had maybe 80. Like, they just didn't bother getting the full representation. And then when the lady I worked with ended up winning, all of a sudden it was like nuclear war. We'll work with anybody to get rid of this lady. How dare she come in and take our spot, kind of a thing. And she took the spot because she recruited people. She did her job. To me, it was just it's insane. Like, there are districts in the Democratic Party, like in the Republican Party, where it's not exactly competitive, and those people do tend to get kind of lazy, and that hurts a lot.
Yeah, I
terms
can.
of
I mean, I can believe that, but I'm not necessarily talking about like. I think it's fair to be critical of the Dems, and like they have a lot of problems. You know. Also, hello, Dante.
Hey, Kalinda. Is my audio okay?
Yeah, kind of. Are you still?
Guess what I'm doing?
You're driving, aren't you?
I am.
Why are you always driving?
I don't know. I'm on the road type of guy. How about now? Is my audio okay?
Oh yeah,
Kalinda?
yeah. No, your audio's fine. You're just a little loud, but I can probably turn you down if people think that he's a little bit loud. Oh, it was Cat
You
Black.
sound a lot better than most radio callers. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, Cat Black is the person that you were thinking of.
Yeah.
Pat. Yeah, not Professor Flowers.
Yeah, that was her other name too. It was Cat Black /
No. Cat Black's
Flowers.
a different person than Professor Flowers.
just-
No,
Wait,
they're-
hold on. He did this twice?
Yeah.
The fuck?
No, the Professor
that's-
Flowers
they-
is
they-
completely different.
Because he went after one, and then the other one stepped in and was like, "This is bullshit." Okay, now I remember. Yeah.
Professor Flowers was the one who basically was arguing that that you can't tell colonized people what how to deal with their colonizers. It was the same cucked argument that Athena made to Loner.
She's not that far from saying that because I'm half that I should be thrown out too if there was ever a black state. Like, she's really not that far.
Yeah,
I was not a fan.
Yeah, she was pretty it was pretty gross. Anyway, damn it. Fuck. Okay. I'm sorry. Now I have like 2 people here, so I feel like do you guys
go for it.
Do you guys both
How's it
have
going, Dante?
time? Yeah, because I want to.
Dylan, you do what you got to do. You said you wanted to ask me something about my Hamas take.
Well, no,
I'm here for the ride, baby. Let's go with it. Like,
okay, the controversial take that David had, or that David quote unquote got you to admit to, or whatever. Can you, like, what was it that, like, you're something about, like, you're okay with Hamas in the absence of anything else or something, or not okay with their tactics, but like at least they're fighting against. I don't know. Can you explain?
So the whole thing, you remember that, what was it called? Blue Butterfly, something guy that was in chat. He was chatting to David.
Yes.
Yeah, so it started with that. So I asked David, can you give me like a summary of me? What do you think of me and my beliefs? And he said something to the effect of that you don't support Hamas ideologically or in any direct way, but you support them insofar as they do damage to Israel or as they do resistance. And I said that's fair enough. But it was on audio, so I don't remember exactly what he said. So that's part of the controversy. Because he always switches up what he says. That's David for you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, David does do that. Okay, so what, like, so you're okay with Hamas as long as they do damage to Israel? I don't, like, do you think they have done damage? I mean, okay, they have done damage, but do you think the damage that they've done has ultimately been at all helpful or useful? Like, in terms of, like, versus the damage that it has caused to the Palestinian people overall?
So that argument is in the context of also Israel. As long as Israel does what it does right now for the last like 10, 15 years, which is basically deny any Palestinian state, any discussion about a Palestinian state, settlements, not even rolling back on them, but increasing settlements and doing what was it, like a couple of months ago they did that vote, that symbolic vote of annexation. So I said, as insofar as Israel is doing that, yeah, I think resistance is okay and justified, and it's okay. And I think if it does damage, and I don't think it's going to do military damage. That's ridiculous to believe. And I don't think the damage that should happen should be on in a physical way on civilians, whether that be Palestinian or Israeli. But as far as like, they made the Palestinian cause on the forefront again. And you can say that, yeah, they did that, but they did October 7th, and then the process of doing that caused massive suffering to the Palestinians, but they did bring it back in some way. And you can see all that happened in the last 2 years, whether it be recognition, whether it be actual like movement toward a two-state solution. You can say that is rewarding Hamas, or is it part of Hamas October 7th? But in a way, in a fucked up way, it got the Palestinian cause like back on the forefront, and people are actually doing something instead of like bad faith actors and just what's it called? Not tokenism. What's it called? Virtue signaling.
Are you saying that? Sorry, I had a question, but continue.
No, I was just saying like no, that was it. If anyone wants to ask a clarifying question.
I guess like. Oh, go on, Pat.
I was just saying, my big clarifying question there would be: was the idea that, like, for instance, I know it's a small thing, but like an international sport, there are now calls in UEFA to keep Israel's team out of the World Cup, which Trump is pissed about and is thinking about trying to do something about as well, and other things like that. Like, is the cultural damage that was done worth the blood and the loss of basically the entire area's infrastructure and housing and everything else? Was that, do you think that could eventually, like, do you think this never would have happened otherwise? Was this the only absolute way to make sure that people would be like, okay, enough of this, we need a solution, as opposed to the slow crawl of the, I guess what some people would sinisterly say is like the Israeli strategy of kind of slow walking the whole thing and taking bit by bit by bit by bit by bit and then going through, kind of salami slicing, if you will?
I'm honestly, like, I'm absolutely not for it. Like, I don't think it's worth it at all. Like, that'll be foolish of me to say it was worth it, but I don't know. Like, in the last 2, 3, 4 years, you were talking about where was the condition of the Palestinian cause? It was just like between the Arab states, the Arab world. It was something that was talked about, protested, but it was heading towards oblivion, to be honest with you. It was heading towards like normalization. You saw with the UAE, and it was moving towards normalization with Saudi, but there wasn't going to be any kind of recognition of Palestinian suffrage or what's the plan for the Palestinians, what's the deal going to be. So it was headed towards like it was headed towards like the same thing we've been at since the last like 50, 70 years, just status quo. I think anything, yeah, just to say one thing, just anything that challenges the status quo, I think is relatively a good thing. Depends what we're talking about, what kind of action.
Okay, so
like...
wait, hold on. I think
go for it.
So the thing is that like I would argue that there were other better ways that they could have done this, though, that would have not only, I think, gotten them more sympathy, but given Israel far less of an excuse to do any of the shit that they did. Like, for example, they could have, you know, like I bet that they would have probably gotten the same kinds of eyes on them if they had like staged a fuckload of mass disobedience demonstrations in the West Bank, especially since the result of that likely would have been like they could have farmed a whole bunch of clips from that that would have like really showcased the brutality of the settlers. And yes, I understand that probably would have resulted in like injuries or probably more likely even deaths for like innocent Palestinians or what have you. But like if you're gonna like leverage like Palestinian lives and ask them to martyr themselves, I feel like a better way to do it would be like what like doing that rather than, you know, like in the same way that MLK was okay with young black kids getting beat up by cops and sprayed by fire hoses because he knew the kind of sympathy it would elicit for the movement. And that was why like he trained those kids to like be incredibly disciplined, to not punch back when the cops attacked you, and to just like basically take it and to like, yeah, like, you know what I mean? Yeah. Also,
it wasn't easy for him.
I do agree with that. To some extent, but the thing is, like, I feel like the Palestinians, we have tried like everything. We tried the peaceful type of resistance. We have tried the protesting and, you know, Intifada, the rock Intifada, throwing rocks at fucking IDF, at even like settlers. We tried that. We tried the terrorism, wars, like whatever we try, it's not going. It's not going anywhere. Like, one of the main reasons is, it's like the unconditional support the U.S. has to the status quo. As far as like recognition of a Palestinian state or movement towards a Palestinian state, towards a Palestinian state, that's something that like Israel is not being pressured to do. So that's part of the reasons also.
I mean, I think that Israel would get pressured to do it if they saw a whole bunch of like peaceful civil disobedience protesters getting the shit kicked out of them, or even worse, getting killed like constantly in continuous amounts of clips over and over again. Also, I think that like the last time they tried peaceful protest, I assume you're talking about the first Intifada, because that's really the only time that I can think of. Like, the Great March of Return wasn't really peaceful.
Like, when I'm talking about peaceful, like relatively peaceful, I'm not like no protest is going to be completely isolated of any incidents or like planned attacks or some shit like that. But even the Great March of Return, it was, people meme about this, but it was like mostly peaceful, even though there was Hamas presence and there was provocations and and it devolved into chaos in the end. But it in theory, it was peaceful, and it was mostly peaceful.
I mean, it was, but I think that like Hamas co-opted it, and like they kind of took it over to the extent that, and like they did ruin what could have been a pretty overall peaceful thing. Although I don't know if the Great March of Return is necessarily like. I feel like just because of what it was that they were trying to do, I don't think that they ever would have succeeded if they're like the whole point of that to like literally go into Israel and march back to their homes. But if they had just like sat there and protested by the fence and then maybe inched closer like every day and just they were just like kind of hanging out there and like, you know, waving flags and signs and shit.
Also the plan was like protesting and moving inside Israel proper, like marching. So
I know, but that was never like there was no way that was going to happen after the second Intifada. But
So I just want to say, like, I'm not prescribing what Palestinians should do. I'm just describing the situation we're in. Like, guys goes both, because it's not just the Palestinians that they do this because they do that. It's a push and pull kind of thing. Israel does this.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I understand. I'm just saying that, like, knowing the way that Israel tends to respond and the way that it is insanely disproportionate. If you really want to get, like, I think, and that was why too. Also, that I believe, actually, you know what? I'm going to look it up now because there was something. I think that Mr. Barghouti, hashtag free Marwan. I think that he had a thing. There was a leaked document from him, talking about like how he wanted to do a third Intifada, but he wanted it to just be civil disobedience. Which would have been based, but yeah, go on.
There was Zakaria Zbedi, one of the 6 prisoners that escaped. Was it like 2 years ago? He's one of the ones that got released in the last ceasefire deal. I sent you a couple of articles talking about he was like basically a terrorist. You would describe him as a terrorist, but now he's saying like the armed resistance, the armed struggle is not doing us anything. We got to try another way. So you got like former like Aqsa brigades and other kind of quote unquote terrorists that are saying, yeah, the armed struggle is not doing us any good. Maybe we should move in another way. But yeah, like I said, it's a push and pull kind of thing. So if the current Israeli government position is expand settlements into quote unquote Judea and Samaria and annexation, I don't see like what choice the Palestinians have. Like what do we have to do if that's the status quo, what it's moving towards to?
I mean, I think that if you want to talk about doing I don't, when you say that though, do you mean like violence? Like that's what, like, I think if it's in self-defense, that's one thing. Like if a bunch of settlers roll up to your house with the intention of burning down your olive tree and taking all your shit, then yes, I think that you are completely justified in getting a few of your friends together, grabbing some guns and defending yourselves from them because they're trying to take all your shit. You know what I mean? Like, or like that kind of stuff. I think that that's fine. Unfortunately, I don't know that the IDF would, or the Israelis won't see it that way, but I think that if it was just that, and like maybe if they did, like if they were going to do terrorism, I think doing terrorism against infrastructure is also good. Like if they want to set outposts on fire, you know what? Cool, do it. Hold on. What's in November 2014, after more than 2,000 Palestinians were killed in the 2014 Gaza war, Barghouti urged the Palestinian Authority to end security cooperations with Israel and called for a third Intifada against Israel. In 2016, a plan for confronting the occupation, purportedly authorized by Barghouti and smuggled from prison, was presented by an ally. The plans hinged on mass disobedience and demonstrations of hundreds of thousands of people, according to The Economist's 1843 magazine. And then it says Barghouti expected that Israel would kill some of the demonstrators. So I don't know, when he calls for a third Intifada against Israel, now I'm wondering, like, did he expect it to be violent, or did he want that to be in the form of civil disobedience? That's kind of interesting.
I would assume he expected violence to break out, but I think he wanted it to be a kind of, like you said, a civil disobedience, peaceful kind of resistance. And also the security coordination thing, that something even Abbas even threatened back in 2021 when the Sheikh Jarrah incident was happening.
Oh
He
yeah.
was saying, he was saying we would cut security coordination, and he had armed militants showing up in Hebron, Jenin. So things like that have happened, and he was almost calling for a third intifada, but like they said, nothing ever happens.
Yeah.
Until something did happen.
I wonder if
I don't know. I'm just kind of black-pilled on the subject until we see like real movement from the Israeli government. That's my whole thing. That the ones that have the power, they have to move. But that doesn't go to say that Palestinians don't have agency or they don't have things to do and move on and concede on. I understand that 100%, but
I mean, do you think if they go to war with Iran again, is that going to or are they going to also take it out on the Palestinians? Or are they going to respect that and just use the Iranian thing? Because there's been a lot of chatter on both sides, apparently, about they kind of expect each other to kick it off again.
I mean, honestly, like I said that since the first attack, that Bibi, he got the nod from Trump, and they did it once, and the American public is like on the MAGA cult, so they'll do as he says, agree what he says. Trump in regards to no wars but security and peace through strength. But honestly, like, I don't know about Iran. I don't know, like.
I was going to say, I can tell you in America that the MAGA cult was very much 50-50 on that. To quote Spider, like they were fighting over that. Like internally, they were fighting over that. Like this is bullshit. We don't want to go fight and die over this sandbox. Like that's what a lot of more disgruntled.
That's another thing. Oh boy, guys. Okay. Fire is coming in.
Fire! Who is this?
He's
His trial is on.
He's a gay baby from Loner Chord.
Oh, I've never been in there.
We know each other. Dante, right?
Fire.
You've heard of me? You've heard my crash outs? No, I'm kidding.
Oh, actually, I think Dante, you might be more. Maybe you'll be more aligned with Fire. Yeah.
I think I am. Honestly, I haven't read any of his takes. Why he's been in gay BB jail and.
Apparently, Fire was banned.
I just know that he needs to be free.
No. Apparently, Fire was banned because after I left, you said some unhinged shit about Israelis being bloodthirsty or something, and all of them being the same, and Smotrich and Ben-Gvir being representative of them. Apparently, this was something that you said.
I think that's what Israeli society. Yeah, I think Israeli society is representative of their government. So I don't know.
What,
I would say the same with Palestinians of how radical they are right now.
Yeah.
I just think that's like right now what is happening in.
I agree Palestinian society is radicalized, but and Israeli society too, but I don't know if I would go as far as to say that that like Israeli society is as radicalized as like fucking Ben-Gvir. Okay, David.
If you go by what I call the 2-ton
Wait, is Dante pulling a David right now?
Then yes. The comment sections in all these news stories are completely unhinged. That's
Pause.
because they're bots from both sides.
Wait, this is an emergency. I need to know. Are you pulling a David right now, Dante?
I don't know what you mean. What are you doing?
Are you driving?
Yes.
Fucking blink.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, I am driving.
Holy base. I didn't know.
Actually,
I know you're
quick
fly
question,
like
because
that.
I'm a car guy. What do y'all drive?
Oh no.
Kia Forte, baby.
Ford Fusion.
Oh, you got the upgraded version. I've got the Focus 2015. Yeah. Okay.
Wait, can I do something? Can I do this?
Yeah, the Fusion is pretty nice, honestly.
Yeah, it looks nice.
What are you trying to do?
I was trying to see if I could drag Chase. I was going to drag him in and then drag him out.
No, you can't. Also, Chase, I'm sorry, but I think like there's already enough people in here. I don't want to like, this isn't like I want to like try to keep this at least
Chase,
somewhat structured.
Chase, I will try to ask as many awkward questions to get people to talk about awkward questions.
Talk about horses and vouch in order to make these feel comfortable.
Listen, I already reacted to a Vosh video earlier, okay?
Why?
I was
just going to ask racially divisive questions and see what everybody's thoughts were. You know, start a pot a little bit.
Kalinda, what are your thoughts on 114% of children under 5 being killed in Gaza?
What? Oh, but hold on a sec, guys. Wait a minute. So Fire here is incredibly pro-Palestine, more so than Dante.
More so than Dante?
Yes.
I don't know what the fuck Dante's thoughts are.
Is it a two-ton dupe, or is this like a new personality? Is it just a copy, or is it like it has its own personality?
He got put
Apparently he's got a bit of a record in here.
He got put in gay baby jail this morning.
As a pro-Palestinian, he's got crazy takes to get put in there as a pro-Palestinian.
I wouldn't consider my takes to be that crazy, but I mean, I don't fucking know. What is considered crazy here?
I mean, I think he said. Sorry, what?
Are you pro or against bad things? Are you pro or against bad things, Fire?
I am always pro good things.
See, this guy can't be that extreme. Do you hear what he said, Kalinda?
No, what's his definition of a good thing is the question.
Oh, Funky.
Do you consider ISIS to be a good thing? Yes or no, Fire?
ISIS?
ISIS.
Nobody does.
I guess I'm trying to bring up this guy's character. Give me a second. I'm trying to do some propaganda
The
for him.
Iranians hate ISIS, bro.
What? ISIS?
Yes.
Of course not. But like, I don't understand. I hate these questions.
What's your thoughts on the Taliban?
Oh my god.
Not good.
David,
Like,
stop!
it's so-
You're not.
Wait, Kalinda, give me another 40 seconds. We're gonna click here. Wait.
Fire.
Just trust me. Trust the process. Trust the process.
Okay, he's partially memeing, but go on. I mean, David
Yes.
is. It's.
Could you do me a favor and just answer these questions, yes or no? And you could give a sentence if you'd like, and then we're gonna build from your fire. Trust me, this is good. This is good stuff. What are your thoughts on the Taliban?
Faith. I like them. Yeah.
You like them?
Yeah.
Well, David, hold
They
on.
are-
Did you not hear what happened yesterday between the Taliban and Pakistan?
They're fighting against Western imperialism now.
Now I know he's memeing.
The macro side of things. No, okay, I'm not like, bro. It's so unserious as well.
Wait. I'm building. These should be obvious ones, and then we're gonna see where we start having issues. Okay. What are your
You're not the prosecutor.
on Hezbollah?
Drop the obvious shit because he feels like it's insulting.
Hezbollah?
Like, that's why you're
I
not
don't
getting
like
good
them.
answers.
Okay, I need an honest answer from you, Fire. Hezbollah.
He
I
says
actually don't like them.
he doesn't like Hezbollah. He's not like pro Hamas or pro Hezbollah.
we're gonna feel it out.
David,
Just-
you
we're
are
all
not.
listening.
You're not.
Dante.
Okay.
Give me another 60 seconds without people interrupting me, and I got this. Okay. Okay.
Oh my God.
What are your thoughts on the Palestinian resistance?
I like them.
You like them? Which ones?
Yeah. Like depends.
Mhm.
Like, I don't like
Mhm.
Hamas.
Palestinian Islamic
I
Jihad.
get Fatah, the PA. Would you consider them as part of Palestinian resistance?
I guess so.
Sure.
Don't you mean Don't you mean Israel's lapdogs that do their bidding? Isn't that the PA?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, they kind of are.
What
But
is an extremist?
Yeah, I don't think I'm that extremist.
Okay.
I mean, if you listen to my conversation yesterday with Kalinga, I was fucking sucking Fatah and Hamas. Oh, not Hamas. Fatah and the PA state.
He slipped.
No, he wasn't.
What are your
He
thoughts on bombing Iran?
Well, no. See, here's the thing. Never. I'm
You were
not going to
sucking?
tell that joke. I'm not going to tell that joke. Never mind.
What's your thoughts on bombing Iran? Fire.
I'm bombing Iran.
Yes.
Not
I don't
base.
like. I didn't like that particularly.
Risky.
I mean, what
Okay, I
did
give
you
up.
expect that he
Bored.
was?
I don't know. I thought we were getting some exciting answers, but it was too monotone and too direct. I was hoping you'd
Hey,
maybe get
Fire, I have a
some-
question.
Okay,
What's
so
up?
we didn't even need Chase in here. David was gonna pull that. Awesome. No.
It's kind of unrelated, but why did you call me unemployed in the JSEC server?
Oh my god.
Hey, what? What did I say?
You took a
I didn't know
screenshot
Spider was here. What's
of
that?
it was me and Lonerbox Two Tone. We're talking about the dog car shit, and then
Bro,
you said
because
these
at that
N-words are
point it's been fucking overplayed for 3 days, and you guys are still on that
You're
shit.
in
It's like, bro,
the fucking JSTOC server,
I
you fucking
cannot
dumbass. What the fuck
fucking
you talking about? Fucking
believe that you
JSTOC
guys were still on that shit at that time. I'm
Wait,
sorry.
are you trying to
That's
stop
why.
him from saying the N-word, Spider, bro? Are you trying to? I thought you're down with the Black Caliphate, bro.
Nah, I'm on a Black Hellfire. I'm bringing it back whenever I get. Fuck this shit. You're in the
He handed
JSTOC
it
server,
over to
first of
me.
all, okay? What the fuck are you talking about?
Dogs are
You
overrated.
got ass mad because fucking Lorna Box and title it fucking what? The fucking Gaza ceasefire, and he's fucking talking about the fucking dog collar shit.
Wait, are you pro
Brother.
genocide fire? Do you want the genocide to continue?
I'm pro dog collars.
That's based. Wait, are you pro dog genocide?
Oh, me?
I think Hassan should be able to shock as much dogs as he wants to.
Would you let Hassan
No.
shock you? If he
No,
told you a
okay,
good
stop.
No,
Guys,
fuck no.
guys, stop.
Wait, Spider, are we?
Question, Kalinda.
Dude,
Enjoy
I
the
made
content.
one fucking comment with like Loner Box because he titled his thing and then like he was talking. I just thought it was funny and I posted on JStocks.
Okay. Would you or would you not let him shock you though?
What's up?
Would you let him shock you though?
Would you let him shock you?
What?
You have like the Thunderbolt next to your name, so I'm starting to think that maybe like that's what that's symbolizing. Like, I wish I was the one that was shocked by Hassan.
Oh my
Like, is that what you're saying?
This is getting weird.
Okay. Anyways, the what were we talking about?
Okay.
If you
IP is a plus sign.
Yes, we were gonna. Yes, I did want to talk about IP before Spider came in here just to like drama stir.
Yeah, hell yeah. You know I am. You know what? I am. Okay, I am. Fuck it. I don't
It
care.
wasn't just
Fuck it.
him. I'm not gonna let you just blame Spider.
You know what?
Kalinda.
Yeah, you're right.
No, I am the bad guy. I am the bad
You
guy.
need to make,
motherfucker.
you need
I
to
am.
make a drama farmer role for the server and give it to Spider, and then he needs to wear that with a badge of honor. He needs to not get offended by the drama farmer tag anymore. He needs to embrace it and say, "Yeah, I am. So what?"
Spider,
and then put a Giga Chat emoji.
Don't they say what?
Do you think Zip should be freed?
Well, I don't know. Like people said, like he said something crazy, some shit, but I don't know. I mean, like the mods were like he said something crazy.
What did
and,
he say? What Dante?
guess-
What did he say actually? For real.
He defended the Ian Carroll guy. He defended the video with that Ro Kahana did.
He
did
got
a-
thrown.
Ian Carroll. He said posted a little
Do
teaser.
you want me to steel man him for a second, David?
I can.
I don't even know.
Okay,
Dante.
let Dante do it.
What is the What
Yeah,
is the
just let
Rokana
Dante do
video
it.
even?
No,
Zip.
go ahead. Pat. Go ahead. I can go after. It's okay.
No, Dante, you got it.
Yeah, you know what? You got it. You got it. Go ahead. Go
So
ahead.
he was
Because
thrown in the gay baby jail by Toby because he said some edgy things about Jewish people and Mein Kampf. And David, it wasn't because of the Mehdi and
That was what he was gonna be. That was what he was going to be.
You were sorry not about that.
Toby decided that she wanted to pick that thing, but it was pretty clear that the Ian Carroll thing was.
No,
the
it
major-
wasn't. I mean,
If
the
that was
Ian.
it, then that's insane.
The Ian Carroll thing didn't help. I probably would have, but like it. I think
you wouldn't. What the fuck?
I don't think that what should have been there. Like, I don't think that like the Zip, calling like. I mean, I guess the like the history, the pattern of doing it over and over would be something, but I feel like the real issue is that like he's actually like kind of an extremist and does think that it's okay to signal those Nazis as long as they're anti-Israel. Like that's the big issue.
I mean, this isn't the first time. You know, Dante he defended AVK. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah, no, yeah.
I mean, Zip's been in and out of Zip gets in gay baby jail and is let out in like a day, and this has happened like 100 times. He just gets out every day.
He's staying in there for a while. Because it's just like
bro, womp, bro. Like, I'm sorry, like, womp.
Well, no, it's
call me a
because
shitty person.
the problem with Zip is he's insanely belligerent to a point where it's just really annoying. But I don't want to talk about like server drama here. I want to like actually have a discussion about like IP shit. And David, by the way, if you're trying to get Fire to go mask off or whatever, you're not going to do it by asking him a bunch of questions. Just
it's not gonna be you, bro. It's not gonna be you.
No. Just talk to him.
I mean, you can let me. You can
No,
let me.
I just-
David,
I don't know how to get
David,
into it.
hold on. I just wanted to say something real quick.
Oh no.
In terms of Ro Khanna, part of the reason of the offense, and again, this is the same reason I have the offense with Jamal Bowman and a lot of the others, is that a lot of the quote-unquote squad that everybody hates was partially put there to fight broader corruption. And the idea that because they're against Israel, because they're against this one thing, and I know it's...
And they only pick that one, and they decide that that's going to be their
the idea to
hyperfixation.
torpedo that shit just because of that is kind of insulting to a lot of progressives. Do you not understand that?
Of course, it's kind of insulting to decide that, like, listen, I care so much about this specific lobby, which is like the 18th biggest one, that I'm going to specifically ally with Nazis as long as I'm able to take down the 18th biggest one while I don't talk about the other 17.
Well, see, hold on. It's not just here's the thing. It's not just that, because Ro Khanna was one of the people that helped draw up the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Remember, he was in Silicon Valley. He was working in the higher ups, and he helped draw up a lot of that legislation. He's very familiar with business practices and how they can go wrong.
Okay, but why? So he's so smart and familiar. Why is he working with Nazis for it?
No, that's not separate issues, dude. Like,
Can I get some who the fuck is Ro Khanna? He's like an American politician.
Yeah, he is.
A congressman from Northern California.
He's like, the problem I think I feel like a lot of people have also, it isn't just that, it's because that at least several members of the squad are like also like insanely anti-Israel. I feel like AOC is maybe a little bit more pragmatic, although probably Rashida Tlaib is like the biggest problem, or the biggest like the biggest one.
Doesn't help that three of them are Muslim.
She can't even She hasn't even celebrated the fucking ceasefire one bit. Actually insane. It's crazy because you're seeing so many people go mask off where, like, the second this ceasefire happens, they've been stone cold silent, or they've just been criticizing it all day long. The same people who call it a genocide are having strokes about the genocide being finished, quote unquote. It's just
but here's, and I'm not sure if you're talking about the other side of this, but the way they're talking about it is like, okay, the quote unquote genocide might be paused, but the blockade
but it's
still
not
in
even.
effect.
But they're saying Israel
still in
exists.
effect. The Netanyahu government is still in effect. Like, yes, they're not going to be. I'm sorry, you're not going to change their mind overnight just by calling them anti-Semitic. That's not going to fucking work. We have tried that as a black community in America for 200 fucking years, and it hasn't fucking worked. Like, that shit don't work.
I don't.
Oh
I
my
think
God!
It's a little silly
Hold
to
on.
expect that they're gonna be celebrating in droves. You know.
Well, I mean, but like the killing is
They're gonna be
stopping,
a
right?
Dante, can you mute until you speak, because there's a little wind and shit going on.
Also, there's a guy in my chat, David, who seems to have some serious issues with you. He thinks working with settlers is okay. That's what he's saying. He's saying that like you think working with settlers is okay, and apparently he thinks you're pro-settlement. How do you respond to these charges?
Did you make this up? I don't see anyone in your chat that said that. Did you just drama farm? I don't see anyone.
Look, did you drama farm? Like, come on.
It's Bill.
Hold on, go to all messages. You might see it.
Did he just say, I saw Professor Flowers somewhere. Pat is definitely thinking of Cat Plake, not Professor Flowers.
No, it's further down. It's like the third message up. My chat is not. It's not screen for some reason. Oh, maybe it's not showing up. I mean, further up, he also said that.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Further up, he said that you supported settlements
Bill
too.
Clockwell.
Yes, Bill Clockwell. Bill, do you have an issue with David?
I could have sworn David was chill with having armed Palestinians against the settlements. I think I asked him in PC last time.
I said that if any Israeli settler went up to a Palestinian, that I don't care if they shot them down, if they went to fuck with their olive tree, if they shot them, took a pistol and shot the guy in the head and killed them because they tried fucking with their with their olive trees and shit.
Yeah,
was
you're basically fucking up
Also, I
their income.
support like
Sounds like an American to
infrastructural
me.
sabotage. That's it's just a self-defense take. But also the thing that goes further than a self-defense take is that I believe in infrastructural sabotage of any outposts and stuff that are into like the Palestinian. Like I don't agree with just doing that to settlements in general. But I do agree to doing that to outposts and things that are inside and around like Palestinian communities, not like areas that are already like not a Palestinian community that are on the Green Line that's like expanded nearby, but rather into areas that are outposts and little encampments and shit to like sabotage and pop tires of caravans or like destroy a house while the family's not inside, shit like that.
But don't reprisals like that happen on both sides there? Like, from what I understand, some of these conflicts, especially when you're not talking about like...
I'm not saying it's necessarily the
authorized
best. I'm not saying that this is the best thing for them to do. What I'm saying is that I have no
Yeah.
issue morally with them doing that to whatever degree they believe that it's going to help them, and if it can actually help them, that I believe that they have the moral right to do that.
Because, I mean, I guarantee you, like, I didn't really know a lot about the Hilltoppers until there was a Vice documentary, and then this whole conflict as well. It gets you to look, like, got me to look back into them, and I didn't realize just how much of a pain in the ass they were for the Israeli government.
Yeah, they.
Like,
I
a
mean,
lot of
they.
people-
They are a hyper minority, but also but that hyper minority is doing so much fucking terrorizing, and it's just it's so like cyclic where they just go to place to fucking terrorize the Palestinian villages that it's like disproportionate how much it's affecting them, despite them obviously not being like a small percent of the actual like settlers that are in and around like the Green Line, but they just do so much terror that they make up for their size.
I'm gonna have to do a curation stream. Well, I'll have to figure out a stream first, but...
What's
I'm
curate?
gonna do like a Vice curation stream of just shit from different conflicts that was predicted by them basically 10 years ago, if you really paid attention.
Oh my
There's a
god,
bunch
are you
of-
War is bad.
I mean, David, regarding the hyper-settler shit, I think one of the main arguments against it is this is enabled by the IDF now.
Sure, I agree. The issue is that there's very low willingness to give accountability to Israeli citizens, no matter what. That's just like for terrorizing Palestinians, for Israeli like IDF misconduct, they're always gonna try to slap on the wrist, but there's just not enough accountability across the board.
Do you think this is reflective of Israeli society in general?
I don't know what that means.
Like not,
I think
not hyper settlement, but this.
I think the reason, I think it's a similar reason that you see Palestinians not willing to, like, verbally not willing to acknowledge any of the wrongdoing they've ever done, but instead Israel feels like it's at a constant threat of annihilation, rightfully so. But like that is going to cause them to not look inward and not try to like take as much corrective action on their own behalf, because they want to, one, you know, they don't want to upset like the people that are drafting, that are forced to be here. They want to be soft on them. Two, they don't they feel like everyone else around them is enemy, so why they don't want to do infighting and you know, and take parts of Israeli society and turn them into the enemy. There's all of those factors which contribute to this. There's also like hatred that just makes, like, there's a lot of people that just,
Yes, it's David.
because of all the terrorism and, you know, they overextend it.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not gonna say that Palestinians don't do the same thing. It's just my energy is gonna be mainly on the Israelis, because I think, in my personal take and my personal solution, I think right now there is not a lot of things that Palestinians can do, as
There's some
mainly
benefits Palestinians can do,
legislation-wise. You can say like vague shit. Oh, Palestinians can stop the terrorism. That's
Not
okay.
just-
Well,
not just
that's
stop the
one.
terrorism. Palestinians can just well, there's a guy realigning for Palestine and turning, like, transforming what their Palestinian identity is from being that's counter to and trying to destroy the state of Israel, rather to one that specifically just wants to create a peaceful and coexisting state that wants to develop itself into a thriving nation instead of one that wants to constantly think about how they can destroy Israel, rather one that wants to build themselves up. I think until that mentality changes, it's absolutely...
Damn, you got a lot of haters in my chat, David.
I mean,
No, I think ever since the palace. I think
Wait,
ever
hold
since the
on. Let Dante
1970s
hasn't talked for. Well, okay. Actually, if
I agree
Fire
with
wants,
David.
go on.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say I agree with David on a lot of the things he said about the settlers and the resistance against the settlers. I would go a little bit further than that, but I'm not trying to be put on a Palantir list, kill list. I'm just gonna leave that. But
You don't want to be on troops list either.
yeah, as far as the things that Palestinians need to.
Hello?
I'm here.
Oh,
Oh,
got
he,
Masada.
Bro got EMP. Bro got fucking already in the EMP.
By the way, tell this the venerable. Does the venerable B know that my Mossad contact knows exactly where he lives?
whoa! Hold on now, David. Let's. I am
careful,
live.
yeah,
Remember. Stop. Like.
Listen, if there are any Mossad contacts out there, and you're looking at me, like, just come talk to me. Like, I'll talk to you, bro. Like, why not? It'll be interesting.
But if you want, like, if David,
You're not minority enough to be a spokesperson. Sorry, buddy.
David is being very fair. Chat is hating for nothing. I'm not a hater of David.
I mean,
he's
hateable, but it's not because of any immutable characteristics. It's how he argues. But anyway.
So just like political shit.
Am I back? Hello.
Yes, Dante, you are. Did you did you go through a dead zone? Did you?
No, I just got a phone call.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe you
Yeah.
entered a
Who died?
tunnel.
No, I'm here.
Isn't that a little racial Kalinda?
What'd you say?
Yeah, last thing I was gonna say.
Isn't that a little racial Kalinda?
Oh yeah, you're
That
right.
goes both ways. Jews and Arabs, honestly.
That is true.
But yeah, the last thing I was gonna say about.
Oh shit! So
David
that's it. Repeat,
thing about,
release.
Oh my God.
Let him finish.
He's getting called again. He's
Oh.
getting cut off. You get in a car crash. I know that shit happens in Egypt, but you're not in Egypt anymore, or Jordan. You're in Canada right now.
Is bro getting like EMP?
No, he's driving
saying-
on a Canadian highway,
saying
and
is- is
unfortunately, we have dead zones here.
Okay, can we just let Dante talk?
Not EDP, EMP.
Dante, what did you want to say, my guy?
Dante can't talk, obviously, but bro, Dante wasn't not talking because he was cut off. There was plenty of times for him to interject. He just obviously was busy with some shit.
He was talking to real people that matter.
Yes.
No, but everyone here was interrupting him when he could have talked. Now
Yeah.
he can't. Now he's muted.
Okay.
Bro, he was able
Stop.
to talk.
Okay. I mean, yeah, we were like kind of although actually, I don't know if he may have been talking when he was on the phone.
Yeah, I literally only started talking when he said, "Wait 1 second," and like he like as if he was getting cut off or something, or if he had a call, or he was focusing on driving. I don't know. One of those happened, and then I started talking after that.
So wait, Fire, you think that do you think that those crazy settlers in the West Bank actually like represent Israeli society?
No, I think the enabling of it represents Israeli society.
I mean, why can't you just say the exact same for Palestinian society?
I did say the exact same. For
He
Palestinian
did,
society.
but he doesn't think it matters.
I don't think it matters as much as Israel, because I think I would point right now. I would point to, at least right now, to a lot of
Name
points
one
in
time
history.
where Israel did something unilaterally that ended up not causing more terrorism.
Wait, what?
Like where Israel unilaterally did something and it didn't cause more terrorism, without a peace partner, they just did something like in order to, they gave something up unilaterally, and like one time in history Israel's done that and it didn't blow up in their face and make the situation 1,000 times worse.
What?
The counterexample obviously is Gaza in 2005.
Oh, wait, regarding I would say Egypt. Camp David
Egypt
Accords.
was not unilateral even one fucking bit. That was a peace deal where Egypt's promised to never be belligerent.
Wait, I don't
to
know
Israel.
what do you mean by unilateral is, my dude?
Unilaterally meaning as in what happened in 2005 where they just withdrew from the Strip and didn't get the Palestinians to say, we promise we will not try to destroy you and murder you ever
Okay,
again.
wait, you framed your question a bit wrongly. Wait,
That's
unilaterally.
That means one side.
He's asking, the question he's asking, Fire, is name one time when Israel did something unilaterally where it didn't blow up in their face. Is that what you asked him, David? Because it seems like the only example that you have is Gaza, where it did blow up in their face. Which is why, like, Israel can't unilaterally give the Palestinians a state. There has to be some sort of a deal. Because otherwise it just seems like it's just gonna go to shit because there are too many crazy actors there. Unfortunately. Yeah.
The truth is, actually, right now, the actor that probably has the absolute most capability of changing things in the Middle East right now would be the Palestinian Authority and the Palestinian people. Because right now, they kind of have Trump in a spot where he's very open to just doing whatever ends up like the most peaceful and doesn't end up having like crazy terrorism shit. And he seems to not really give that much a fuck on how much Bibi wants to swing his arms in the air as long as he's properly convinced that it's not going to blow up into more terrorism. Anyways, if you can answer my first question about like when has Israel done something unilaterally, which if you say that only Israel has the power and it's on Israel to do things, then that would end up being unilateral because the Palestinian side is not willing to do reciprocate for that right now. So if you could answer that question, Fire.
No, I don't think them pulling out Gaza like that was necessarily like the best thing.
It was a terrible thing.
Yeah, I don't think that was necessarily a good thing. But I do think that
you think it was a good
phasing
thing?
it out. Huh?
Wait, you said good or it wasn't good?
He said
No, it wasn't a good thing.
It wasn't a good thing.
Like
Okay.
for them, especially.
Okay. So
And
could
I
you?
I think the same thing you can argue is being done when Israel is pulling out too quickly right now in Gaza.
But right now they're not. I mean, yeah. I mean, if you look at what's happening right now, like Hamas is starting to execute
Yeah.
everyone.
No, you can see what's happening right now, right?
The thing is that right now, this time actually, Israel is making sure to condition any actual full total withdrawal from Gaza in Hamas giving up their weapons, giving up power over the Strip, and like accepting exile. So I would say that this is the exact opposite of unilateral withdrawal that Israel's doing right now. Right now, obviously, they had to do that first withdrawal in order to get their hostages back.
But I don't know why you expect that. What is it? I don't know why you equivocate every single bit of unilateral withdrawal to what happened in Gaza.
I mean,
Do you think what
consulting the others?
Wait, what, Bill? Are you saying that, whether I agree with David, you criticize him, doesn't go to on-screen chat? I don't know why it's doing that. Oh, yeah, switch to alt chat. I mean, but my on-screen chat should be alt chat.
Deciding that he's going to the dentist, something like that. That's what we mean by unilateral. Is that you don't consult the other
Okay,
side
well-
or getting the other side.
Okay, no, I do think you still need to consult the other side and have some sort of after plan, but the main initiators would need to still be Israel.
I mean, Israel's willing. I mean, but like right now, obviously, Israel's not willing.
Like, do you
to
think
be willing.
Israel is right now willing to get to retract from the
is
West
it-
Bank?
What?
Do you think Israel is right now willing to retract some of the settlements, even the ones that are like further from the Green Line?
Yeah, some for sure.
Okay, well, that's
I mean-
that's what I want Israel to do.
I don't.
Okay.
I don't think
So,
that
but-
Israel.
That's my main.
The thing is that Israel could do all of that, but that wouldn't be the main obstacle. The main obstacle is that there's been thousands. Sorry, using.
I think-
it's. I'm
I
using very
think
exaggerated
the
language.
main
There's
obstacle
been
right
several-
now.
there's been-
No, I think personally that is the main obstacle right now, is because there is. What is it?
I mean, you
like,
say that,
dude,
you-
fucking
you
Zizek
said to me an
described it
obstacle.
so
Sorry, I'll
perfectly,
let you
dude. Like, there is a like there is kind of like a very calculated bureaucratic calculated way for that the Israelis impose on the Palestinians, where every single bit of the Palestinian lifestyle is either humiliated or disgraced, and I think that is the main reason of extremism.
I mean, you could say that, but there's been extremism for the very inception of this conflict. I don't think that this started because of the occupation.
Even since where this is not something that's like displacement has been a core concept of this conflict ever since the beginning.
I mean,
like Arab displacement is
core concept. I mean,
like, okay.
Was just
why were the Arabs so fearful of Zionism in the beginning?
Well, it had a lot. Well, there was several reasons. One was there was a lot of like outside like fear mongering in terms of they're going to destroy the there was for Haj Amin al Husseini was saying that the Israelis are coming there to try to destroy Al-Aqsa Mosque and try to strip the land of Islam, like things like that in terms of like extremism and building things up. He also I mean, in terms of actual like wrongdoings that happened to Palestinians, it was because of certain like a fearfulness of like who was coming.
The primary driver is displacement. Yes.
There was also like the us versus them that happened with when like later into Zionism because of like the fear of the Arabs and the Arabs fearing the Jews. There was this kind of separation. That
anti-Semitism.
And I think
anti-Semitism.
Fearful.
Yeah.
You think anti-Semitism was a part of that fire? Do you like the early...
I think it was a part. I think. How do I say? I still think, based on the shit that I've read, Arab displacement is the primary driver, which led to anti-Semitism, which led to a lot of the conflicts.
The thing is that there was already mass conflict before any of the real huge displacements happened.
No, he's talking about, David, what he means is he is afraid.
No, land purchase, I'm aware.
No, it's not just the land purchases. What he's talking about was like that there was, I think, a general fear on the Palestinian side that they were going to,
replace us?
Yeah, that they were going to kick everybody out.
This was mainly, from my understanding, this was mainly, realized during the Balfour Declaration, when the Arabs started to become a little bit more privy to what was actually going on with Zionism and the goal of Zionism.
There was already pre-Balfour
just so you know, also the anti-Semitism was there. Like that was a long.
Yeah, but I don't think that was a primary driver as much as it is to fears of displacement. From my
I'm not saying that it was a primary driver, but I'm saying that it was there long before Balfour. Like it was there, like I would argue probably from the very start, because that there was this
also
feeling.
Kind of one of the things that needs to 100% be considered is the state of what that region was before Jews were allowed to come back again. Like this was a region in which Jews were given a dhimmi status in terms of being like second-class citizens and having to do a bunch of like humiliation rituals while like walking around in their own like houses and lands and not being able to own certain property and then all of a sudden they go from that to a bunch of them are organizing and trying to develop like governmental systems and trying to like work with one another. So it's kind of like there is a little bit of that humiliation status in terms of them believing that there was like kind of an aspect. I know a lot of times the meme is like there's a Jewish supremacy, but there was like a lot of like Arab supremacy that caused them to feel a lot more humiliated by like Jews coming and like being able to have equal like land ownership and like equally be able to own land, do anything else that someone else did, and they got to choose where they went, where they didn't go, what jobs they had. Like they were calling the shots, and that was obviously going to make the locals there uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've never heard that before. So,
You've never heard? Do you know what dhimmi? Do you know about like the Ottoman Empire?
I know. I understand what the dhimmi status is. I've never heard of this phenomenon where Arabs were being humiliated. The concept of Jews
by the
striving.
concept
From my
of a
understanding-
Jewish state, or by the concept of Jews like being
like
equal
no Jewish
citizens?
state, of course they're gonna have some problems with that, but like I don't
like said one of the
like
things that was
Jews
like said a
living
lot by
by-
Arab countries was that it was especially humiliating that that it was the Jews that ended up like defeating them in the wars. That was a
Hey Dante, welcome back.
I'm back. What have you guys been talking about?
Oh my god.
I hear some bullshit.
Wait, what'd you say?
talking about the
I said,
Palestinians.
here's some bullshit.
We've been
One of
talking.
the reasons, one of the things I was just gonna say is part of the reason Arabs were aggrieved. There was a move for Zionism and establishing a Jewish state was because Arabs were promised by the British on multiple occasions that there was going to be a unified Arab state or some form of Arab state.
No, they were promised
That's part
Arab
of it.
states.
I mean, yeah,
Just
the
self-determination.
listen. Let's just
By the
like
Ottomans.
come out and say right now, this entire thing is it's the British's fault. It's the British's fault for like telling the Jews that hey, this can be your state when they could have picked a different spot, and it's the British's fault for playing both sides. Let's just blame it on the British. I mean, it's
To be fair,
obviously
I think
not
Palestine-
still the British's fault,
No,
but
this
fuck
is
the
gonna be my
British.
most Zionist take. This is gonna be my most Zionist take. Palestine was probably the most practical place for a future Jewish state. I just wish they had done it in a more practical manner.
What?
Because
I've never
like
heard someone
the other
just-
alternatives with Nigeria, Madagascar. It's like, wait, what the?
Yeah, those
Like,
were
it-
absolute mental ideas.
That's, I mean,
those were
yeah.
just bad ideas.
I thought it was
I think-
Uganda that was the other place that was
Or
offered.
Uganda. No, it's British Uganda, but it's actually modern day Kenya. Right?
Oh, okay.
It's far from Europe, where Europe's were at the time. European Jews at the time from being prosecuted. Palestine was probably like, as much as like I hate to admit it, that was the most practical option. I don't think they did it in the most fairful way.
They should have. They should
are our
have.
dog.
They should have given the Jews Cornwall. True, Jane Socks. True.
Or no, like who's
They
in
should've
the
given
fucking
the Jews
is
Chirac.
J Stock in the chat? What the fuck?
What'd you say?
J Stock is in the chat?
No, J Stock
No,
is
Jane-
not in my set. Jane Socks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, J Stock is
I've
not.
Jane
yeah.
Sox wishes they were J Stock.
Yeah, absolutely not. No. I mean, like, yeah, I agree that, like, yes, Palestine was, like, the most practical one in the end. I'm just saying, in my ideal world, it would have been so cool if the Jews got, like, I don't know, their own island nation or something that the British happened to own and that they just said, here, you guys can have this. But whatever, it's fine. I understand that was, like, yeah. How do you think that they could have done it instead, Fire? What do you think they should have done instead? I mean, I think it would have helped if the British hadn't like made.
I don't think he said that. I think his take was that was the best place to go.
Yes, it was. But then he was saying, "I wish they'd done it differently." And I'm curious.
He wish they did it differently. I think he's talking about their actions, not the location.
I have a better idea of how they could have done it.
What?
They could have done some sort of unitary government between Arabs and Jews, and in a way to like unify the country, the Palestine, Israel, Palestine, Israel, whatever you want to call it.
Is
oh, it's like the white paper of 1939. Interesting.
Is Israelistine
not accepted? Thing is, that was never acceptable. To the
I mean,
Depends.
at that time there was
That was
still
somewhat
British
acceptable between some Arabs. That was not acceptable between the Zionists. They wanted their own
but-
state.
No, it wasn't acceptable to Arabs either. And it
No.
would be,
It wasn't
Wait,
accepted by Hajj Amin al Husseini.
Fire. This would have been a state under Hajj Amin al Husseini as the leader at the time.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been
It would have
accepted by
been-
Hajj Amin al
It would have been
Husseini.
another like Jewish it would have been another fucking Holocaust under Hajj Amin al Husseini as ruler.
I mean, if he would have been in charge, that wouldn't have been. Yeah, like I don't know. That wouldn't have gone particularly.
I feel like a lot of times with like that's like that part of that little detail is one of the most important that's usually missed is this whatever unified state we're talking about would have been while Hajj Amin al Husseini is the ruler of this.
I mean,
state
that's true, but it was still under British influence. It was still under practically British rule.
Okay,
so-
but what would happen once the British influence was gone? Like the point of the state would be that the British would leave, and then it would
Okay,
just
but
be.
that's what
it
we're
would be up
saying.
to the
And it
Jews to
was
trust
done in a
Hajj
better
Amin al
way.
was going to allow them to create a unified state and wasn't going to massacre them
David,
after.
David,
I mean, but
this
that's what we're talking
solution
about.
is very
We did it in a better way.
No, David, this solution is very theoretical. I don't think they've had plans to make Haj Amin Husseini be this like.
No, Haj Amin Husseini was the leader.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't translate to him being the potential leader of this very theoretical state.
What do you think would happen?
Hold
Like,
on.
I think I would imagine that the British would not allow.
Wait, democracies didn't really come out of these countries, right?
I mean,
I would imagine that the British would not allow, like Haj Amin al Husseini, to lead a state that is supposed to have a large Jewish minority.
Correct. So in that case, Haj Amin Husseini would not agree to that proposal, and then a civil war would.
Haj Amin Husseini wasn't even in fucking Palestine at the time.
Why are you making it out to be like
out?
he had some sort of army?
Not
and
at that time.
Brother, he was kicked out in 1939. Am I crazy?
Yes, this is when we're talking about it in terms of the white papers and things like that. This is what
Yes,
was
he was
happening.
kicked out. He wasn't in Palestine.
He was still a leader, but he was still a leader in terms of the negotiations, and he was a representative
He
when
was a leader and he was a representative and he had influence. That's meant he had influence.
He was the general.
He had people that were gonna fucking
when it came to the war against the Jews, the Civil War, and.
But I don't think it's very realistic to say once the Palestinians would have their state, Haj Amin Husseini will just come back. You know, I don't think they're gonna let them do that. You know,
even in exile, still
Stop.
the acting leader.
Just a second. Hold on. I just want to establish a couple of facts here from what I recall. First of all, Haj Amin al Husseini was put in charge by the British, if I recall correctly. Like, he was the one that they chose. He was not. Yes.
Eventually, they didn't like him anymore after he became started putting his weapons against the British. But he was chosen by the British, and he did have the backing of the Palestinians behind him. They did when he.
He did, but he did not. I mean, like, my understanding was like he didn't come in first place in the actual in like the internal elections council thing.
I don't think the Palestinians didn't have a leader back then. I hated this.
He was. It
was mainly decentralized. Like there wasn't it wasn't like the Zionists when there was an obvious organization that was backing the
Back
movement,
then,
right?
Arabs didn't have leaders or nation state leaders.
Like it was just like they lived in decentralized fucking villages.
Wait, guys! Stop! Shut up! Wait a minute! Don't talk over each other, Fire and Dante. You got to let each other finish if you're going to 2v1 David, which is kind of what's happening.
Okay.
Dave. Oh, okay. David's okay with this.
Yeah, we gotta stop talking over each other.
I'm sorry, Don. I'm sorry. You go ahead, baby.
Oh, how nice. I was just gonna say that David is making it out to be like Amin al-Husseini was some sort of state force with an army, and he was the state power, and he was not influenced by the British or put in the power by the British. They had power over him.
After the British already soured relations with him, but he was still he was still in charge of the Palestinians, and he still had say over the Palestinians, and he was the acting leader in terms of negotiating, right?
No, yeah, he had people. He had people that were doing his bidding.
Yeah,
you know,
he was following.
He had followers that were doing his bidding. He wasn't
the amount of Palestinians.
Was he the one that was even in active negotiations? So they kicked him out.
Time.
So they kicked him out.
Wait, even in 48, he was part of like the 47 during the partition stuff. Like he was the one that was rejecting that, from my understanding. Could be. I'm not 100% sure, but someone could.
Yeah, but he did it through his proxies, right? From my he always did shit through his proxies because he got kicked out.
Yeah, but that's the same thing with Arafat. Arafat was also kicked out of Palestine. Was he no longer the acting leader when that happened?
Oh no, all of all of the PA was kicked out. But like the difference is
you can be exiled from the place and still be the acting general and leader.
No, the difference is the PA wasn't even based on the West Bank, right?
What do you mean?
When Yasser Arafat was kicked out, the PA was based on somewhere. Like the PA was banned from the West Bank. There wasn't there wasn't a PA in the West Bank.
They still represented the Palestinians, like Fatah.
Okay, but the slight difference here is with Haj Amin Husseini is he he had proxies within
Because he also
Palestine that would
recruited
do
the
his
Nazis.
bidding.
Doesn't
But he
make it
wasn't
any
the one that
less-
was actually in negotiations.
Yes, he was.
Like he
What are
was
you
like
talking about?
symbolic leaders. He was mainly a symbolic leader. From my I don't know. Was he in negotiations?
Okay, I'm from
So they
everything I
kicked-
know
wait.
was the one negotiating.
So wait, they kicked him out, right? But they would still negotiate with him.
Who's they? You mean the British?
From my understanding, if wait. When the fuck is Haj al-Amin Husseini? I don't even know who they is.
Fire, what
The
do you want
British?
about, man?
Yeah, he was forced into exile after the Arab Revolt, right?
Correct.
Were they still negotiating with him after that? Or did they do it through his proxies?
Hold on 1 second. Wish I had Loner Box here. He would know this better than I.
What are we even talking about?
To be clear, even up till 1947, he was like the one leading the armies against the Jews. Like he's still in power.
Like leading.
Wasn't he the
it
head?
was
I think he
7
was head of
armies.
the Arab Higher Committee, right? Unless I'm mixing that
Yeah,
up
yeah,
as
but
well.
dude, there was fucking 7 armies.
He
Haj
was the
Haj
head
al-Amin-
he was like the head of the all Palestine government. Shit.
Yeah, he was head of the Palestinian Islamic Council, whatever the fuck you want. He was the High Sheikh.
And he was the
They're
one,
like a
and he was
religious name.
like I'm saying, he was the one that would be in charge of the details of the negotiation on who's in charge of the state. Like, so I don't know what you're contending with. What do you disagree with me about?
I mean, okay, I don't think they negotiated with him, particularly.
What are you talking about? When like it might have been that they said, okay, we don't give.
I don't think they negotiate with the white papers. What happened in the white papers? I don't even think they had a negotiation.
Yeah, in
Just
terms of the white-
everyone. It was just something that was introduced and everyone rejected, except some of the moderate Arabs.
Well, also accept, well, not the white papers, but in terms of not the white papers, but in terms of what was it called? Jesus Christ! Wow. Oh, also I drank earlier, so I'm a little slow right now. But
You drinking and driving?
Boy.
I'm in my room, right?
So you were drinking and driving.
No, what?
No, he always just assumes that you see, David, you've made a reputation for yourself as someone who
always
drives everywhere, as always driving. Yes, you always be driving. So
Not only that, but he's from New York City too. That's the weird part.
Yeah.
David, are you gonna expose Fire or not yet? We're waiting.
Am I gonna expose him? Like sexually?
what?
Pause. No.
No,
What do you
he
mean
means.
exposed?
No, well, I mean, unless there's consent, but I doubt there will
But
be.
you're gonna bring the mask down, his mask off. Also pause.
Okay, wait. I just asked Gemini quickly. Okay, you can cue the AI memes. Okay, so Hajj was driven out of Palestine in 1937. After he was driven out, he went into exile. Right.
Yes.
While in exile, he continued to be influential, but his role in negotiations varied. So in the lead up of 1939, he was in exile. The proposal was officially rejected. Blah blah
Correct.
blah. Then he
Correct.
opposed
He
the
was making all
1947
the
UN
shots.
partition plan. And following the, I mean, I never rejected any of this. I said exactly this.
It sounded like you didn't
And
believe but okay.
Okay, wait. Following the 1948 Israeli war, his political role is diminished. So,
Yeah, after
like nothing about the negotiations. Like I think no,
that's past the war already.
No, okay, no. Regarding what you
Well,
mean
up
by
until then, he would have been
negotiations.
the head of negotiating and the head of Palestinian. So okay, my point stands. Thank you. Shabbat shalom.
How? Why they kicked out?
What does that mean? Who cares if he's kicked out? They literally say it in the thing that he's still the one that had the head of negotiations. The same way that when Arafat was kicked out of the region, he still was the one that was the head of negotiations. I don't know what this means. Just because he's exiled, just because he's
Nobody
doing
said. Wait,
Nazi spy
okay.
projects.
Dude, I asked Gemini if what was his role in negotiations. He didn't fucking mention one thing.
Because
it was mainly that
he was still head of global negotiations.
Influence.
I'll make you a deal. I'll make you a deal. Tell me when he wasn't head of negotiation.
I don't even think they had negotiations with the white papers.
Okay. Well, so there wasn't just the white papers.
UN partition plan, did they have negotiations? Am I
There was
crazy?
also 47. There was also 47. He was head of the Arab High Committee in 47.
Arab High Committee, did they have fucking negotiations? I thought it was something that it was introduced. Am I fucking crazy?
He also led the Arab militias in the 1947 war, like the Civil War. He had the guns and he had the power, and he was the one who called the shots on what did and didn't happen. So I don't know what else.
Yeah, I mean, he did. No, he did still have a lot of influence. So I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. But the thing is, I think if there were to be a theoretical white paper, I don't think the British would have allowed Haj Amin Husseini to be.
I'm gonna be 100% honest, and I'm sorry if you take offense to this, but I think you're turbo coping because you want to backtrack and you want your ideal world to be.
No, I just think it's a little funny. I just think it's a little funny to assume that they fucking kicked him out.
Wait, who
no,
kicked?
The British kicked him out for him because of his terrorism against the British.
Yeah, and the white papers would have been done under the. Okay, and the white paper plan, whatever this plan is, you don't think they would have been done under the input or the vessels of the British?
Just to be clear, the white paper was trying to heavily limit the amount of Jews that were able to go there. This was not.
Yeah, I understand. That's why the Zionists rejected it, and I think that's fine. But the main the main thing is, I don't even. That's not what we're contending here, right?
Literally, the white paper said there would be no Jewish state, and we're going to limit the amount of. We're going to still let some Jews come in, but we're going to severely limit the amount of Jews come into the region.
That's the point. It would have been.
Wait, hold on. I thought the 1939 white paper was the one where they decided these two groups of people can't live together, and they each need to get split up.
Peel Commission.
Oh, that was the Peel Commission.
No,
okay, sorry.
The white papers was just something that they just. White papers was before the King David hotel bombings, right?
Yeah, because I think the King David hotel bombing was.
Yeah, then
in the
once the King David hotel bombings, then the British were like, "Yeah, fuck that shit." They were just like, "Fuck that shit." So, I think the white papers was basically just it was a solution that they proposed that was really unpopular, where it was like, "Oh, we would just have one Palestine, and then that's it," and they would limit Jewish immigration. I mean, this was only
to that. They said that no, that's not enough. We need no more Jews. We need to stop all the Jews from coming in. It's not enough that we get this state and we get to have full control of their. The fact that any Jews are immigrating here is unacceptable. So we reject.
I think if a Palestinian state were to exist there, I think that's fine if they want to limit Jewish immigration.
Oh,
I mean, during the Holocaust,
that's no longer binational. That's not a binational state. That's an ethno state that right.
It's a singular state, yeah, sure. Like, what do you mean by an ethno state? It's gonna be led by the Arabs, who are the majority, and they are going. But I think
they don't want the Jews there, right? So what would happen?
David, can I ask you a question?
You may.
Okay.
Yeah.
Make it a good one, though.
So, what were the goals of the Jews that were going there at that time? Were they there to live in a state with Arab
actors that knew that it would be based one day that they would be able to bomb Iran? Okay, a serious answer. The actions of the Jews there were that they wanted to establish a state in which they would be able to represent themselves and their own interests, unlike everywhere else in the world where every single thing was dictated to them, what they would eat, what they would be allowed to do, what they couldn't do, if they'd be a citizen, if they wouldn't have rights, what rights they could have, what they couldn't have. So for actually, not all of them even wanted to stay, but rather they wanted to return. A lot of them did just want to return to their ancestral homes, live in that region. And then later, it became much more unified. The idea that there would need to be some sort of area carved out that would need to represent them and allow them to dictate their own interests.
So at the time, it was to establish a Jewish state.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I think Dante's point here, David, is basically that like it's I guess like so you can understand why the Arabs would be incredibly nervous about this because they
Yeah, but the point I was making was about like the difference in terms of Haj Amin al Husseini being completely unaccepting of Jews living in that region at all. Like that was a non-negotiable in terms of
yeah.
Yeah, that was the main reason why Haj Amin Husseini rejected the white papers
paper?
because he was like because the white paper still had some Jewish immigration, and he was like, "Nah, we don't want any Jews." But to be fair, some of them.
Now that you recognize that Haj Amin al Husseini was still the head of the Palestinians and had the most control and the most say so of what would happen in that region.
No,
wait. Hold on.
David,
can I just
hold on.
just a sec, if I may attempt to bridge the gap here, David. What if I mean,
well, I want to wait. Before I get into hypotheticals, I do want to just see if he's willing to accept that, like, historical fact.
No, I already said he had the most influence.
What?
But okay, David. My problem is if this theoretical Palestinian state were to have, actually materialize in something, I don't think the British would have let Haj Amin Hussein.
Okay,
The
guys,
British weren't going to
you're looping. You've already.
It's worth it. It's worth it, Clinton.
No,
We're almost
because
there. You're pushing. Because wait. Because I didn't address his British thing, and now I'm going to address it very carefully and concisely. Okay. So you are saying that what if that the British will not let that happen? Since when has the British had any say so on what was going to end up happening here? Eventually, what happened? The British got fucking tired and they left, and then Israel established independence in that spot. Israel said we are now an independent state, and then the UN ended up taking over, trying to do a partition plan. So the idea that the British would dictate what was going to happen there is hilarious. Answer that question. That question is not answered. Now, if you were to take it back, and now if you are to agree with me that the British wouldn't have a say-so, and Haj Amin al Husseini would be the leader of that state and would have the most influence over the Palestinians, then would it be fair to say that it was absolutely impossible for the Zionists to create any sort of unified state under those conditions?
Well, no, the goal. Wait. So you're saying if a Palestinian state would have been created with all of the borders, right?
With Haj Amin al Husseini as the ruler.
Well, yeah. Even if it wasn't with Haj Amin Husseini, a Zionist state wouldn't have been created.
No, not a Zionist state, a binational state.
I don't think they wanted a binational state in the white papers. They just wanted one state.
Correct. I'm not saying the white papers. White papers were fucking. It was a betrayal. I'm saying at least.
My point is, I don't think the white papers wanted a.
Correct. The white papers were not. I don't like the white papers. They were fucking terrible. They the British deserved everything they got in terms of the Jews no longer respecting them and fighting with them after because of the white papers.
Whoa.
Okay.
And the funniest thing is
I don't understand why
you allied to the Jewish people at the time when they completely betrayed them and walked back on everything they said they would do for. They said we'd rather piss off the Jews and the Arabs, and then gave up on the Jews. Basically, that's what happened with the white papers.
Okay.
That's an interesting reading.
I feel like the British kind of fucked over everybody, and then at the end they were after having made this mess, they were like, "I'm out. Can't stand." Fuck it.
That's pretty much what happened.
They couldn't handle the smoke.
Yes.
They had the influence and power, but there was no real
But no bitches.
No plan, no deal.
Yeah, I mean.
Wait, but David, I never rejected the idea that Haj Amin Husseini would have, massive influence. Maybe there would have been, but I would imagine that it is possible, as part of the negotiations, if it actually materialized, if the white papers materialize into something, that it could have
materialized. It would be the end of any sort of Jewish peace whatsoever. That would be
okay. A Jewish state, sure, but I don't think
Jewish,
it would be the end of
sort of Jewish autonomy.
Jewish autonomy, sure, yeah. That would have been the end of any Jewish autonomy.
It would have turned into what was the previously happened in the Ottoman Empire.
I don't think Okay, maybe. Like eventually
think
we
that-
got
you think that-
we got
you think-
eventually we moved away from eventually as time goes. Okay, David, you understand that it's not only Jews that were discriminated upon by the Ottoman Empire, right? Christians were also dhimmis.
Yeah, I'm sure it's really fucking great to be a minority in a Middle Eastern
Yeah, no.
country.
In general, being a fucking minority in the Ottoman Empire and the Middle East in general, it wasn't a good time.
It meant you were
But
gonna get
eventually,
fucking no. It's this situation for a lot of the minorities is still not that great in fucking Middle East. The Kurds are treated like shit.
yeah. But I don't. Do you think there's a good argument for
A Kurdish state?
statehood for like a lot of them?
Yes. I
think there's good.
A lot of.
I think
minorities
wait. I think there's a good. Okay, I don't think there's a good argument for only one. That's the Kurds. That's it, maybe.
I think if there's for
The
the
Kurds,
Kurds,
definitely.
Hold on,
more so-
hold
I
on.
think
The
there's a-
Coptics
one
the
second.
Copts
The
in
Coptics-
Egypt would like a word.
Yeah, the Coptics. I would say even more than both of those groups would be the Yazidis. Probably need to state more than anyone on Earth.
Oh yeah, they got
I didn't
fucked
say
too.
Bro, the Yazidis are like, that's like the new Jews. That's like the new like pre 1900s Jews.
Aren't they like the Druze, where they don't necessarily want to state, like they think it's against their
Maybe
religion or
if they, bro. Honestly, I'm so in favor of a Yazidi state. I would force the Yazidis to make a state. Like they need it that bad. They're getting so fucking massacred and genocided.
Hold on. Wait. But before you guys go on, just a second. A couple of people have added you in chat, Dante, and I know that you're driving, so I'm assuming that you don't have YouTube chat open. So, Funky Tortoise.
They keep calling you a San N-word and saying that they want you to go back to where you came from. That's crazy, chat. Why would you say that?
What? No.
Base.
Fucking drama farming over here.
Linda, what is wrong with your chat? This is crazy.
Oh my god. Funky Tortoise says, at Dante the Arab, talk about the present instead of willowing in nostalgia. Okay, Funky. And then Jane Socks.
That wasn't me.
And then Jane Socks says, nobody has given me a good reason for why the Zionist state couldn't be in Cornwall. And he added you with that. I don't know why exactly, but
I think she's saying that Dante is a cornball. That's what the hidden message is in that.
I'm kind of goofy.
A little goofy.
Oh, Bill Clockwell says, no, I said go back to Brooklyn, Dante. What?
Damn.
Yeah, damn indeed.
1,000 by the million, we are all Palestinian.
Palestinians from Brooklyn, apparently.
Fire, do you feel Palestinian today?
Huh?
You haven't heard the chant? By the 1,000 by the million, we are all Palestinian.
To quote the former head of FIFA, today I am Arab.
Dude, I don't understand what is the
gay.
point of like making fun of all these like slogans. It's so weird to like try and like demean them.
Demean the slogans?
Even if it's like if it's like a little cringe, even if it's a little larpy.
Have you heard
David's
Mino
an edgy boy. He does that.
Like, who gives a fuck? It's like,
well, the issue is that if there's a bunch of people that are pretending that they're advocating for Palestinian rights, but really what they're advocating for is for the destruction of the state of Israel, and they're actually pro-Hamas and don't want any ceasefire or for peace for the Palestinians, but instead want to see Israel as a state destroyed and Jews massacred and celebrating of things like October 7th in the future, then I would say that is something that should matter and it should be talked about. Yes,
Could it
no,
be
maybe
both?
so. Could it be both? Yes, but could it be that there is even if there are some that are doing that, there is still a major subsection that has been viciously and aggressively doing pro-terrorist propaganda and chanting for pro-terrorist stuff.
I would argue that like that the people that David just described or whatever, or some of those like crazy people on like campus protests, that like, yeah, I guess, yes, Dante, I would argue that it could be both, but like I feel like the pro-Hamas people are like they might think they're pro-Palestinian, but I feel like they are they're
people that are like, I think there's
I
a lot.
can understand that, but I don't think everything revolves around the U.S. and sentiments and the views of the U.S. towards the.
No, I mean, I think a lot of
That's
Palestinians. I don't think.
I think there's
accurate.
actually a lot of them that are more extreme than Palestinians in terms of some of these fucking psycho, quote unquote, pro-Palestine groups in America and on college campuses.
No, it's not. It actually, to be fair, it's not just America. It's in Europe too. It's
Europe too.
Yeah, it's
definitely.
I mean, it is, but I kind of look
here
at it like
too,
the
and-
same as the BLM riots. It's kind of like reminds me of the same type of thing.
Yeah, it's like this type of rhetoric is
kind
common.
of thing.
This type of radical rhetoric is sexy and it's common and is really good in mobilizing a lot of people. But like,
here's my
it
problem.
usually doesn't. Usually,
I think
the
we
problem
need
with
to see what would happen if Israeli. I think we need to see
Hold
what
on,
would happen.
hold on.
if there was
Let Fire
me
finish. I interrupted him and I shouldn't have. Let Fire finish and then you can go, David.
Okay, fine.
No, the problem with what you'd want ideally is this is not something that could actually mobilize a lot of people to get a movement going, right?
What if like a bunch
That's
of
why-
Jewish groups just started chanting "Globalize the Nakba"? I feel like we would see like major unhinged levels of these people are absolute genocidal maniacs, and then I think that there's so much apologia that's ready to be had for the pro-Palestinian movement when they do and chant pro-terrorist shit.
Yeah, what
I
is
think it's
pro-terrorist shit? No, you know, okay,
Globalize the Intifada, things like
There is only
Well,
one
you know-
revolution. There is only one
There's only one
solution: global intifada revolution, or whatever that other one was.
Intifada
Okay.
revolution, global Intifada.
I'm
But-
gonna. Okay, I
Uh,
can't argue for that. I'm not gonna argue for that. But my main problem with a lot of pro-Israelis is they would like.
We don't want no Zionists here. Say it loud and say it clear. We don't want no Zionists here.
David lives in New York. He's heard all of this shit a gazillion times, I'm sure. Anyway, go ahead.
No.
Let Fire talk now, okay? No interrupting. Go on, Fire.
No, it's fine. If you want to interrupt me, it's fine. Just don't make it like So make it so there's no actual dialogue.
No
But-
throwing out.
You got it.
Yeah.
You got a game.
No swang. But my main problem with the way that pro-Israeli groups would utilize phrasing and how Palestinians would phrase their movement is because it first starts with like obvious unhinged shit. Then eventually it starts encroaching into like what even you would consider pretty moderate phrases, right? Like I think even you've seen how.
Tel Aviv.
No, what do you want about? No, I think even you've seen how some Zionists started calling out Free Palestine as a phrase to potentially be problematic because Free Palestine actually means the one-state solution.
It's
What?
because from the river to the sea, Palestine. I think it's fine to say Free Palestine if you're talking about Gaza and the West Bank, but the problem is you don't know what people are talking about when they say it, and a lot of the time, and especially if they say from the river to the sea, then at that point, like, yeah, you are just calling for a
No, but here's the
Palestinian
thing:
state.
when people say
one-state
these,
solution.
when people shout these when people shout these statements, these are mainly just slangs and these are slogans. They don't have a particular, they don't have a particular detailed plan as to. Yeah, sure, you can say they're retarded, but like this is common in any movement to mobilize any sort of influence.
I just wish
with the BLM.
What happened if a bunch of Jewish Americans were chanting "Globalize the Nakba"? Just like
It's not the same
in
thing,
America.
man. It's not a one-to-one. Like
It's
I don't
pretty
know.
similar.
Yeah, it's not a one-to-one.
Wait, hold on. How is it not similar? Or how is it not almost identical in terms of globalize the Nakba?
I don't know what the fuck people mean by intifada. Like, it's like,
because
well,
like what in their heart? In their heart.
I
If
can
you-
do the
if
steel
you
man for
look-
global. Wait. Let me finish my thing. I can do the exact same steel man that people do for globalize the Intifada with globalize the Nakba. I promise. If Dante gets the
Wait.
steel man for globalize the Intifada.
Wait, wasn't
I'm not gonna give a steel, man. I'm gonna just say how it's different. Nakba is ethnic cleansing. I think that's pretty clear. And Intifada, whether it be the first or the second, even though it ended up in terrorism or started in terrorism in some instances. It was supposed to be a kind of resistance.
Well, someone
So
could
it's
say
not
that
a one-to-one
Nakba
thing.
is supposed to be self-defense. Nakba means self-defense against the people trying to destroy them, because Nakba really just means the independence war, and the independence war was actually self-defense, even though there was other atrocities that happened later. Really, the Nakba was also just the independence war, and the independence war was a war of self-defense against the people that were trying to destroy it. Boom! I could do the same thing as someone could steelman the Intifada and say, well, we're really talking about the part of the Intifada that was revolutionary and just wanted Palestinians to have freedom. Like, I can do the same shit for the Nakba.
By the way, I think
bad faith. I don't agree that that's what the globalized Nakba would actually.
No,
mean.
I'm just saying one is terrorism and one is ethnic cleansing, so it's not a one-to-one
The
thing.
difference. What suicide bombing versus wait? I don't think that ethnic cleansing is that much worse than suicide bombing.
I think it is. No,
I absolutely do not think that blowing
No,
up.
I don't. No, I think the argument here is with Intifada. Okay. With globalized the Nakba, right? If Jews would be saying that, right? If pro-Israeli Jews would be saying that, what would it mean in their hearts? I think it would mean that they want the Arabs to leave. But like, let's say when Western left,
they want them to lose their war against Israel. You could, like, if the people could make the same kind of, like, they could water it down into that the same way you could do with the Nakba and saying that it just means you want resistance. It just means you want to.
Or
you just want to
it's not a one-to-one thing. Nah,
I think it's pretty one-to-one.
Like, I mean, when I mean Intifada, okay, would you consider the first Intifada to be problematic?
I think both of these are absolutely unhinged to say.
David, do you think
globalize the Intifada or globalize the Nakba, and you should be looked at as a psychopath if you say either of these phrases, just to be clear. But I'm just saying,
sure.
if we're going to take one, then we have to take the other.
Just to know,
Do you think
I
the
don't
first
condone
Intifada was
saying it as a
particularly-
slogan, but I do think it's more than just a terrorism thing, or how you boil it down to, David, or saying it's the same as the Nakba. Like, that's just completely ridiculous.
Don't.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Fire was trying to ask you something, David. He was asking you about the first Intifada. The problem, though, Fire, is I will say the issue is that now a lot of Israelis and a lot of like people, or like Jewish people as well, associate the word Intifada with the second Intifada, which was obviously incredibly.
Yeah, I know,
brutal.
I understand
Oh,
that.
wait, I just want to say I believe that almost I would like shit myself if there was any people that are proud enough to say out loud that like globalize the Intifada, but they would condemn the second Intifada and say the Palestinians should never act in violence that way. I find that the overlap between those two positions is probably about zero. Maybe there's like 5 people on Earth that have those overlapping positions. The same people that would proudly say globalized Intifada out loud would be super fine with Palestinians engaging in second Intifada. Second Intifada level
Jewish
terrorism.
Voice for Peace.
Jewish Voice for Peace literally is pro Houthis. they advertised for the Houthis before. Who said that?
That was me.
Okay, yeah. Jewish Voice for Peace is they might have.
I don't listen to them very often. So I don't know.
Jewish
You
Voice
might
for
be
War.
looking at it because I get the whole know thy enemy thing. So
Yeah.
Wait, okay, but David, Fire was asking you about the first Intifada. Do you think like the first Intifada was like, you know?
No. He answered my question. It's fine.
Yeah.
I think I understand his point.
Yeah, honestly, yeah.
I
Like,
guess
listen,
I would not be as convinced.
I don't agree with a lot of things you're saying, but I appreciate that you are willing to actually listen and you are willing to adjust a little bit, even if you're not willing to completely change your mind on things.
I mean, the point
Okay.
of debate isn't necessarily. I think
No,
he's saying
no,
he
but
thinks you're a
well,
good
some people-
interlocutor.
Yeah, you're not. You're no Teuton. You're not like other unhinged people. You're not the same level as a Teuton at all. Have you ever heard of that legendary character?
I don't know who Teuton is, but
He's a
like,
tanky.
okay.
He's a Hassan fan tanky who debates Loner Box all the time. Anyway, go on.
Free Zip.
Is Zeb Teuton? Okay,
No.
I don't want to. All right. No, but like my main problem with this is if we let I mean, I guess I'm speaking as part of the Palestinian group, right? The pro-Palestinian group, is if we let Zionists take framing and take control of all of our framing as to what slogans we use, I don't like the implications of that, because you're ignoring what people actually think. You're ignoring the opinions of these people. You're ignoring what they actually mean when they say these things, right?
I mean, I think
eventually you're gonna.
I feel like in some ways I feel like in some ways you could say that a lot of the people. I feel like most of the people were like, oh, these are people that don't actually believe these things, then they actually probably don't believe anything. They don't really have strong beliefs, except they want less pain and less violence, and they want to emotionally see less.
Yeah, that's everyone. That's everyone.
Yes,
Like,
yes.
most
But what
people
I'm saying is the people that the
everyone.
people that have actual policy, the people that actually want things from the government and have actual demands, have much more unhinged demands, like the disillusionment of Israel, stopping becoming an ally of Israel, shit like that. Like that's or like they want Hamas to win the war. That's like the kind of people that are. In terms of Students for Justice in Palestine, in terms of Within Our Lifetime, which is the main like pro-terror org that rummages around New York City. In terms of what was it? Palestine Youth Movement is another insanely unhinged one. These are like the main groups that are organizing most of the protests that are around me in New York.
Okay.
SJP
I've been
is
to a lot
unhinged.
I've been to a lot of I've been to a lot of protests in Maastricht, where I lived before, right in the Netherlands. I don't think it's in the Netherlands. Yeah, in Europe.
Movements are like. I can just speak about America and New York.
Well, okay, I can speak about my experiences, right?
Have you ever been? Sorry.
No, and my experience regarding that is, like, people usually don't have such a precise solution regarding this. It is just a placeholder slogan that is meant to mobilize a lot of people, right? Like, I've had good conversations with people within that movement as much as I have had horrible fucking conversations, right? So, but my main problem with trying to control every single slogan that the Palestinians would come into is when does it stop? Because lately, I'm seeing fucking random Israelis saying actually what Palestinians mean by Free Palestine, which is the most moderate, which is the most like basic fucking slogan.
You know
ever.
maybe why they don't. It's being seen more and more as anyone who says Free Palestine is the same, is because there's a refusal to ever moderate their own side. So they believe that the same people that are willing to just say Free Palestine also never say bat an eye or say a word when there's like pro-terrorist chants like Abu Ubaida Ya Habib, Otro Tel Aviv, like Abu Ubaida, our beloved, like bomb Tel Aviv, and things like what was the other one?
From water to water, Palestine is Arab. I'm not even going to attempt to say the Arabic.
Something. The Jews are our dogs.
I don't.
Bro, the New York shit is just a different.
Maybe fucking New York. Maybe New York is just crazy. I've never heard these chants before.
Bro, I'm surprised. I'm surprised that JDL didn't come back after the crazy shit that's happened in New York. Like, it's actually insane.
JDL? Who's JDL?
Like a Jewish terror group.
Oh, a Jewish Defense League. Yeah. Okay, so here's the thing. I will like I'm gonna throw this out there as well too, and also because David is kind of, David is kind of like on his own right now. I think the problem that I have is that like it's annoying that you would people not moderating. Like, I do think that it is exceedingly important if you have like a protest movement, to ensure that you don't like just let unhinged people in saying whatever shit that they want.
You know, what was actually kind of pretty well it wasn't perfect, but a well moderated movement was the No Kings protest, from my understanding. I think one of the only issues, I think if that lasted for a really long time and it I don't think it would have power, but Trump is a fucking he's a actual fascist that would just actually maybe would have enacted enough violence to like really turn the tide against him. But I think that if that would have lasted in that way with that level of moderation in terms of not in terms of not doing unhinged things, I think part of actually like completely dissolving the what's it called? Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry.
ICE or not ICE?
Yeah, like the demolish ICE or whatever the fuck abolish ICE. I think that was kind of bad for the movement, but I think in general it was pretty solid in terms of not having as much extremist stuff as some other protests.
Yeah. Also, you know what else? You know what else was good? And I'm just gonna keep going back to this because it was fucking based. The civil rights protests, like in the 60s, right? Like, they did so much to ensure that there wasn't any. And I think that as well too. Usually, like a good protest movement will say like, you know, like, we don't want agitators in here, you know. And yeah, like, I think it's super important that you moderate your shit and that you say, no, we don't want you here, get the fuck out. We don't want, like, crazy extremist people here. And, yeah,
No, I
'cause-
mean, okay. Regarding the shit that I've heard David have, have been hearing, like bomb Tel Aviv, that's fucking crazy. I wouldn't have allowed
Just to
that.
be clear, I just want to be very honest when I say that. This is, like, that is from within our lifetime. So I was gonna say that's not that common, but I've seen like 4 or 5 videos of them in New York and like of huge protests. Like they're like one of the like the biggest protests in New York is within our lifetime. So I was gonna say it's not that common, but unfortunately,
yeah, in Canada we've got some crazy.
It's probably is pretty common at this point.
Like the most I've heard is free Palestine from the river to the sea, and from the river to the sea, and globalized intifada, and like some other shit.
Okay.
I think with those 3, I think if you, I don't hate them.
I mean,
personally.
I don't like I feel like if you were just saying free Palestine and like it was understood to me,
Yeah, that's
like
it. But that's the thing. Now they're trying to go for that though.
yeah, the reason they're trying
the
the reason why like Zionists and like pro-Israel people are trying to go for that is because of all the unhinged shit that has been coming. Like
I don't
these
think
protests
so.
are
I
not
don't
people who are yes, you're right, not for all of them, but like the fact that there has been a lot of like basically the inability to police the movement has ensured that like crazy pro-Zionist people can say like, oh like fuck the like this slogan is shitty, and like it's just not.
And they can show that how often every like free Palestine is also attached to a globalized intifada from the river to the sea. And they show like, listen, this is actually the same because they're all associated together. All these slogans are said together. So when they say free Palestine, they also mean from the river to the sea and globalized intifada and bomb Tel Aviv. So when all of these are said in the same over.
That's a leap.
Hold on, man.
That's the issue, and that's not
that
correct.
point-
But I'm saying that's what happens when they're associated over and over and they're chanted together.
Yeah, but I mean, at that point, then you're never
The
going to be
biggest-
charitable.
The biggest thing to do would be not to have that like association over and over, and to self-moderate where you don't have an association between Free Palestine, River to the Sea, and globalized intifada in every protest altogether. Like those aren't.
Have you ever been in a left-wing protest before? Like
Yes.
internally?
No, I've done counter in terms of like Colombia.
Okay, I have been to one protest in my life, and I was in the middle of it, and we're surrounded by a bunch of MAGA people, half of them with guns, including AR Snooki, as I like to call her. All 4
I'm in New York. We don't really have MAGA protests.
Yeah, yeah, I'm in Phoenix, a little different here.
Oh yeah,
But
I'm sure.
The amount of like the lack of cohesion and the lack of direction and the whole idea, like I had to grab an old lady to stop her from taking some MAGA guy's camera away from him because he was like.
I think you're about to do some associations that aren't true with the pro-Palestinian movement, because there is an actual like leadership of the pro-Palestinian movement that is actually like extremely pro-Hamas, and they will talk about their beliefs and create
How much
pamphlets and
control do they have over, like, say, the college white boy?
I mean,
well, it's what's in his heart, not a lot, but they have a lot of control on in terms of what is he saying and how they're slowly shifting and fucking with their head, until they also say like incredibly unhinged and insane shit. If that makes sense.
It's just like I'm just saying that like I feel like it's super shitty because that like none of these protesters are like they're just it's all just demonization of Israel. Like it's not, you know, like we want 2 states or like it's all just we just don't want Israel to exist, and it's just not.
Kalinda, are you gonna cook in this game?
What? Yes, I am. Yes.
Now, here's a question. Would this be an anti-Israeli phrase? From the river to the sea, 1 state for you and me.
Depends who you're asking.
Yeah, I think this is something that the Zionists would attack as well.
Well, yeah, because if you're asking for a 1-state solution, that means that you're saying that
Yeah, but people aren't thinking that. People aren't like
When you include the
meeting to
second
say.
intifada, when you include the globalized intifada, I think you change it. So it's like the thing is, you have to
Even
keep
with the
stealing-
globalized intifada, do you
Hold on,
think
hold on, I just
Western
wanna say-
leftists in the heart?
I just want to say, wait. Let me finish this one thing. I was like, here's what happens: is like you start giving charity, and then it gets worse. They keep clarifying what they mean with these slogans. They first start with "Free Palestine." You're like, what does that mean? Like free it, like like injustice? Okay, from the river to the sea. Well, we don't mean like that Israel should be destroyed from the river to the sea and it should all be one like Palestinian state. What we mean is that there should be like a binational state where everyone has equal rights and everything. Okay, sure, I can buy that. We mean globalized intifada. By intifada, we actually mean like a peaceful revolution across the whole world, saying that Israel needs to give Palestinians equal rights. Oh, okay, that's what you mean. Okay, I got it. And then it's like, wait, then they say min al-maya, Palestina rabia, and it's like from the river, from the water to the water, Palestine is Arab. It will be Arab, and it's like, oh, okay, no, but what they mean is not that we're gonna get rid of all the Jews, but really that Palestine is like indigenously Arab, like that is actually like an Arab place. Like it keeps like there keeps to be like it. You keep having to give maximum charity in order for this not to be exactly what it really is.
I think there's a good amount of charity that we can. I think there's a good amount of.
Wait, one at a time. Let Fire talk.
No, I think there's. I just want to say, I think there's a good amount of charity that you can give to a few slogans that are the most unifying, and then yeah, there are some of the unhinged ones that you're gonna have to moderate. But my problem with like even condemning, like let's say from the river to the sea, is because I feel like then for the Palestinian movement, if you would let the Zionists take control of this framing.
Oh, my favorite.
To such an extent.
Wait, hold on. David, let him finish.
Wait, I forgot to say one thing that's completely changing the part of it. So one of my favorite slogans that I forgot to add was, we don't want no 48, we want all of it. Or what, how's it go? Fuck, I mixed it up. We don't want no 2 states, we want 48. So like they want.
Wait, why wouldn't they say we want 47 or whatever? It
Because I've never heard that before. I don't know what that is.
We don't want no 2 states. We want 48.
I mean, they're basically saying they want a one-state solution. They want all of Arab.
They want Palestine to be entirely Palestine. They want all of it.
Yes, they want all of it. They don't want Israel to exist as a Jewish state. That's what it comes down to. Yes, that is what they are saying.
Or a binational state. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Honestly, another
like
thing
that's what
about
they're saying.
protest chants, they all suck. They're almost
Some
always
people
terrible.
are saying that. Yes, that is true, David.
No, I mean, okay.
Saying that. That's
Majority
like
of the Palestinians
within our lifetime chant.
The majority of Palestinians are one-state solution. That's not like,
unequal state. The majority of Palestinians are not one state with equal rights solution. The majority
No,
are.
Bro, you keep switching. We're talking about the U.S., right?
Did you just say Palestinians?
He did
the majority of the majority of pro-Palestinians. My bad. I don't know what the majority of Palestinians.
Pro-Palestinians are not one state.
Majority of pro-Palestinians are not one state. What do you mean?
No. Most people are pro 2-state. One state is a rare on the hinge opinion.
Wait, no, he's saying the majority of pro-Palestinians. I don't know, like correct me if I'm
protesting group.
Yeah, the protesters.
Sure, the majority of the terminally protest people. Sure, yeah, of course they're gonna be.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, my issue is that I feel like in the West, at least, the entire pro-Palestine movement has been taken over by these crazy one-state solution people, and it's really annoying. Or even people who claim that they're for 2 states. I mean, Fire, maybe you're in favor of 2 states, but there are people who are in favor of 2 states, or who say that they are, but they're also the same people who act like Hamas doesn't exist, and Hamas doesn't matter, and that everything is Israel's fault, and they don't take Hamas's existence into account with regards to if Israel bombs a place and kills a bunch of civilians, they immediately just assume that Israel was doing it because they want to kill those civilians because they're an evil mustache twirling villain, and it's like they forget that Hamas exists. And yeah.
Hold on, Colin. I think that in my opinion, I feel like we should move off of the pro-Palestinian protesters. I feel like that's just a dead end loop that's going to be like.
Yeah, it's a loop. I just want to know, David, what's your main point when you bring that up? We're talking about it for like an hour. God damn it!
We should bomb Iran.
Fuck that.
That's always your point. What is your actual main point?
I don't have any points. I just want.
So you were just
He's the
yapping about the
reincarnation of
fucking
John
protest.
McCain.
No, because Fire was talking. I don't know how it started. I didn't start with the protests. I don't know where.
I just want to say, like,
No,
I agree with you to
listen,
some
I
extent.
am fine with like shaving off some unhinged shit like bomb Tel Aviv. I've never heard that. That's fucking crazy.
I'll send you a couple videos if you want.
I mean, no, I believe you. I'm not gonna. I could imagine this could happen, but
No, the point
main
was
problem
that Fire didn't like the fact that David was like mocking like various pro-Palestine chants, and that's where this topic started.
yeah, it's like also it's kind of cringe. I don't know. Like people are gonna be LARPy. People are gonna be a little bit LARPy.
Like going to Jewish neighborhoods and like intimidating them and doing shit like this and saying, we don't want no Zionists here and shit. So it's like, to me, it's not just about like cringe protesters. It's about like people that are actively increasing the hatred towards Jewish people as well, which I guess is the most important part that I forgot to dive into.
Was that actually your main point, David? Is that like you just like the extent to which that the pro-Palestine movement, or at least the loudest voices in the pro-Palestine movement, unfortunately seem to be also quite anti-Semitic,
slowly justifying more and more like violence against Jews in America by slowly amping up the rhetoric in which of what they say in terms of like slowly like turning like things like Zios and Zionists and then pretending that Jews have nothing to do with Zionists, but then also saying that like actually Jews are obviously going to be the most associated with Zionists because a lot of them are Zionists, and then because they're saying that Jews are not associated with Zionists, they're allowed to they morally let themselves justify a lot more violence and a lot more unhinged things against anyone who's quote unquote a Zionist. This is not in America, but this was in Oxford today. Like this was a crazy one. In front of Oxford, they said me and my buddies in Oxford have created a new great chant, and then like had a bunch of people just chant with them. I'm gonna send this in just 1 second.
First, he has to find it.
Have it. I just posted it somewhere.
What do you want him to save it?
Yes. I don't know. Where are you going to post
I
this,
don't know if
David?
it's a wise idea in Trump's
send it
America.
to you.
They're monitoring Discords and shit too now. So like, who knows what they're monitoring at this point?
Can we talk about 9/11 now?
We talk about Mr. Fafo.
Mr. Fafo.
Yeah,
Oh God,
he
no.
did.
Because the whole FAFO thing is just that's like a whole thing in comment sections when they're talking about this. It's either the Israelis are genocidal, where it's like, FAFO, y'all deserve this. You should have known better than to attack us. You deserve to die.
Mr. Fafo.
Can I just say something real quick? I agree with David to some extent with extreme protesters and fucking slogans and rhetoric and all that, but there's a lot of shit of that on the Israeli side, but it's kind of like an underground thing on Telegram, WhatsApp, that kind of thing, but it does exist. Those fucking like evil like coach slogans, Mort Arabi, so that does exist to some extent.
Oh yeah, you mean the death to Arabs shit?
Yeah, there's like multiple slogans and things they say on the Telegram groups and photos and fucking mockings.
I don't even know the Hebrew word, but it's something death to Arabs.
Yeah, David, I wouldn't get too comfortable saying that. I mean,
I didn't actually say the word.
Yeah, I know.
Someone's looking past.
Oh, you just want to say Arabim?
No, I don't remember the Hebrew words before, but it was like it had this rhyme. This is the rhyme of the chant. It's like Arabim, and then like the first part is like death to Arabs or some shit, or death to.
So it was kind of like the whole the Amalek.
No,
thing
dude. I already said there's probably unhinged shit, but okay. This is my problem with not, like, I think a lot of things that communities can say can be taken.
You can actually get like Jews to condemn and say like this is fucking evil and this is terrible and we need to not ever let people say this shit. Like you'll get them to condemn it all the time if you ask them. Like, should you condemn like death to Arabs? You're like, absolutely, this is sick. These people are animals and they're destroying Israeli society and this is racist. Like, that's what you'll get.
I
But
think
if you
do you think if you ask most Western leftists, do you think if you ask most West, why do you think they even have to like fucking clarify all the time about what their chants mean, right? It's like, do you think if you ask most leftists what they think about death to Jews?
Wouldn't you ever get them to say, yes, that was very bad of our chant. We need to be better. Bro, I never hear that answer for them literally ever.
By the way, I just want to say that
Bro, I don't fucking know.
I just want to say, wait, hold on. Yeah, we should move on, but I just want to say like one thing. If you have to explain your slogan, it's a shitty slogan.
I don't think so.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
That's why I think
Like-
defund the police was so garbage, because like everybody just spent so much time.
Is because actual meaning, just to be clear, when all these things we have to explain the meaning, the reason is because most people have an unhinged meaning, and there's a few people that want to fucking whitewash it and turn it into like some sort of clean meaning. That's what's really happening there.
No, have you talked to a lot of these Western leftists or whatever the fuck, like these
Yes.
protesters?
Dude, I
Okay,
had someone like
do they
fucking
actually mean very literally? Have they told you?
Medical school. I had someone in my own fucking medical school where, for the first time in their life, they've never worn a keffiyeh before, and they decided on October 7th to wear a keffiyeh. I've been through the fucking ringer with this shit.
Okay.
It's
wait, October 7, right after October 7?
no,
or?
on October 7th.
On the anniversary this year.
Yeah, on the anniversary. This year is October 7th.
Oh, anniversary. I mean, October 7 to their, you understand, to their eyes that is the start of a genocide, right?
Like what they like, because they think that the Palestinians going into Gaza to Israel and like massacring people, that's a genocide. You mean that kind of genocide, or that part's not the
No,
genocide?
no. That's the start of the genocide of the Palestinians in their eyes. So,
Like when Hamas
to
was
a lot
killed
of
in Israel,
Palestinians.
that was part of the genocide.
Okay, I understand. No, I also think that's a genocide. If you want to get into that, but
Wait, you
to
think that
their
Israel
argument,
Hamas in Israel was part of the genocide?
No, he thinks that October 7th, the terrorist attack was genocidal or a genocide.
yeah. But okay, my point is, when most people wear a keffiyeh, that's not them saying I support the killings that
When they
Hamas
say all out for
did and the
Palestine
kidnapping
and long live
and the
like,
rape and all that shit.
and
But
to
to
celebrate.
them,
When they
Dude.
say all out for Palestine Day on October 7th and then put like flood.
David,
on
I
the-
feel
on
like
the picture.
I've let you speak.
Yeah, you have to.
You're
You
not
you
giving me the
gotta
dialogue.
let fire talk.
I will. You listen. Just say like, "Hey, can you let me finish my sentence?" And I'll try to do that. Sometimes I get ahead of myself.
Sure. I mean, okay, this is when a lot of people use the keffiyeh, right? It is mainly done as as a solidarity action with the Palestinians, even if it's done in the timing of October 7, right? Like, I don't think.
It's also.
I don't think. when
Wait,
people
let
wear
him
the
finish.
keffiyeh-
Let him finish.
I don't
Fire.
think when people wear the keffiyeh, right, in October 7, they're directly supporting Hamas, but it's just to them, to the Palestinian movement, October 7 was the start of the genocide, was the start of the Palestinian genocide in Gaza, right? To them, that's when shit went ham. And yeah, it was because of Hamas, but to them, that's when shit went ham, and that's the start of the genocide in their eyes, right?
Before Israel responded, that's the start of the genocide.
No, he means David. Come on.
Like, okay. I would say some Jews would consider like the Holocaust to have begun even before the fucking ovens and shit, right? Like
Not before the ovens, but before the killing happened. Before
Wait,
Germany
hold
started
on.
doing laws.
Hold on.
Sure.
Yes, hold
Before,
on a
like,
sec.
That's part of it. Like
Hold on,
you just
hold on.
okay. Like most people have like an arbitrary date. Like do you think most people even fucking know the exact date that Israel invaded Gaza?
It was on
And he wanted
October
to
8th, or no, it was later than that. They started bombing
It was
on
later. It
October
was later
8th.
that month, October 20 something. No, October 8. I don't think they started invading.
They
it.
started.
I think
No, they
invaded it.
started bombing on October 8th. Actually, it
They
might have
started
been.
bombing. Yeah.
Hold on, just a second. Wait, just a minute. because you brought that up. Okay, so as far as like the Holocaust goes, it depends on like most scholars do not consider the Holocaust to be the start of most scholars consider that the Holocaust itself started with the killing. However, if you are talking about the Holocaust, any history of the Holocaust is going to start before that point, because you have to talk about the overall lead up to it and like the discrimination that the Jews experienced from 1933 onward. But like the actual like mass extermination part, like it depends. Like I've actually heard it defined in both ways, but
yeah. I think the issue is we're completely missing the point. Being that there's flyers that say "All Out for the Resistance" like on October 7th.
David's.
Here's the problem with that. Right now, in their eyes, what is happening right now, right? What is happening? Okay, what is happening in Gaza?
Like,
I don't know about you.
7th, like it's a
humanitarian-wise
memorabilia of October 7th and floods and shit. So I don't know what this has nothing to do with genocide. This is them celebrating October 7th. Bro,
there is absolutely, like, unfortunately, Fire, there is absolutely, like, pro-Palestine people who do, in fact, support October 7th.
I have a question. What do you think the October 8th What do you think the October 8th protests were, like, or like October 7th, like, on the day while October 7th was still happening? What were those protests about?
Yeah, or like the Resistance hang gliders guy.
The Resistance what?
The Resistance hang gliders. Have you not seen that clip?
Wait, no, it's just I want to hear that. Well, let me answer that first.
No, I don't know what
factory farming.
What do they mean by resistance? Like,
oh my god,
what
bro.
is resistance?
October 7th. What do you think they meant? They meant to like they were playing like Zelda and they were like wondering about what the resistance stat was.
I mean, okay.
Well, actually.
Well.
I don't think that they would.
I sent you, or you probably know the game. Fuck you.
What'd you say? Yes, I am.
I think okay. Okay, I think I know what I want to say now. I think Western leftists they have two, or like leftists in general, they have two problems with how October 7th is framed in the mainstream media, and it is how
the fact that they have a lot of charity towards Hamas and they think that Hamas is actually not that bad.
Can I wait? Stop! Hold on, David. Don't like. I want to ask. Now I'm going to ask him a question because he just said something interesting. Yes, you're right. Western leftists do have problems with how October 7th is framed in the. But like, what do you think their problems are as far as like how October 7th is framed in the? And actually, you know what? Hold on. Fire. How about instead of saying they, like, do you agree with them? Like, do you? I'm. Why are you like? I feel like you spent this whole conversation like steelmanning.
No, I do have some agreements with them. Like, I don't like Hamas. Like, I want Israel to kill Hamas. Like, I want Israel to completely destroy Hamas. But like, I also agree with what they're saying in the sense that I think it is weird that I agree with the sentiment that mainstream media has used October 7th as a way to kind of deter the Palestinian movement and what is going on in Gaza. And I think if you want to do some propagation, you know, or agitprop regarding, you know, trying to get the framing back.
I think we need to mandate lobotomies again.
I think that's fine.
I think that's the issue.
Like,
I don't think we're lobotomizing people in America.
Stop, David. Stop. Okay, are you saying that? So you think that like?
David, you good?
No, he's not. I think he's frustrated. I think the problem, the issue that I have with like these kinds of arguments is like earlier today, for example, there was a podcast from Katie Helper that like came across my mentions on YouTube, and she had John Mearsheimer on, and they pushed the conspiracy that on October 7th, the majority of the deaths were caused by Israel. And they said that the October 7th rapes were a lie, and that there were no mass rapes, and all this other insane shit that I think is just like fucking crazy. And I think that like oftentimes when people will say this about October 7th, Like it feels like the Western left or like these leftist people don't want to acknowledge that that like what happened on October 7th was really, really bad, and instead they just want to like downplay the fuck out of it. If they're not celebrating it, then they want to downplay it, or they want to celebrate it. It's like, you know, it didn't happen, but if it did, Israel deserved it. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Little voice thing. Let me try again.
The only thing I'll say is that doesn't feel fair with that necessarily is that the idea of if you even like say that yes I'm pro-Palestine, that's automatically, since you're with those people, that you believe the same thing. Like,
well,
it's
yeah.
something a lot of Republicans
Well,
talk
one thing
about
that would
too.
really help with that is if they distinguish themselves from the others. Then that would really help with.
I mean, it would help. It would help if the
But a lot of
overall.
times
If those...
they're not even. Okay, whatever.
No, go.
No, you'd like
go.
No, a lot of times the like anti-Palestinian or pro-Israeli advocate groups would have just they would just take the most bad faith, you know, interpretation that they can get to demean the Palestinian group.
You want to
right?
have a bad faith interpretation of Abu Ubaidah being
Like, no, free Palestine. Or from the river to the sea. Like, you have the most, like, the
to the sea, free.
Like, you know, that's my main problem with letting the pro-Israeli advocate groups have this much control on the narrative, you know.
Kalinda, how much longer is left of your goddamn game?
Oh, about like 2 minutes. I think that the problem, well, okay, maybe not, it depends if we make it to the checkpoint, but yeah, like these games are generally about like 15 minutes, you know.
Okay.
Maybe.
My alcohol is running out and I'm becoming agitated.
Oh, I see. That's why you're acting like this.
No, this is just me.
Okay, so, like, I don't necessarily, like, I also just want to say, by the way, that, like, I think in a lot of ways, like, the quote-unquote, like, the pro-Israel stuff is not great either, or, like, the pro-Israel side. Like, that's, my problem is that I can't go to one of these protests and feel like I would fit in on either side, because I know on the pro-Israel side there's going to be at least a few unhinged Kahanist people, and then like on the pro-Palestine, or maybe not unhinged Kahan, but like people who like support like settlements and shit, you know, or who think that there are no innocents in Gaza, like. Actually, David, like maybe that's not the case because you're in New York, so maybe that won't be, but.
I mean, there's definitely those that exist, but it's just, like that.
Well.
Like make those kinds of talking points. That's just not something. I'm not fucking driving, motherfuckers. Oh my god. Sorry, I gotta look at the chat. But like, it's not common. It's not common to have like people just saying like pro-settlement shit or like
come on,
like kill them all, like kill all like gas Gaza or like flatten Gaza. Maybe like the week after October 7th you'll hear people like saying unhinged shit like that because of the rage, but now like or even like a year ago that's just not common, at least not in New York. I'm sure obviously there's fucking all the Ben Gavirites and all the actual like Kahanists are gonna say that shit. But mostly in Israel, and I'm sure there's a few, but not like many I've known. Type shit.
Okay.
Yeah, but.
Who the fuck is this bead guy, bro? He needs to hop off my nuts with love and respect.
I don't know, dude. I don't know how much of it is a reflection of how well managed the Israeli movement is, because I think if you just go to any pro-Israel account on Twitter,
there is no pro-Israel movement. There's literally no pro-fucking Israel movement on the ground.
Yeah, because it's not strong. It's not a strong argument right now.
No, it's
Like,
not.
no offense, but it's not a strong argument right now because of what's happening in Gaza. You know?
No, because you're being harassed and don't feel safe.
Okay. Do you
What?
think?
Do you think
do you
that
think if
that's
those
not
things-
true? Do you think that like there's not
That's
like a
used-
no no I'm
that's
talking I'm talking to fire. Like do you not
Oh.
feel like there's any truth to that?
No, there is truth to anti-Semitism rising, but like the problem. Okay, there's a lot. There's not as much unhinged people on the Israeli movement, is because there's not as much people on the Israeli movement in general. But I think if you look at most pro-Israeli people, like if you just look at most pro-Israeli influencers, for example, the shit they say can be equally unhinged, right? It's just right now it's not as much of a strong argument. So I don't know how much of it is a reflection on the Israeli the Israeli movement being more well managed. I don't really think. Yeah, because I think, as David said, it doesn't really exist.
I feel like it's, if anything, it's a lot easier to sound heartless on the Israeli side just because of all of the death and destruction that's happening in Gaza. So if anything, it should be harder to like be moral in your advocacy towards Israel, just because of, like, you have to be very careful
to be like actually say that yes, Israel should go after Hamas. Yes, there's going to be civilian casualties, and that's fucking terrible. And you need to like actually make sure to hold in your heart and keep the empathy for every person that ends up dying like on that pathway, and still make sure you talk about all the things that, like, all the wrongdoings that Israel's doing in terms of not holding its side up, not actually punishing its side, doing all of those things. You have to like. There's a lot of things you have to do to even start the conversation.
Yeah.
You're gonna and the thing that most people are, and like Hamas is a shadow org that is making sure to make it themselves as hidden as possible, so it looks like Israel's fighting ghosts and just civilians are dying all the time, and there's no Hamas dying. So like that, all this is part of the strategy.
Okay, well, the reason is because what is happening in Gaza right now, I think to most people, not just to the Palestinians or the pro-Palestinian advocacy groups, it's pretty cut and dry as to, in just very raw terms, who is mostly dying, right? Which people are mostly getting oppressed and which people are mostly getting fucking killed, and blah blah blah. That is very obvious. And so
when you hold people as human shields and when you hold them hostage in terms of making them have to die in order for you to be like actually attacked, you're going to have mass casualties, especially in urban warfare. Like, there's never been a war that has been as, like, just to be clear, this doesn't make what actually happened any, like, this doesn't get rid of war crimes, because no matter what situation, there's always going to be a way to minimize casualties and a way to not actually minimize casualties, and then Israel's obviously responsible, blah, blah. Okay, I've said that. But the main thing being is that Gaza has been, basically, the Palestinian people have been used as, like, a mass sacrifice in order to keep Hamas in power. That has been the goal for Hamas throughout this entire war, and that is the way in which Hamas keeps themselves in power and has prolonged this war so long, is through the use of Palestinian suffering. And honestly, through the use of pro-Palestinian groups and pro-Palestinian advocacy. That has been an integral part of Hamas's strategy, is to rile that up in order to make their base believe that they can keep fighting forever, and that if they just keep fighting, then the pro-Palestinian groups will make Israel stop, while Hamas still is able to keep fighting, and that Israel will have to surrender to Hamas. That is Hamas's strategy in this war.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna go again. I think Hamas is trying to win the what is it called?
The PR war.
Yeah, they're just trying to win the PR war. But
I don't think they're
feel trying to win the PR war by. I don't think they're trying to win the PR war by coordinating or like
by sacrificing the Palestinians. Absolutely.
No, they're trying to win the PR war just by letting Israel shoot itself in the foot.
But they're trying to win the PR war by putting the Palestinians in front of them and forcing basically forcing them, if Israel wants to continue to fight Hamas and not surrender to them and let Hamas dictate what Israel has to do for them, then they will have to keep fighting Hamas, and there will be mass casualties in that sense. There could be
Yeah.
less than what is. That doesn't mean that every single Palestinian that died was inevitable and that Israel couldn't have stopped more Palestinians from suffering and dying. But what it does mean is that no matter what happened, even if Israel was truly, and not like the meme, but actually the most moral army on earth, and if Israel was the most moral army on earth and still had to fight and still decided that they would fight Hamas until
Well,
they
I feel like at this point you're
there would be
okay.
tens of thousands of deaths still in Gaza. It might have been maybe, let's say it was 35,000 or 40,000 or 50,000 or 60,000. I don't know. I don't know what it would have been if Israel behaved much better, but there would have been mass casualties nonetheless.
I think that's probably correct. Also, I don't know if
Yeah,
you
no,
want
that's
to
fine.
watch what I just said on the
Yeah.
or what I shared because David wants us to watch this video. So
Yeah, this is one of my favorites that came out today. A new special chant for us.
okay, are you all watching the stream? I mean, apart from Dante, who's not here, presumably because he is getting drive-through or whatever it is that he's doing.
I think he said he needed a quick goon sesh.
Oh, yeah, okay. All right, here we go.
I sent him the
Upright,
recent IDF
a
Daddy
steadfast
compilation.
and a noble resistance in Palestine and in Gaza to look to be inspired by. And I don't want to yap for too long, but a chant that we've been workshopping in Oxford that maybe you guys want to join in. It goes, Gaza, Gaza, make us proud, put the Zios in the ground. Gaza, Gaza, make us proud, put the Zios in the ground. Gaza, Gaza, make us proud, put the Zios in the ground. Gaza, Gaza, make us proud, put the Zios in the ground. Gaza, Gaza, make us proud, put the Zios in the ground. Thank you.
Jesus
Upright,
Christ. Oh,
So somebody that has no stake in this but just wants to stir shit up like Teuton.
yes. Oh, yeah. Teuton will probably think that this chant was based. Jane Socks in chat says, as an Oxford dropout, I can confirm not everyone who goes there is a big brain. But yeah.
Yes, Bill, I did notice that. They are offbeat. Protesters are not musical people.
Sometimes they are. You know what? Actually, the pro-Palestinian chants, they're very musical. Except for that one fucking witch who said, she didn't like that voice, and like I felt like chills running down my spine, like I just heard like a witch hex. It was truly mesmerizing in the worst way.
Damn, David. Okay.
Felt like I had like 12 of my generations cursed when I heard that video. If you heard that video and knew the exact voice I was talking about, you too would understand exactly what I'm saying.
David, I'm wondering what face you made the first time you saw the Anna Kasparian clip where she's doing the happy merchant.
Obviously, I imitated it myself because it was
comparable to Jank. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Genetically encoded that when I see that happen, I also have to do that along with them, as I'm predisposed to that.
Oh man, God, that.
Yeah, I too
How
have
the
to.
hell would you be dumb enough to be? I don't get that shit. She
Well,
was supposed to be a professor. She taught college classes. Like, what the fuck?
Wait,
I think one of the scariest things is the people that didn't see this absolutely as the natural progression for Anna Kasparian as the next step that would have happened. I've been seeing this for years. This has always been where she would end up. She always was dog whistling about the Jews for like she was way before the game. Her and Shank were like the OG Jew haters. They were like Mehdi Hassan level, like since forever.
All right.
What like fucking Mehdi Hassan. Like now you're gonna.
Oh boy.
So Mehdi Hassan is a Jew hater now.
Yeah, he just did Holocaust memes today.
Hold on. Can I just a second? Wait a sec. Fire. Let me ask you a question. Do you have you heard Lonerbox talk about left-wing anti-Semitism at all?
No.
Okay.
That's
do you
something?
do you like recognize that?
But I don't think. Can I be real? I don't. Okay, no offense. That is something that exists. I don't really care right now.
Oh no.
That is not something that I put
The
that much
most-
energy toward.
That's the most. Well,
But,
that
like-
is like the biggest concern for Jews that live in mostly left-leaning areas.
Yeah,
is
but
that
like that's not what most Palestinians. That's what like to most pro-Palestinians or to most they probably would agree. Yeah, anti-Semitism is bad. We're not going to put
But-
any of our energy right now. It's because they think right now there is a genocide going on in Gaza.
But there's
wait,
not.
but-
Okay,
Right.
first of all, there's a
Hang on,
ceasefire,
wait,
so
hold
there
on.
is no genocide at the moment. If there was, like, I mean, I don't.
Or there's still
yeah.
like a longer fucking.
Wait.
There
Would you
is
say
a-
the same
there is
about
a
if
longer
someone talking
conflict.
about black issues in America say, why the fuck should I care about a black issue right now? There's a genocide going on. Why should I care about discrimination against black people? Are you fucking crazy? You think I should give a
Because
fuck?
a lot of the because a lot of the anti-Semitism is literally used to demean the Palestinian movement.
Oh no, but
It's like
but,
you act like,
but
oh, let's
anti-Semitism-
free
no, but
Palestine,
actual- wait,
and then a
hold
lot
on.
of the natural answers towards that by a lot of Zionists, like, well, but there's anti-Semitism. Say, okay,
No,
well then go start your own fucking movement. I don't know.
What?
It's like
No,
I don't
it's-
like
you
I
are
don't like
guys
the
are
idea that
doing
the
the
Palestinians.
anti-Semitism. That's the issue. It's like stop. We're
Dude.
like, hey, stop doing anti-Semitism. Stop spreading anti-Semitism. Stop justifying violence against Jews. And it's like, well, don't you know that that actually there's people starving in Africa? Don't you know there's a genocide going on? It's like, huh? What? Stop being anti-Semitic.
No.
Don't you know there's a genocide going on? I can't
That's
stop
the
being
dude.
anti-Semitic. all the
That is the
genocide.
core of the dude. Okay. David, do you like completely dismiss the fact that a lot of Zionists would dismiss everything as anti-Semitic?
No, I don't think that I don't think that most people say everything.
You don't think that the majority of Zionists nowadays?
Do you know that the fact that maybe there is actually a lot of fucking the left wing like narratives have become extremely anti-Semitic in terms of a lot of groups that are starting to do 9/11 conspiracy theories, saying that America is run by Israel and that Zog and shit like that. Might it be that there's actually a massive spread in anti-Semitism that is at record levels for the last few decades, probably. Well, definitely since the FBI stat has been up, it is the record highs. Obviously, it's not fucking record high of history, but it's a record high of modern history.
But I feel like then you're trying to paint a brushstroke to.
Anti-Semitism is the number one hate crime in America right now. It used to be that you would say it was the number one religious hate crime, but no, it is just the number one most hate crime group on Earth. Sorry, not on Earth, in America. I don't know. I said the word Earth.
Okay.
Before the war, anti-Semitism was at record levels, and it's like multiplied on whatever record levels anti-Semitism and anti-Jewish hate crimes were happening before. So I'm so sorry that I'm talking about anti-Semitism while there's a genocide going on in someone's pants.
No, I think you can find. Okay, in someone's pants. I
mean,
I
he
think you can
doesn't.
talk about anti-Semitism. I don't like the idea that you expect the Palestinian group, Palestinian advocacy group.
You want me to care about black discrimination while there's a genocide going on? Excuse me?
No, nah.
Oh, sorry.
Talk
my bad.
about
I'm Jewish.
anti-Semitism as much as you want, but like you can't expect Palestinian advocacy groups or people that care about Palestinians to give a fuck that much.
The
You just can't.
issue. Hold on.
Their friends are being. If someone's wait. Let me just compare this. I usually use non-Jewish groups because it makes it easier to understand if you leave out the Jewish part and put a different racial group. So if you have a group that is doing like super racist, like using chants that are actually racist against like black people, but then they're like, actually, why the fuck should we care about this? There's a genocide going on. Do you think people would accept that as like an okay thing to do? To just like if they started like, I don't know, using some sort of like racialization of black people or some sort of like really racist thing in their chants while trying to advocate for Palestinians.
Wait. No, stop. Hold on. No. This it works better if you if
you can't put
I understand your argument completely, but also a big problem with the Zionist movement or the pro-Israeli movement is it's like the boy who cried wolf with anti-Semitism.
But the issue is that it wasn't the
most
boy who cried
people
wolf. Rather,
don't
it was
fucking care about anti-Semitism. It's because you guys use.
Wait, no, stop. I'm gonna cut you off this time intentionally. you can't say it's the boy who cried wolf when it was the wolf that's been there all along, and people, it's like the boy who kept actually getting attacked by a wolf, and then people said actually you did it to yourself. Actually, it wasn't a wolf. You must have scratched your arm. I don't believe you that it's a wolf. And it's like this person is keep getting attacked, and they're calling out the attack, and then people just aren't listening to them. And then this time the wolf actually bites off their arm. This time the wolf like kills their child or their mother or some shit. This is what's actually happened. This isn't anti-Semitism. Isn't the boy who fucking cried wolf?
Can I just hold on a second? Wait a minute. Hold on. I am just going to throw this out there to I guess to in some ways kind of meet you at least not halfway, because I think that David is right. Unfortunately, there is a lot of anti-Semitism on like the pro-Palestine left. Like there's just a lot. Like you guys are obsessing over a country where half the world's Jews live. You're giving it basically disproportionate focus in comparison to all the other really bad shit that happens in the world. And it's really weird how much like that there is care, and like none of these people care that much about fucking Syria, which has like a way higher death count, or about what's going on with Ukraine, Russia, which also has a way higher death count. And like it's like there's this weird singular focus, and then there's all these other weird things that come into it, like the Zionist occupied government shit, and this weird demonization of Zionists and Zionists, and like this assumption, the purity testing of like all these left wing, like everyone's Jewish friends who are also left wing. If like, you know, like you have to condemn the genocide and all this other shit, or like, do you acknowledge that it's a genocide, or like you have to hate Israel as much as we do, or you're not welcome here, or that thing that David said about going into Jewish neighborhoods and like saying their unhinged chants, like just targeting people who are Jewish, or like not allowing people who are Jewish to come into your restaurants because the genocide and all this other shit. And like when like the Israel-Palestine conflict in terms of death count is so much lower than like so many other death counts, even in the Middle East in particular, where like it's just insane, like the number of people that have died in other conflicts in the Middle East, but nobody gives a fuck. That's the reason why like it feels weird, where it's just like, why does Israel get a disproportionate amount of focus? And it seems like it might have something to do with the fact that it's the only Jewish state in the region, and everyone's fucking obsessed with that because they just can't stand the fact that Israel as a country exists. And like, now all that being said, I will say that on the pro-Israel side, and especially I think Netanyahu people do this, it is incredibly cringe when every time somebody brings up a criticism of Israel, even if it is a substantive criticism, the immediate knee-jerk reaction from people like Netanyahu and co is, you're anti-Semitic, or this is blood libel, which I think is really fucking stupid. But like at the same time, some of it is anti-Semitic.
No, is it just Netanyahu? Like one of the pro-Israeli accounts that I follow on Instagram recently labeled Miss Rachel as anti-Semitic.
I mean,
anti-Semitic.
David, do you just want to take the Miss Rachel shit? Because I know what you're gonna say.
I don't care. It seems that at first like people were looking into it too much, and that she was just over like empathizing with Palestinian children, and I was like, oh, that's cringe. Why the fuck are you calling her out for that? But then it ended up being that she like, I forget, it was like, I don't even remember this.
She had a Hamas guy on.
Yeah. It was like, and then I'm like, oh, maybe I need to stop like ignoring it when people are like, this seems very sus, and then all of a sudden it ends up being that they end up like with an actual Hamas person on their fucking show, and it's like, oh shit, never mind.
Yeah, like, was that disclosed? Like, I mean, because she's a kid show host. Like, what's the bar here?
I mean, the bar is that she probably should have done her research, so she would have known that was what she was doing before she did it.
But this is 2025. Who the fuck does their research outside of autists like us and Lonerbox?
That's bad. I hate that. I hate it so much.
What is the full controversy regarding Miss Rachel and having a Hamas guy on? I don't.
The fact that she had a Hamas guy on, and she didn't say anything about the fact that he was from Hamas, and I think presented him from, like, I have to look it up. I don't remember exactly what else.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that means. You know, like, what does Hamas mean? What does pro-Hamas guy mean? Is he a militant? Is he part of the brigades? Is he just associated with Hamas? Is he part of the government? Is he a doctor? I don't fucking know.
I don't remember the specifics, but no, it wasn't a doctor. It was someone, like, affiliated with the actual, like...
It's the Al-Qassam Brigade.
I don't fucking remember the specifics.
Don't care though.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, we don't have to talk about Miss Rachel. It is very boring. But like, I'm just saying that like that is like I think that what people are saying is that there's a reason why people were like saying that about like her being like anti-Semitic. Because that
Okay,
like,
we don't even have to go. Okay, this is something even I would you can't make an argument that it's anti-Semitic. The recent Hannah Einbinder, who the fuck, the guy, the chick that won an Emmy or an Oscar, and she used her platform to speak about Palestine. The actor.
Isn't that the girl that associates with like JVP and like Mamdani to try to like?
Wait,
so is Mamdani anti-Semitic?
No,
now?
stop.
Like,
Do not ask David about Mamdani, please. I do not want to have that
About
conversation.
Mamdani or JVP, I feel like he's 2 seconds away from calling anybody from JVP the case lawyer, not the one you're thinking of.
Wait, he just left. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know.
Never mind. He's back. He got disconnected. Okay, no.
I didn't get disconnected. I left.
You raged out and then came back. Yeah, I just let's not. Yes. Listen. Okay, Fire.
We need to organize.
What?
Nothing. Okay, keep going.
I was gonna say, like, yes, I think you can make a pretty strong argument about Mamdani being anti-Semitic because he said fucking insane shit about Israel. And supported people who were pro Hamas and shit. And he was out there in the streets after October 7th, I think. I don't know. David knows about that, but I don't want to talk about Mamdani, okay? Because like that
I'm tired, boss.
So Hannah. So because of that, Hannah is anti-Semitic now.
Well, it's not that. It's like it's kind of like the way where if you make yourself all of your attention is groups that are like not like anti-Jewish, but you're like, I am like one of the good ones. The same way it's like similar to like Candace Owens, where Candace Owens will use her blackness as a sword against other black people. If you tokenize yourself and say, as a Jew, I think blah blah blah, and do those kinds of cringe statements where it's like, as a Jew, I disagree with almost everyone else, and I'm going to use my identity in order to attack other people with the same identity. And I think that's like a form of anti-Semitism. The same way.
Do you think anyone is so? Okay, let's not. Let's take Hannah out of the equation here. A non-Jewish person, right, that has the exact same views as Hannah, and then they associate with JVP and like whatever the fuck.
The JVP is a pro-terrorist organization that has supported the Houthis and Iran. So yes, I would say anyone that supports JVP would be doing an anti-Semitism.
Dude, I think you're a little bit too online, man. I think you're a little bit too online.
I don't know what you.
It's even same with fucking Mamdani. I think like this is not what
JVP has literally been has literally done PR and supported the Houthis. I don't know what you fucking want from me.
The Houthis are anti-Semitic. You do accept that, right, Fire? Like,
of course, they're anti-Semitic. But like, I just don't understand. Like,
yes, he does. He just did. He agreed.
Do you think that? Wait. I just want to see. Do you think that supporting Hamas is anti-Semitic?
Yeah.
Okay.
But the problem is, I don't think when people support Mamdani or when people support the JVP or they support some groups which has associations with Hamas through like I don't even fucking look up into this shit, right? Through these means, I don't think that it automatically means that they are saying we support Hamas or we support these things.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't. Again.
This is making your movement look bad. No offense.
It's so exhausting to like have to psychoanalyze every person and be like, well, is it that they have do they have like actual like Jewish hatred in their heart, or are they just doing
offense,
a Jewish hatred act?
This is exactly the Palestinian movement, the Palestinian movement's attitude with dealing with anti-Semitism, because when every single bit of their action is deemed as anti-Semitic, it just doesn't fucking make sense. Like it's like, why the fuck would we care about anti-Semitism if, regardless of what we do, it's just gonna be deemed as that? Who cares?
Kill me.
And like, I agree with that.
Hold
I
on.
think that's a-
Hang on
I
a
think that's a
sec.
fair
Hold on.
sentiment to have.
Fire. Can you hold on before we go on? Because I don't remember if you did. Can you address like all that shit that I said before about like the extent to which that it just comes across as incredibly weird. Like especially like maybe put yourself in the shoes of Israelis. You know,
Jews.
like. Or Jews even who like note this disproportionate amount of focus on the country, on like the only country that they have, when like so much more terrible shit is going on in the world, and suddenly
And
everyone
it's
is
people who's never been have organized for anything in their life, and they still even at this time are not organized for anything else except this.
yeah like and
Can
it's
I,
like
can I give an answer to this question?
no, well, I mean, you
don't
can,
know?
but I would like to hear Fire talk about it because I feel like this is what people mean when they talk about left-wing anti-Semitism, and also like the way that like Israeli war crimes get exaggerated to the point where like people are like lying, like the whole like Gaza has been in a famine for forever shit, or like the like Gaza is starving and Gaza is on the brink of starvation and humanitarian crisis. This shit that people have basically been saying for forever, even though like it's not
Before October 7th.
Yeah, they were. And like by the way, I'm just gonna say that was the boy who cried wolf when they were when everyone was constantly saying that Gaza was fucking starving, and then Gaza actually was starving when they did the 3-month blockade, but nobody fucking believed it because that they had said it too much constantly.
No, I think
Part of that is Israel being a democracy. People feel like they can influence Israel. Nobody's influencing the death.
No,
cult of this
I don't know if it's because
Nobody.
I think there's a lot of okay, that's fine. You can go.
I
I'm
want to
sorry.
hear Fire.
I think there are a lot of factors into why people care about Israel disproportionately compared to other conflicts. I think zero of them have to do with the fact that they're the only Jewish state.
I mean,
So, I think we can go into that.
You
Yeah.
think that zero of it
I
has
don't-
to do with the same group in which there's already a huge amount of hatred towards in the world, like the.
No, yeah, zero.
Zero. Okay.
Like
Real
a very insignificant portion of it, I would attribute it. I would
What about
attribute to
hold
the
on?
size
What
of
about
the movement.
what about all of it that comes from the
To-
Muslim world?
The Muslim world, yeah, 100%. I was mainly like saying Western leftists and how big it got globally in general.
So
right?
I also
Like,
the other
you can
thing
also-
too is I don't think that Western leftists necessarily think that they are being anti-Semitic, or are conscious of it, but like the things they say and do contribute to anti-Semitism anyway.
Okay, like leftism
If you
is.
say that Israel, wait, just for Fire, just to get a clarity on this, if someone says that Israel is controlling the world and that they have their hands on every government, would you say that's anti-Semitic?
I think that can be interpreted in an anti-Semitic manner, but no, I don't think that's anti-Semitic. in general.
Really? If you say that Israel's
Yeah.
controlling the whole world, that's not anti-Semitic?
Like I understand that's the Zog shit, and that's an anti-Semitic trope, right? I understand where it can be.
Anti-Semitic to believe it. That's an anti-Semitic belief to have. It can be that you don't have true.
I don't
Are
think
you a
so.
true blue anti-Semite? Do you have like this uncontrollable hatred towards the Jews? No, but you probably have the same way where if I think that if I see a black person on the street and I'm think, oh yeah, that man is going to hurt me. I need to run away from him. That is not me. That is not me saying I hate black people. That's me having implicit.
No, I think that's a very explicit. I think that's a very explicit discrimination belief that you have against them.
Yeah,
against
if you
black
think the
people.
Jews are controlling the whole world, that's an anti-Semitic belief to have as well, because it's not true, and it's because
I think
it's
they're
based
talking about Israel.
on biases.
Yeah, I
that
think they're
we've
talking
heard.
primarily about Israel. But okay, I can list the factors I think why people are mainly interested in this.
No, you
in
don't
this
have to,
conflict.
because we already know it's not that like there's a bunch of different reasons that you can list for why people are into this conflict. It's just that there's just so much bullshit that is attached to like this in particular, like the propensity to exaggerate Israel's like war crimes, and like it's just like there's just
And the
so
fact
much.
that there's a lot of, and the fact that there is a massive like group of people that already is actually hates the Jews and is willing to disseminate information, and people are willing to ally with those people and slowly adopt their views because of their maybe initial like good faith, just humanitarian concern, but then slowly becomes a seeping of anti-Semitic beliefs and anti-Semitic conspiracy theories and slogans that end up causing them to just be indistinguishable from other anti-Semites. The same way where you slowly see the transition where it's really hard to tell Nick Fuentes and Anna Kasparian apart, like their beliefs.
Or actually, how about Nick Fuentes and or not Nick Fuentes, sorry, Anna Kasparian and Candace Owens, because Candace Owens is like so like she's just in, like, you agree Candace Owens is super anti-Semitic, right? Fire, like she's just gone. She's just a fucking full-on anti-Semite.
I mean, I think she's always been anti-Semitic for a while.
But I think she has very similar talking points to a lot of people you wouldn't call anti-Semitic. It's just that she goes a little further. I think that the issue is you literally have to like be so fucking explicit for people to actually condemn someone on the left for anti-Semitism.
I think that the issue is that a lot of people.
There's a reason why most people aren't explicit, and I think
you have to. Let me just finish the last thing. It feels like you have to literally wear wear something on your forehead that says, "I hate the Jews," in order for someone to call out like anti-Semitism on the left. Unless you wear that sticker on your forehead, you're just not gonna get called out for it.
Okay, that's just a symptom of living in America, bro. Like, let's be real.
Okay.
No, like, no, hold on. Like, let me finish my thought. Like, I live in an area not that far from the Mexican border. It's a fairly left area, but it's fairly close to a lot of right-leaning areas with a lot of right-leaning voting Latinos. And you're like, oh, I never thought it would happen to me. I never thought they'd turn on me. I supported these people because they told me they were going to take care of black crime, and they told me they were going to get rid of the moochers, and I didn't know they were going to deport my wife or deport my grandma or deport whatever.
Oh no!
Well, should have paid more attention.
I will vote.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, exactly. There was one other thing that I wanted to point out as well too, with regards to this.
Yes, we should. Thank you for your contribution, Kalinda.
What?
I was agreeing with you.
No, I don't. What did you think I was going to say? Fuck, I'm trying to remember if I even feel like we've gotten so. Oh, right. Now I remember. The issue. No, stop it. Not everything is about bombing Iran. Jesus. The issue is that, the issue, Fire, is that it feels like you think that, like, anti-Semitism is, that it's something is only anti-Semitic if it's, like, fucking, oh, geez, I don't know where he went. But anyway, the issue is that it seems like you think that something's only anti-Semitic if it looks like fucking, like right-wing Nazi anti-Semitism, racist, the Jews, like, yeah, like that kind of shit, you know? And that you don't consider any other possibilities. Like, it was like do you think, for example, the guy who did the embassy shooting was anti-Semitic? Do you remember that? Or not the embassy shooting, that Jewish museum shooting. Do you think that guy was anti-Semitic?
Jewish museum? Okay,
yes.
Yeah, that's probably anti-Semitic.
Yeah, well, no. Do you know what I'm talking about, though?
No.
It was Israeli, but it was people that were from the Israeli consulate. They were killed outside the Jewish museum.
Yeah, it was in Washington, D.C.
The Israeli ambassador.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
It wasn't the Israeli ambassador that was shot. It was 2 Israeli embassy workers. And they were shot outside of a museum in Washington, D.C. And the guy who shot them, afterwards, he went outside and he started chanting, "Free, free Palestine." And his motivation for doing it was because of, like, Palestine. And he was a leftist tanky dude who thought that Stalin was based. And Ken Klippenstein posted a bunch of his Discord logs, and he said, wow, I don't think this guy was actually anti-Semitic because the guy's motivation was that he was pro-Palestine. And I think that that's the issue. And yet, the guy decided that he was going to target a bunch of pro-Palestine, or that he was going to target a Jewish museum.
I think,
And he didn't know that those 2 people worked for the embassy. All he knew was that it was a function that was
Okay, I'll say this. Can something be bad without it? Okay, so it was a function related to the Jews, and he was targeting them because it was Jewish?
No, he was yes, I mean, like, yeah, basically. But the problem is, like, I think that...
So did he Did he know there were Israeli? Okay, so it's gonna be really autistic. Did he know there were Israeli workers? What is his motivation?
His,
Was,
I mean,
was someone being targeted because
My
they were
point
black,
is,
or
I
is it
think
because
something
he
can be
was part of the
David-
thug identity?
David, stop. Just give us.
I'm getting triggered. Sorry, just being retarded.
Yeah, I know you're getting triggered, but you can't interrupt him every time he opens his mouth.
Okay, no, my point is, I think something can be bad without it being an anti-Semitic.
Nobody has said. No one said that. The
No,
point.
my position is that nothing can be bad unless it's anti-Semitic.
Nobody said that. No one said that, Fire. Nobody said that. That's not what was said.
Okay.
Nobody has made that argument.
My thing is, I don't know if it's anti-Semitic, but I think it's equally bad.
Oh.
Okay. Listen, the problem is that like the guy who did that thing, okay, like I think that the protest or the event that he targeted was literally it was like a peace thing, though, like for like peace in like Israel and Palestine. And I think he knew that there was maybe he knew there was gonna be Jewish embassy work, or there was gonna be embassy workers there. I don't know, but he didn't figure out, like, he never chose those particular people. Okay, like it wasn't like he knew who the two people that he shot were embassy workers. He walked into this museum and he killed these two people. They were a couple, and he was brutal about it.
Oh, and he also shot him. He shot the poor girl over and over in the back after.
He did.
I'm not gonna say that it was bad because.
Oh no, I'm not saying that
she.
I mean, his motivation was like he was anti-Israel, but like
and that they were Jew, like the fact that they were Israeli.
Yeah, he was absolutely anti-Semitic.
I would confidently say he was a Jew hater and a piece of shit.
I don't know if that's anti-Semitic.
He targeted a museum that had a bunch of Jewish people there. Do you think he would have targeted them if they were
Palestinians? Do you think he would have targeted them if they were pro-Palestinian, like if they were pro-Israeli Palestinians?
I think they would have. I think he would have. He wouldn't have targeted them. They were pro-Palestinian Israelis.
No.
If it was the Israeli embassy, that would be one thing. But I'm sorry. The Holocaust museum?
No, there is.
It wasn't a Holocaust.
Like the motivations is still largely on the Israeli side.
Or a Holocaust memorial.
No, it was a Jewish museum, not a Holocaust museum.
Okay. My main point is, right, what is the motivations of the shootings, right? Was it because he knew it was an Israeli-related event, right, and he wanted to target them, or was it known that it was a Jewish event and then he thought
they were Zoggy and Jewy and Zio?
Do you think they would have shot him if they were pro-Palestinian Israelis?
I mean, like, technically, one of them was. They were literally did tech for peace and like we're doing Palestinian.
Like if they
Israeli,
were working, if they were Israelis working for like I don't fucking know some.
You mean if they were like pro Hamas?
Not related to Israel at all.
Wait.
Right.
Wait. You mean if they were like pro Hamas? Like if they supported Hamas? Probably not.
No,
but
that's not what I'm
being pro Palestine wouldn't have been enough to stop them.
If they were detached from Israel, right? Do you think they would have specifically been targeted? It seems to me that the reason why he was targeting Israel, and I'm not gonna fucking.
Yeah, but any Jew can be. Wait, hold on. Any Jew would be close enough. No. Any Jew would meet that threshold. Almost. Hello.
No, because
almost any Jew would meet that threshold. Hold on. Almost any Jew would meet that threshold of having some sort of relationship towards Israel or being somewhat related to it. I don't know. Like, you think if they didn't have Israeli citizenship, that he wouldn't?
By the way, I think both of these people were also American citizens too. I think they were both, or at least one of them was a dual citizen. And also, like, one of them wasn't even Jewish. I think he was like a convert to Christianity, or maybe they both were.
Well, no, it's half of his family. It was Jewish.
Oh, okay.
He just wasn't like on mother's side Jewish, from my understanding.
That's not uncommon in the U.S.
Yeah.
And this was a couple, by the way, just to be clear. This was
they were
and they were going to have their wedding until they were murdered together.
Yeah, like, listen, David, stop. Like, Fire is not saying that this was okay. He's just saying he's not sure if he thinks it's anti-Semitic. So let's try and chill on that.
It's kind of what is the I don't know what that means.
Nuance.
Like, it's retarded with respect.
Okay.
It's because, like, again, these people would not have been targeted if not for their identity being Jewish and Israeli.
I think
It
the
wasn't
main
because of their
identifier is
politics.
Israeli.
It wasn't because of their politics. It was because of who they were.
Yeah.
I mean, but yeah, but
That is-
that's
it is. I'm not gonna say it's not
And it wouldn't have
anti-Israel.
happened if it was it wouldn't have happened if it was a Palestinian Israeli. Just to be clear, this person wasn't going to kill a Palestinian Israeli once they knew they were Palestinian, right? This is because of they were a Jewish Israeli that they were killed, right?
Who the fuck knows? Maybe, dude, if they were still working with the Israeli embassy,
No, please, we know.
No.
Please, we know.
bro, if they
didn't-
were
first
working
of all,
with
there's
the
no
Israeli,
evidence. First of all, I don't know if there's any evidence that you knew that they were from the Israeli
he
embassy.
didn't. He had no idea. He literally went to the Jewish Museum because he saw that there was an event there that was related to Israel, or that was related to like Israel, and he went there and he shot these two people. He had no idea who they were. That's why people are saying this was anti-Semitic, because he literally targeted this Jewish museum that happened to be that was having an event about Israel, and I think that he knew that the event was related to Israel. But like this assumption, like why would you go to a museum? Like for all you know, it was good. It could have just been a bunch of American Jews that were there who happened to support Israel. Like, is that not really weird? Like how is that not anti-Semitic?
Wait. This is not good, right? This is.
Yeah,
this is anti-Israel discrimination, but I don't know what. Okay.
Yeah, but how is it not anti-Semitic to target a Jewish museum that's hosting a
because you're not
pro-Israel
targeting
event?
the Jewish museum on the merits that it is a Jewish museum. You're targeting a Jewish museum beyond the merits that it has an event that.
Yeah, but it's not a
So I would say it's
pro-Israel
anti-Israel discrimination.
Hold on, it's not
I
a
don't know if it's
pro-Israel
anti-Semitic.
event though, and this person didn't know that it was like, I think it was actually an event about like peace and cooperation between the two sides.
Okay, that guy's fucking retarded.
Yeah, but like I feel like how could you not?
He has wrong presuppositions. But I don't like. Do you think it was in his mind at the time? Like, I'm gonna kill these people that are Jewish, or it's mainly in his mind at the time that was more like I'm gonna kill these people because they're related to Israel somehow.
I think it was about the Zionism thing, but the problem is that a lot of the time on the pro-Palestine movement there was this conflation between Judaism and Zionism. And by the way, just so like it depends on who it is that you're talking about. Like, I think Cenk and Anna have basically crossed that line, and they just like fucking hate the Jews, okay? But like, there are lots of other people on the left who don't realize what it is that the things they say and the stuff that they support is like has anti-Semitic outcomes. Like, I would say that Hassan Piker is very much an example of this, okay? And
Cenk and Anna, I don't know what they've done, to be fair, so I don't know how they've been anti-Semitic.
Cenk and Anna are really promoting like conspiracy theories about how Cenk, they've literally like they are all up on this fucking Zog shit. Like, I mean, I don't know how you couldn't think that Zog is anti-Semitism, because it is. You're basically saying that Israel controls the United States of America, which is and you wouldn't really be saying this about anybody else. It's just you're saying it about Israel because it's Jews. And also there's what'd you say, Pat?
I'm sure they wish they did, but that's not the case.
Yeah, like
it'd be great to have this kind of power in their back pocket, but they don't.
Yeah, like it's not, and also there's also like this other weird conflation too, where like this assumption as well, that like if you're Jewish and like if you're like a Jewish donor or whatever, then you're probably like pro-Israel, or like these other weird things, or like the weird obsession with fucking AIPAC.
Pro-Israel. If you're Jewish, no, that you are lobbying for the Israeli government. If you're pro-Israel,
like there's just a whole bunch of anti-Semitic tropes here, like the weird obsession with AIPAC and this notion that like AIPAC needs to register like under the FARA Act, even though AIPAC is not a foreign lobbying arm of the Israeli government. It's literally just a bunch of fucking American Jews and American Christians who like Israel, and that's it. Like, these people are American citizens. Yeah, like it's not, or like the appeals to there's just, the problem is like there's just so many, the dual loyalty tropes. There's just so much anti-Semitic shit baked into this that it's like, you can't call it like, how can you not just say that like, yes, this is anti-Semitism, even if the people who are doing it aren't anti-Semitic in their heart or don't think to themselves, oh my God, I hate the Jews.
Yeah, I
Like,
think
Well,
that
and
is.
with-
I think
with
because I think that
AIPAC
is the main differentiator
specifically-
I think that is the main differentiator as to what makes something anti. Okay, I would say that I think it has anti-Semitic outcomes.
Oh my.
If you want to like how I think sure it has anti-Semitic outcomes. I don't think at its heart it's anti-Semitic. You know,
Okay.
those actions in of itself.
But anyway, what I was going to say is I think with APAC
This is why the
specifically, I think
VDL started.
it's almost nostalgia in a way. People remember the APAC of like the 90s, the early 2000s, where it was just everybody loved them. So it was like, oh yeah, they've got a ton of power because everybody's like, yeah, I'm with APAC. I'm like, everybody was with APAC back in the day. And it probably seemed like they had a hell of a lot more power than they actually did. I think that's part of it.
Yeah, it's
like early in the
because
war on terror, like nobody would go against APAC for any reason whatsoever. Even down to the point where like military documentaries on technology and on performance in past wars, etc., were all super pro-Israeli. Like it's part of that's American culture too.
Yeah, I know, and I remember that time period too, where like the whole notion of like you can't get elected president if
I think
you're...
I think the obsession with IPOC or APAC is because I think it's the biggest lobbying group, even though it's an American lobbying group, but it's the biggest lobbying group.
It's not the biggest lobbying group.
That's what's happening.
No, it's the
and that's
biggest
why we're
lobbying
seeing
group that is.
anti-Semitism. It's not even close to the biggest lobbying group.
Hold
It's not
on,
even,
hold
like,
on, hold
not
on a
top
sec.
10.
Wait, we didn't.
I think is what he's saying.
We didn't
finish.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
I think the biggest is it not the biggest lobbying group that is that has interests in a foreign country?
Nope, not even close.
Okay, that would very much surprise me. But
I mean, I think Qatar has spent more money in the United
Yeah, I'm
States.
pretty sure
than...
Saudi Arabia, Egypt. Hold on, let me see in terms of actual foreign countries that have.
Yeah, because keep in mind,
actual
Israel does not get money, or AIPAC doesn't get money from Israel. Okay.
no, I know this argument. But I think with APAC, that they're Americans, but they have. Okay, who has spent more money, APAC or like has compared to other American lobbying groups?
China spends about 400. Wait. Let me just hold on. Let me just give out these numbers to just real quick. China does about 482 million. Japan does about 437 million. Liberia is next, surprisingly, with 353 million. Saudi Arabia at 341. Then South Korea at 326. The Marshall Islands at 285 million. Next is Qatar at 258 million. Next is United Arab Emirates at 245 million. The next is Bahamas at 242 million. Oh, then we get to Israel at 194 million.
Hold on.
I think what
Wait a
I
minute.
think what Fire. Hold on. I think what Fire's trying to say is that in terms of Americans lobbying for what is ostensibly a foreign government, it's the biggest one.
Am I wrong with that?
But that's like a conspiracy theory that it's lobbying on behalf of a foreign government.
Okay,
Well, I mean, it's literally the American Israeli Political Action Committee. Like,
No, it's Americans that are lobbying.
it's hyphenated. Yeah, the
American Israeli alliance.
It's
They're lobbying for an Israeli-American alliance because they believe that that's what's right for America and for Israel because that's their beliefs as an American citizen.
I mean, but if there was a lobby that had the same deal with, say, Iran, would you think that they were not pro-Iranian? Would you not be suspicious?
Well, the issue would be that country is a foreign. The issue would be that country is an enemy of America. If there was a country that was trying to lobby for the improvement of relations between America and
Ukraine and
Spain
Ukraine.
Or Ukraine. I think that would totally.
No,
fine.
like there is, like what is it? The Shah. I think that there is a lobbying group that is trying to get America to basically try to overthrow the Ayatollah and reinstall the Shah.
Oh yeah, that's a thing.
That's fine. If you're an Iranian that thinks that, and you think that you should be lobbying for America and for the new Iranian government to become allied about that, I think that's totally fine and within your rights as an American citizen. No.
Yeah,
but their lobbying is basically for us to go to war, sacrifice men and material and treasure, I guess you would say, to put them back into power so we could be allies. That's a little bit different. Now, AIPAC is not that.
Well, that's not what
you
APAC do.
get
But
what
even
I'm
if they
saying.
were, even if like an Iranian, like a American Iranian group wanted to lobby for that, I think that's totally fine and not like them being a lobbying on behalf of a foreign government. I don't think that's anywhere near that, and that's not what APAC does. Just to be clear.
Yeah, I think Trans Rights Crab has it right. You should just put it this way: no Israeli shekels are spent by APAC. It's all American dollars.
Yeah, well, I think that I think that
What about Schmeckles?
what? Oh,
What about the Schmeckles?
what about Schmeckles? Oh, okay.
I'm not sure. Anyways,
Sorry, what was
we were talking about bombing Iran, I think.
No, stop it.
Well, actually, we were. He did talk about bombing Iran. Did you, or did you? Wait, is he still here?
Hold on.
No, oh no, he is still here.
Yes,
Project Ikai is
Dante's
still
the
here.
one who's been leaving, coming back and leaving because that he I think Dante forgot that he has perms to come in here. Initially he came into the waiting room, but yes.
No, I'm hard to get rid of.
Because of
Y'all
your
should know this
side.
by now. Yep. Well, I'm also hard to move. That's part of it.
Yeah. Sorry, that was mean.
No, it's not. I'm proud of it. What are you kidding me?
So okay, all right, hold on. Fuck, what
Do
was the? No, I'm just trying to remember. Like, I guess. So like,
Chase has a point there
Ooh,
too.
Can we actually? You know what? Fuck all this. Can we go to Iran? Can we go to Iran? I want to convince him that we should be bombing Iran, and he's gonna accept it and like it. I
You
believe.
talking to him? You talking about if you think you're going to convince
Fire.
me, you got another thing coming. I've been thinking about this since before
No,
you
I
were
know.
even when you were in diapers.
No.
dog.
I'm talking about Fire. Fire is
Oh,
he's
okay.
ready and he's primed to support bombing Iran. I can already tell.
What?
Are you ready to support it?
He's gonna try to convince you to support bombing Iran. This is the last topic, and then I'm gonna end because I'm tired and I want to go to bed. So go ahead, David, do the thing.
Well, what I need to hear. I need to get his consent.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Should we bomb Iran? Yes or no?
I say no.
You're wrong.
Okay.
Absolutely fucking turbo owned. Anyways, should Iran have a nuclear weapon? This is important for whether or not
No.
I have any chance of convincing him. Okay. No,
Probably
Iran
not.
should not have a nuclear weapon.
Are you okay with
Um,
Israel doing
did Iran-
strikes? Okay, go ahead, David.
Wait, before that, wait. You're
Israel doesn't have nuclear weapons.
You're jumping the gun, Belinda. You're jumping the gun. Okay, I'm just kidding. But what I was gonna say is, do you think that Iran should have non-civilian grade uranium enriched? And do you think there's any reason for them to do that if they did have such things?
I think that's a concern. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
Do you
like.
think
I
that
think that is
maybe-
concern, but I don't think. Can I clarify my position? I don't think the position of them having military grade uranium, enrichment
Weapons
is
grade.
necessary. Yeah, weapons grade, right? I said military grade, so like, what the fuck? Okay, sure. Weapons grade uranium enrichment is necessarily to build one. Actually, I think it's more so that they want the threat.
So have you ever heard of the what's the fucking term? I don't remember the term for this, but essentially, have you ever heard of stupid games, stupid prizes? If you threaten
I don't-
that you're going to make a weapon in which yours is willing, and you are threatening that you're going to exterminate a group of people, and threatening that you are trying to build a weapon that will let you do that, do you think that at some point you have to take responsibility for what happens next once you make those kinds of threats? That you as a nation are the most responsible for that?
Wait, I don't want Iran to actually build nukes. This is why I don't think it's good to bomb them.
Well, no, they are trying to make themselves in a position where it's their decision that they can choose any minute to basically pick that we are going to go through with it and finish the nuclear weapon, and it's going to be too late to actually stop them. So they're trying to get themselves in a state where they're at that point They want to keep playing chicken shit and trying to slow down the negotiations and not actually agree. Wait, hold on. Do you think that Iran needs to have any, well, not enrichment. Do you think that Iran needs to enrich uranium themselves?
Enrich
Like,
uranium? What do you
Them,
mean?
or are they gonna?
Like,
Because Iran's got
They
a
can be
looming
imported.
water crisis that's probably only going to be solvable by desalination or depopulation. Take your pick. And the easiest way to do desalination is nuclear power.
Yeah, correct. They can have nuclear power. Canada doesn't enrich not one drop of uranium, but they have nuclear power and they are supplied by it. And they've been offered. Iran has been offered
No,
multiple
well,
times
yeah.
to be supplied by Russia.
Base nuclear
There's
power.
a reason. Exactly. I'm supportive of nuclear power, but there is a specific reason that Iran does not want to just be deployed with like not deployed, Jesus Christ, be imported.
Yeah, it has to be with
They're
weapons.
nuts.
100. I'm not.
Unfortunately,
I'm not gonna.
They want to be able to have the option to create a nuclear weapon. They want that to be a constant threat, and they want to be able to like first they want to have that threat so that they can leverage and make demands and threaten other countries in order to force them to be allowed to have more funding in order to fund their terrorist proxies. And secondly, they want to actually have the ability to make that decision, and like they want to have the infrastructure so that if they do decide that fuck it, we want to go full nuclear, that it will be a very hard to stop them once they reach a certain point. So Iran didn't quite reach that point yet before the strikes, but they could have very well gotten there in maybe, I don't know, a few months in terms of how far they were, how they enriched every single bit of the uranium past civilian grade and all into weapon grade, and that they were trying to stall the negotiations.
Yeah, sure. That's
So
fine.
this
I think
this has been reported by the IAEA as well, in terms of like there is no reason for them to have this much uranium at weapons grade, and it doesn't.
Yeah,
make
but I
any
think there's also
country to have.
there's also been evidence that the IAEA there's also been evidence that has been set by the IAEA that they haven't taken the necessary steps to actually build a nuclear weapon, right?
To do weaponization,
Yeah.
correct. But that part,
So that's the
again,
thing. I think my okay.
that part is
Can I
not,
just
hold
explain
on
my
one
take?
second.
Okay.
I just want to clarify one thing about the weaponization. That part, first of all, obviously the IAEA will have a lot less oversight over weaponization because that is not going to be in the same sort of facilities in which they are doing what's it called? Like one of the like quote unquote golden. There was like some reporting about some golden intel which pushed the Israeli decision past like where it was complete unity in terms of like all the opposition and all of Israel being and Mossad and every like organization all being on board with yes, absolutely, this is the time that we need to be striking Iran. And that was because they had some sort of intel that Iran was secretly continuing a weaponization program despite what's the IAEA thought about. So that was one of the things. Even barring that,
I heard something you said earlier.
Wait.
It's kind of well.
Let me just finish
I know.
this.
This directly
just a sec. I'm sorry, Guy. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. But like I just want to just hold on.
This is related.
I understand, but like
I want to because we're having I just want to get a back and forth on him and see where he's agreeing with me, and then we can move on to me and you talking about the Iran. It's specifically about him personally. I'm trying to convince him, or see what his thoughts are. Fire, are you with me still? Hello? Did you leave?
No, he just yeah.
Oh no,
he's
I'm here.
Okay. Did you hear everything I said? Is all of
No,
that understandable?
I would agree. Yeah.
Okay. So if you were to believe that Iran is stalling out the negotiations in order to make their position better for deciding if to threaten to go nuclearization, at the very best charitability, it's they are just trying to play a game of chicken, which is the most deadly game of chicken on earth, but in order to try to get concessions to allow them to do more, have more money for terrorist proxies and whatnot, and to relieve sanctions on their nuclear program, and still giving them that option to continue doing these chicken shit threat games. Would you say that eventually there would be a breaking point in which you'd have to say, listen, we need to do a strike because
Let me clarify my position. I don't mind America bombing the fuck out of Iran if it can ensure that they're actually effective. I don't think right now it's at a
I don't
position to
think
do that.
anyone agrees. I don't think anyone disagrees that Iran's nuclear program has been set back.
No,
by
my
at
main
least a year.
point is I think right now, a lot of the attacks that Americans can do because of how well Iran has consolidated its, nuclear weapons program and protected it. I don't think there's much America can do. Same with Israel to actually break
America,
that.
well, if anything, I completely disagree. Israel has been able to attack multiple countries that were in the middle of trying to do, like create nuclear weapons, or had programs such as Syria, such as Iraq, such as did they attack Libya? I don't remember if they attacked Libya, but definitely Syria and
No,
Iraq.
they had weapons of mass destruction, not necessarily nuclear. But like, dude, there's a difference with
No,
Iran and those countries.
Wait, Iraq. Just to be clear, Iraq did have a nuclear program at some point, not like the meme weapons of mass destruction. Are you aware of that?
No, they had a nuclear program, but then they got
nuclear weapon program. They eventually got
deweaponized.
rid of it.
I swear to God that after the Iran-Iraq war, after the Gulf War, they got completely dismantled.
Correct.
Did they have an active nuclear program when America invaded them in the 2000s?
No, one of the things that caused that war is that America didn't trust them and believed that Iraq was actually being extremely shady about certain things, and it was because they just were extremely hateful of America. And Saddam didn't trust
that's
America.
what I'm also
but it
fearful
seemed like
of
he was being
in
tough
Iran.
and still had his nuclear. The thing is, it seemed like, why is he being so sus and not being open with us? It looks like he is trying to hide a nuclear program. Like that, at least that is the faithful interpretation.
Do you fuck with the Iraqi war? Like, do you think it had good? Okay, let's say the execution was shit, right? Do you think it had good motivation?
I fuck with the idea that that Iraq, there is justifications for attacking Iraq, but no, the war itself was not justified, and the fact that it started with a lie makes it unjustifiable. Once you start by lying.
No, but I think the lie was because the lie had some similar basis to what is happening in Iran right now, right?
No. There was nothing close. Here we know that Iran is actually going for weapons grade uranium. There was no proof of any of this with Iraq. There was no proof of any weaponization.
Yeah, but it's similar. It's similar that they didn't want to disclose full.
Well,
they didn't want to disclose fully regarding their nuclear activities.
No,
the
Iraq had no evidence. There was no evidence that Iraq was actually moving towards nuclear weapons whatsoever, or in terms of actually building, enriching uranium to weapons grade whatsoever. Iraq was not even close to anywhere.
Okay. You think if Iraq was enriching nuclear weapons, then it would have been a different story?
Yes, I believe that if Iraq was threatening to use nuclear weapons against America and was slowly enriching uranium and threatening that they are going to get there eventually, but then saying, actually, we're not doing nuclear weapons, but if you give us, we're gonna force you to give us a deal where you better give us better treatment and allow us to have more money, or else we're gonna keep building up to nuclear weapons, then I would say yes, or the Iraq war would be 1,000% justifiable. Not in terms of maybe the conduct, but in terms of a war against Iraq, 1,000%, without a doubt.
All right. I don't know. I'm not sure. So your main differentiator, right? The main is the fact that they had weapons grade uranium. But I guess I would be more sympathetic to that.
Not the fact that they had it. The fact that that's the fact that, one, they're a belligerent country that is threatening to try to destroy another country and is sponsoring terrorism across the Middle East.
Iraq is also that. Iraq is also that. I don't think that's a main differentiator.
No. It's not one of these things. It's all of them together. Obviously.
Yeah. So the main differentiator,
one of the factors.
My point is the only main difference between those two is that they had weapons grade uranium, right?
Yes. No. The main difference is that Iran is specifically saying, yes, we are getting closer. Yes, look, they're trying to threaten the other countries. They're trying to say, listen, we are actually building nukes. Here, look at us. We're building up to weaponization. Not weaponization. We're building up our uranium stockpiles. Listen, you need to make a deal with us, or else. Ha ha ha. Playing little games of chicken. And the question is, will they? Won't they? I don't know. You don't take the fucking gamble when it comes to nuclear weapons and it comes to a state that is belligerent.
All right.
Not just a state that's belligerent, but a state that has, since like the government came into existence,
Okay,
they just want to destroy Israel, and that's been one of their things.
Dude, I would be a lot more sympathetic to that argument if they haven't had weapons grade uranium for this long, and like.
Wait, just to be clear,
nothing has come out of it.
Wait. Just to be clear, they have not had weapons grade uranium for this long, quote unquote. They've been stopped multiple times while in their tracks and had their program degraded by years at a time. If you know anything about Stuxnet,
Yes.
well, I'm asking fire.
No, wait. From my understanding, it has only been increasing after the Iranian deal. Forgot which deal was it? Called? The Obama
JCPOA.
one.
The
JCPOA.
Obviously, I have a
was-
million issues with the JCPOA itself as well.
Yeah, no.
Ever
Stuxnet
since
was
the
a virus
JCPOA
by probably the CIA to basically completely wipe their servers of all their nuclear information. It was incredibly successful.
Yeah, they
That was in like
Yeah,
2006.
well, not just that, also to completely like stop
Like, it was
the
catastrophic,
centrifuges in like
Yeah,
a
overload the centrifuges
non-synchronized
and they
way.
would- Yeah. If a
Wait,
centrifuge
Iranian
starts,
hackers?
it destroys itself.
Bro, Iranian hackers hacked the CIA to erase all of their nuclear data.
No.
No.
What the
It
fuck
was
happened?
CIA hacking Iran to basically delete their data and destroy their centrifuges by turning them too high and making them blow themselves up. Essentially, they spun themselves to death.
Okay.
Yeah, this was something that caused like the Iranian nuclear program to be set back by like years from that point. That was like there was a couple options in terms of what's it called, in terms of like what to do about the Iranian nuclear program, and that was the one that was chosen. It was obviously not a fix; it was more of a setback, as like a we'll wait and see what they do next.
Okay.
Can
I mean, I guess.
I mean, here's the
My
thing: it kind of behooves Iran right now to take a deal which allows them to have Iran. Go for it.
I said, just keep going. I'll be right back.
Okay,
Oh, good night, Jane Socks.
David, I'm
Okay,
slandering you
come
and
on,
your baby
guys.
Jill.
Let's have some fun, shall we?
Everyone starts slurring. Anyways, what was I gonna say? Sorry, the guy you came in here, hot and bothered. Want to ask a question? What's up? Are you still with me, the guy? Are you here?
Oh, TGDE, yeah.
You can't yell at me. That's illegal. That's illegal.
He's gonna hate
Yeah,
me
you
for calling
can't
him
yell
Eyeball
at
Boy,
me.
but I'm sorry. That's all I can think of when I see that
I
avatar.
did come in hot and bothered. I apologize.
Did you want to ask me something? Did you want to ask David something?
No, it was I wanted to test David.
Iran.
David, you said something originally about how the IEA reported, like, essentially how there were reports by the IEA that I kind of forgot now, I'll be honest. But some about IEA reports and about how, like, they wouldn't see the weaponization levels, but like that's kind of their job, isn't it? Like,
Well,
even if they didn't have
no,
access to
weaponization
those
is
sites,
kind of- Yeah, the thing is that the IEAE
they would be able
like,
to tell.
They would be able to tell what's happening in the facilities in which they have access to.
Well,
Because
that's
that's
not
part of the
even
deal that they have with their-
entirely. That's not even entirely the case, though, because wasn't there reports by the IEA that there were radiation levels higher? I mean, I agree. I think we should have bombed
they have
Iran.
very rough, yeah, just to be clear, they would have very rough, like whatever you can do from the outside, sure, but they wouldn't be able to, like, this isn't the fucking CIA. This is like a UN
Yeah.
org. The IAEA is not a fucking, like, it's not a superpower org where they have massive like surveillance systems and shit where they can like track like shit that they don't have the privy information to. The reason that IAEA is able to see anything is because Iran wanted to not have all of their sanctions back on. They knew that snapback sanctions were still a thing, and that once they completely got rid of the IAEA from any monitoring, they would go back to full full sanctions, which is happening now. They're going back to full sanctions because they won't make a deal, and they're trying to kick out the IAEA.
And I guess I guess another question. Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say, if I can just interject here, like on a strategic level, and I'm no professional for sure. I'm just kind of a nerd about this shit. But if you look at Iran itself, if you were just gonna have a defensive strategy, like a turtle shell kind of like Taiwan strategy, like a nobody's gonna take us over because we're gonna be impossible to defend, they have the terrain and manpower for it. But the reason you would want a nuclear weapon is to basically say that you're going to let us operate outside of our own territory and not be able to stop us. That's why you would want a nuke if you're Iran. Was to basically
I would like to expand on
No, I think they want to.
on that.
I know that they want to nuke. Yeah.
No, because I'm sorry, dude.
Yeah.
Like you try to. There's a reason the U.S. is afraid to invade Iran. It's because it would be Iraq times 10. It would be like Iraq.
Can
if Iraq
I add on that?
was like the same
I think
terrain
we're
as
afraid.
like Colorado.
I think it's just too costly. We could definitely stomp them if we wanted.
Yeah, but
I don't think you understand just how tough it
Look
is to
at
fight
the
them
we
out.
literally designed an entire missile to destroy their fucking bunker. Like,
and it didn't work. did it?
Americans thinking that any army in the world,
from
beat
what
the
the
U.S.
reports
Army,
say, it
is
did.
a joke, guys.
No, it didn't because they used
that's
two,
not
and they're
serious.
still talking about we still have stockpiles, and Israel's talking about hitting them again, and
I don't
Americans are
think
talking
any.
about Israel's gonna hit them
It
again.
wasn't fooling anybody. We were gonna completely get rid of their nuclear arsenal or their nuclear potential.
Yeah, that is
I don't
my
think
main
anybody
problem.
believed that.
I think one of the
Okay,
things is that Israel actually was like one of the things that one of the like conditions was that Iran leaves that fucking site alone, and apparently allegedly the like a lot of the shit is still buried under there. Like it wasn't really demolished, but it is buried under there, and there would be pretty obvious signs of recovery in order for them to secure it, and that would be a condition for the war to continue again, is if Iran did go to try to recover that.
One of my
David,
issues
can I ask
we
Fire
don't.
something?
How do we know these were all
You know
the
what?
all the locations? Sorry.
Yeah, like
Continue.
this is I want to like add on what like what's your name, Project Patfix or whatever you call it.
Yeah, what you want to ask?
Yeah. So I have a different argument to what like David said about attacking Iran. Like I
Okay.
think everybody here agrees is that if like a country attacks another country unprompted, like rockets and bombs and blockading like ports and stuff like that, then the attacked country has a right like to bomb it back in self-defense. And so I see not Hamas, specifically Hezbollah and the Houthis as direct military wings of the Iranian government. So like convince me otherwise if you want to convince me that Israel shouldn't attack them even without the nuclear.
Oh, because of the
And just attacking the nuclear site is just a tactical
know.
it's just a tactical advantage. That's just the tactical advantage that Israel
Who let
wants.
this fucking Jew in this chat? I thought we didn't let Jews in this server. What
Yeah.
the fuck?
I don't know.
Are you not glad I'm here, David?
Everybody.
I love you,
think
Funky. I'm
everybody's
trolling the shit out of you. I'm sorry.
It's fine. No, I'm trolling as well.
Okay, good.
I mean, that is okay. That's Israel,
Which dude is
right?
that,
I don't.
by the way?
Yeah.
I thought we were talking
Ooh,
about.
you're a little
Okay,
really
I
blue boy.
think TRC. I
No.
think Israel should exist.
No. Fire. I'm not talking about America bombing. Just Israel, like going complete full-on war with Iran to dismantle any like.
I don't know, if Israel
threat
wants to go
their
to
existence.
war with Iran,
Makes sense.
okay. If Israel wants to go to war with Iran, I don't know if they want to. I don't think they.
Would you die for Chirac? Would you die for
No,
Chirac?
Fire. I wasn't
I don't
asking
think you guys would know my
Chirac,
position.
maybe.
Wait.
I was
No,
asking if it's justified.
It's a lot of
Fire.
people.
That's what I'm
You know what? It is crazy. It's a lot of people trying to convince me that America should bomb Iran, or Iran or Israel should bomb Iran. You guys don't even fucking know my position exactly. Like, I don't think I've been able to explain myself, right?
So I want to hear it.
I
I want to
never
hear it.
accused you of wanting to
Oh, shut
bomb
up.
Iran or not
Yeah, I
bomb
would never.
Iran.
I would never accuse someone of not
I
saying that we
just
should
had
bomb
a
Iran.
question for David.
I would never wait. I would never, ever, ever accuse someone of not wanting to bomb Iran. I think that's a terrible position. I would never accuse you of having it. So I'll let you clarify your position.
No, well, no, I don't think you should bomb Iran right now. I think though, if there's a time where, yeah, actually, I don't mind. Okay, I don't mind America bombing Iran if it can.
Let him finish.
Okay, here are the options that America has regarding Iran and their nuclear weapon, right? The nuclear weapons right now. They either do nothing and wait, right? And then just see what happens next. Or they bomb Iran, but they put themselves in a premature they put themselves in a premature positions where it is a lot more disadvantages to what to the position that they were put in before. Or they actually have a good chance to bomb Iran and then they completely dismantle the nuclear facilities completely. My main problem was I think with regards to Israel, I don't know how good that intel was that Iran was actually pursuing weaponization. If Iran was
Wait, just to be clear, I want to clarify what I said. I did not say that they were getting to the end of weaponization, but rather they were still researching weaponization and looking into details towards that. Like they were still doing research on the weaponization.
I don't even regarding that. I just don't know if I trust Israel. Like I think Israel. Before Israel attacked Iran,
this wasn't even
America
a justification that they. Just to be clear, this wasn't like the justification that before that it wouldn't be okay, but now it is. It's just an extra thing that they learned about, which made them much more urgent to do this strike than before.
Okay, I don't know how much I trust that. That's the main thing with Israel. I don't know.
I just to be clear, I don't think that that's necessary for this strike to be justifiable.
Yeah,
I don't think
sure. You didn't answer. You didn't answer my question. I asked, like, is it justified for Israel to assault Iran just based on the?
Yeah, I already said yes.
They're waging.
I already said yes. I think they have security interests there.
Thank you. Yeah,
they have security interests there, but that's not America's war, right? So we're talking about why America should or should not bomb Iran. I think the only reason why America should bomb Iran, and we can all agree, is because of nuclear shit, right?
Sure. Yeah, I agree.
I don't think America should be fighting Israel's war regarding the proxy ship. That's why I didn't want to address that because it's two different arguments.
Just to be clear, no, actually, never mind. Change my mind.
Right. So I think I don't mind America bombing Iran, but the problem with bombing Iran in a premature position is it puts Iranians in a more radicalized position. In a more radicalized position, it furthers it furthers the impossibility of a deal being made. The IAEA now has no oversight over any of their nuclear shit. Their population is somewhat actually less or more favorable towards their government. And then what are the benefits? Okay, can we just
let him finish?
There's been proof of that, but okay, so what are the benefits?
Let him finish. It was a rhetorical question.
I thought he was asking a question.
David, I swear to fucking God, why the fuck? I let you
Hey, I'm gonna finish your statement. I thought you were asking a question, so I was gonna answer the question. But if you're not, then answer your question yourself. Okay. Go.
Okay, sure, thank you. But okay, so what are the pros of America bombing Israel, or not bombing Israel, America and Israel bombing Iran at that point of time? From my perspective, I think it was Israel forcing America into a premature position, right? Where you're kind of in limbo. You are Iran's positions haven't changed much. I don't think the bombings actually affected their abilities to pursue weaponization as much. I think you destroyed some nuclear facilities, but I think there were evidence that suggests that Forlo was largely unaffected because of the radiation levels being largely okay. So you might delay them for a few months or maybe a year, But like, do you want to keep doing this, or I think it's better to just wait until a better, like, to wait for a better time, or like actually just wait until it's the last resort, you know?
I mean, okay,
What I mean by wait
so
for a better time is like you can actually ensure that they don't have nuclear weapons, right? And then the other alternative to that is if you don't wait and you just want to do it now, well then you're suggesting war, which I don't think anyone wants here, right? Like, so. Is what I'm saying making any sense? Like, do you at least understand what I'm trying to say?
I understand. I just don't agree, obviously.
Okay.
So
No, I just
okay,
wanted to make sure it's getting
there's a
across.
few things. Um, sorry, give me 1 second. I'm in the middle of the game as well. But one is that Iran is like one of the things that has been said about like from Europe as well is that Iran was trying to stall out until they no longer had like the snapback sanctions, and essentially they would have to I forget how it works, but they'd have to make a whole new process where they have to get all the UN to agree to doing like new snapback sanctions instead of having it automatically happen if there's no deal to basically redo the like redo it or something. I don't know the exact specifics, but for some reason, if they reach X date and the UN doesn't put like snapback sanctions, then it's a much more difficult process to have that come again. I don't remember know the exact process. This is just what I've heard from reading about this. I don't understand the full mechanism, but essentially that's one of the things as well, is that even Europe was saying that Iran appears to just be like trying to stall out this process, but also that we kind of were at a point where Iran could just hide their uranium. Like there was so much of it that Iran could like hide it and store it for later, this weapons grade uranium, and it would take them much closer to the process. Like already most of the work that's done is to get uranium up to like 40% or something. Is like 70% of the way there, and getting it like the uranium up to like in the 80s is like 98%, because it's not like a flat whatever the fuck. It's not like
Yeah, but okay.
to get to 5%, to get to 10%, to get to 20%. Like there is a much higher amount of work to get it up to that 40% level, which a 40% is already way past civilian grade, and there's no like civilian use for that level, especially not 60%. And essentially, one of the things is that like it just, there was no deal in which like Iran wasn't making progress. They weren't getting close to saying yes, we will accept no enrichment. They were saying, they were demanding that no matter what, they keep their enrichment, they keep getting sanctions relief that allows them to continue doing terror proxies. Like there really wasn't. It appeared that even if you believe that there should be some sort of what's it called as well, like some sort of negotiation as well, this would need. It appeared that there was no way to do this except under the gun. It needed to be. Iran needed to feel like there would be serious consequences if they didn't make a deal, and this is what happened with over here. Is Iran felt a little bit of the consequences, not all of it, but it felt a little bit.
Okay, do you think that they're closer to making a deal now?
Than pre-war, yes.
Okay, I guess I would agree.
Pre-war, they just weren't really.
Has there been evidence of that?
The evidence I would cite is, what's it called? Hold on, sorry. Well, first of all, there are much more. There's much more people that are very weary of like saying they are going for. I'm so sorry. I keep getting distracted by my fucking game.
Hold on. Can I ask Fire a question? It's completely unrelated to this, and it's not to start another conversation. It's something that I might want to talk to him about in the future. Can I do that?
Okay.
Fire, I'm just genuinely curious. How do you feel about do you think that Zionism is similar to Nazism? Do you think that
No, what? No. It's not.
Okay, and you don't think that Israel is doing a Holocaust, or that what Israel is doing is comparable to
No,
the
I think
Holocaust?
I think the comparisons are real. Like we can say it's bad without being the Holocaust, right? Like it's a little weird. But here's what I will say. I don't think I think Zionism. I think there's an effort by a lot of liberal groups to kind of distill, dilute to what Zionism actually is. That's what I'll say. I think Zionism is inherently immoral, but like I don't like the comparisons that they're Nazis or like Nazis. Like I think that's weird.
Okay, well, you
like,
know
I don't
what?
think-
At
like, okay,
least you're based on
Okay,
that.
here-
Although on the other hand, I
No,
was
here's
gonna
my
say, God damn it, because I really wanted to argue with somebody intelligent about that. But go ahead.
No, here's my thing. Like, okay, you think Loner Box's position is really strange to me. Maybe you know more about it and you can defend it. But his apparent position is that if you believe in a two-state solution, you are automatically a Zionist, and I think that's pretty reductive.
Well,
Because you'd support a Jewish state.
yeah, because you
Well, that's it,
support
then-
yes, because Zionism is literally just Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state. That's what Zionism
I don't-
means.
I think
I think
to me that is a
Zionism to be the one-state solution for the Jews and nobody else. That would be like
no, but
ultra-right.
okay. I think multiple things can be right here. I think that is a
bad things.
David,
I think that is a frozen definition.
Go on.
I think that is a frozen definition to what Zionism could be around 1948. But like movement can evolve, ideology can evolve. Like okay, so here's my question then: would you consider Norm Finkelstein a Zionist?
I mean, he supports a two-state solution, so I mean, yeah, he is
Yeah.
technically a Zionist.
I feel like then most people would laugh. Like, and I think they have a right to like think that that's a silly definition, and your definition of Zionism is not specific enough.
But
Like, I don't-
no,
think
because
that's a
it
useful
feels like
definition.
you're trying to like you're trying to take Zionism and turn it into something worse than what it actually is, which is weird.
No, well,
like,
yeah, because it is because if you like the historical baggage of it.
why don't
I
you just
still
use
necessitate-
Kahanist, dude? It feels like that's what you actually want. Like, is that not what you think that like what is it that you think Zionism actually means? Like some like wanting a Jewish ethno state that's like inherently exclusionary, or like yeah, I don't. What
feel-
is
okay.
the definition that you want?
All right. I just think that if your definition allows for Norm Finkelstein to be called a Zionist, I think that there's obviously some problems with that definition. With how most
Norm
people
Finkelstein.
Yeah,
Norm Finkelstein literally says that like BDS is secretly like a like just wants Israel to be destroyed, and that it's like shameful because they won't just be honest about that.
Yeah, he also fucking supports the Houthis. Like so, like
Yeah,
what do you
but
want?
like again,
Like
because he's a
I don't think
psychopath,
you can
and
make
he does
any
all-
good. I
kind
don't
of
think you can
isn't
make any
coherent.
serious argument.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't actually believe that Finkelstein is pro two state. It feels disingenuous
No.
to me, and that's probably the reason why.
No,
is because he really
disingenuous.
does.
This
He
is
also
what
when he
most-
talked about like he doesn't want Israel to be destroyed, but also he supports the Houthis and also he supports Hamas. It's like
hold
I
on,
don't really believe
hold on.
him.
No, David, just a second. Here's the thing. Finkelstein, I think, does support two states, but like, and I believe Lonerbox has pointed this out, but he doesn't
You might say that.
talk about it ever because he knows that the crowd that is now
No.
his main audience
No.
will not like they will well
completely
okay
disagree.
then how do you
That's the thing.
explain what he said to those protesters? Like it was very recently, it was only like I think it was in
because the reason he said
2024
that- the
where he
reason that was
said
for optics. Yeah, the reason he said that was for optics, not because he believed he
why
believed it'd be
why would
optically
he
better.
say that for okay, you know what, I don't care.
Yeah,
I'm not
he literally said
interested. I'm not interested in trying to mind read Norman Finkelstein, okay? I mean, I feel like a better argument, instead of saying that Norman Finkelstein doesn't want a that he doesn't support two states, is to say that like he like it doesn't matter if he supports two states because that he has thrown himself in with a bunch of people, like his audience is comprised of people who do not support two states, and he's fine being on the same team as these people, including people who are pro-Hamas.
Yeah, I think some of these people could be pro two states. I think you can like you can have okay. This is holy shit. This is gonna sound fucking crazy. You can be pro two states and understand that that is the pragmatic solution. That's how Norm Finkelstein justifies it. Is like, of course, the two-state solution isn't a just solution. There can be no just solution. However, it is a pragmatic solution, and it's the solution that we probably should be
I
fighting
guess
for.
my thing is,
How this
I
wasn't-
think, I think a case that can be made is if you want Israel actually to be destroyed, but you think that the only way to have that you're willing to have Israel not be destroyed as long as you can make a Palestinian state, then maybe that wouldn't make you a Zionist. I think that's okay to say, sure.
No, I don't think he wants Israel to be destroyed. I don't think two states. Like I think I think his motivation for just wanting a two-state solution is because I think that is the easiest solution that the Palestinians can have that preserves somewhat their self-determination. I think he's given up on a one-state solution.
I don't think he ever
but, like,
supported a one-state solution. He was more vocal about his support for two states years ago, but now he hardly ever talks about it. And I think it's because that he is audience captured.
No.
Yeah, let me tag in here, David. I think that.
I'm sorry. What you want to say?
Yeah,
it's funky.
I like more agree with Fire on specific Norman Finkelstein, but I don't want to. I just think that he's like this weird, like super legalese guy that like really likes the UN and like whatever they say is like.
Well, he selectively likes the UN because he supports the Houthis, and what they're doing is against international laws.
I know. But I just want to say about this Zionism. I'm not going to pretend to know how people in America feel about it, but everybody here in Israel that's like a two-stater, including myself, is like self-describably identifies as a Zionist just because it's about like a national homeland for the Jews. That's like the whole point of Zionism. Like not more than that. Like, and we acknowledge like all the liberal Zionists in Israel acknowledge all the atrocities done to the Palestinians, but it doesn't like change the definition of Zionism. It just
Zionism is when you do that thing.
Yeah, that's what that's what that's what I'm trying to say basically. And I think Funky said it better than me, obviously, because because he's probably made these arguments before. But I don't know. Anyway, go ahead, Fire.
You can have but you understand how that can be a little if your sole definition of the Zionist movement or of Zionism,
it's not a
solely on the basis
definition.
It is pretty much because you just conceded. Yeah, you think Norm Finkelstein could be a Zionist.
Well, no,
like fuck, I could even be a Zionist, and I think I would reject that position. That is disgusting. I would not want to be called a Zionist.
Yeah, but that's the problem. Don't you think that there's kind of an issue with that?
But that's your feelings, Fire.
No,
I
don't
because
think
you don't want to feel like it. It has to do with how you feel about it, and not with any pragmatic solution.
No, wait, dude. Even
you get that?
Okay. Here's why.
You don't like the idea of being labeled on the other side of pro-Palestine. That's all you don't like.
No, it's not. It's not
the word Zionist.
I mean, yeah, that is part of it. But I understand the history of Zionism, and I understand the history of Zionism and how it has evolved as an ideology. And like, I think to just accept the definition of Zionism as one that believes in the right, like Israel to exist as it is right now, right, is a frozen definition. Is a frozen definition based. Dude, is a frozen definition based on the 1948 definition, right? Like, it's like that was the goal prior to 1948. They just wanted to establish a homeland. But wait,
the way Jews think about it, even if Israel was in Uganda, they would call it Zionism. You get that, right? It doesn't matter where Israel
I don't know.
is.
I don't think so. I disagree.
Okay,
but
that's what all Israel least think. Like it doesn't matter. It's just about the Jewish homeland. It's not about where it is.
Yeah, it's nationalism, dude. It's Jewish nationalism.
They want it to be here because of the religious sites. That's what they want it to be. It's not about it.
No, but the thing is, there are a lot of different. Like, okay, for example, Arab displacement. I think even Benny Morris said one of the primary. Okay, I'm gonna do the fucking Norman Finkelstein V, but I actually did read parts of the book. It was really funny that he did say this, or not Norm Finkelstein, right? But fucking who is it?
Benny Morris.
Shlomo Ben Ami. Scars of Wars, Wounds Scars of War, Wounds for Peace. I think in the second book, he described Zionism as what is it called? What the fuck is it called when you're like
Colonialism.
when you're
He might
settling,
have
not
said that
when
the,
you're
the
settling.
displacement is inevitable, was inevitable because of
No, no, that's
the,
Benny
the
Morris.
conditions of the time and
Oh, yeah,
like what
no,
happened.
Zionism was a colonization movement, right? At its prime.
Shlomo Ben Ami used colonization movement.
Yes, you can read the book.
Okay.
That is, he
I
just
have the book. I don't remember that. I'll look it up.
it's in the first it's the first 3 pages. Maybe you didn't, he only said it once, but um the thing is, right, with Zionism, you can make a very easy argument that if you look through the whole history of Zionism, it has a lot of negative characteristics that it's really dishonest to kind of just dilute it to, oh, we just want a Jewish state no matter what. Like, no, there's the parts of Arab displacement, is the fact that is the fact
You say you're pro-abolitionist. Does that mean that you have to take that you have to say, well, there was a guy who what's it called?
no, I'm not, dude, that's not fucking retarded. Like the problem is the Zionist movement is largely embedded within this thinking. Is largely embedded within this culture historically.
We're all Zionists.
Right?
It is Zionist to be Israeli. It is Zionist to be like Jewish and to believe in an Israeli homeland. I mean, this is just I don't know what this means. I don't know what any of what you're saying means, because that is what who is this people? Who are these people that define Zionism differently, that call themselves Zionists?
No, that's not what he's saying. He's trying to say that.
Let me get the combo with them for a second, please. I understand. Okay. Is there any Zionist that agrees with the definition that you're trying to make, that Zionism is when you do bad things? And you were like,
I think most people dude, I think most people at its heart would agree with my definition more than your definition.
You think most Zionists agree that the reason that they're pro-Zionist is because they love 1948 and displacement? That you think like that? That's why.
Oh, wait. Not most Zionists. Most people would agree with my definition of Zionism.
Yeah, most people that don't like
Zionism.
Zionism.
I think it is also true that a lot of
don't talk over each other. Wait, hold on.
I agree. Wait, I just want to say this. I agree with you that most people that don't like Zionism will say that Zionism is people I dislike.
Okay.
And that like bad things. I agree.
All right. Now, regarding what you said about most Zionists, I think most Zionists, or most people who define themselves as Zionists, I think they can define themselves as Zionists. That's fine, right? And I'm not going to say, hey, you're not Zionist. But I would say that I disagree with their definition of Zionism, or I think it's a little bit.
So then what's the point if most of the people aren't the thing that you're saying that the definition means? If most of the people that are Zionists aren't that definition?
I don't think...
Do you think most Zionist definition you're saying, or do you think that
I don't think the way we define like a movement should always be based on how people perceive people who are that part of that group perceive themselves, or
or what their main characteristic that unites them. What do you think the main characteristic that unites all the people that call themselves Zionists? What is the most unifying characteristic? What's the most similarity between them? What do you think is
I feel like if you actually would call yourself a Zionist right now in this current landscape, you'd have to be super pro-Israeli.
I'm a Zionist. My family's a Zionist. My neighbor's a Zionist. My cousins are Zionists. My best friends are Zionists.
Dude, Fire, I'm the biggest peacenik you'll ever meet. I'm a Zionist, okay? I don't know why you look at me. Like, I want peace beyond, like, any revenge. I will forgive and forget and peace and reconcile more than David is ever willing to, and I'm a Zionist. I don't know.
I am also a Zionist, and I am willing to criticize Israel a lot, so...
Even a bloodthirsty Israeli, this funky guy.
What?
I said, did you know this funky guy is a bloodthirsty Israeli?
Yes, I believe he established that.
I love you
but
too,
So don't let him do Hasbara. When Israelis talk, it's just Hasbara.
Okay, let's not. Yeah, I mean that is kind of funny, but let's not. But yeah, like Fire, like you understand, like yeah, you might feel that way, but I'm just saying that like if you go to Israel, like most people there are obviously going to consider themselves Zionists, including like liberals. They're still going to call themselves that.
And go to Jewish, like in
Yeah, and I don't
religious
think
Jewish
that's necessarily
neighborhoods, or if you go to
wrong, but
if you go to most Jewish neighborhoods and you go to like a religious neighborhood or like let's say Flatbush or Borough Park or some place in New York that's like super Jewish, or I don't know as much about other states, but I mean even in Florida, you go around to like Miami or around what's the fucking
okay.
neighborhood?
This is my main problem, right, with the Zionist thing. Prior to 1948, the Zionist goal was to establish a Jewish homeland in Palestine, or like
What's
whatever,
now?
like land of Israel, whatever. That's always been a consistent goal of the Zionists, right? It has been
What do you
characterized by displacement, colonization. The Jews literally called themselves like the JCO was a thing, and all those negative things. Now,
I mean, we can talk
their
about
goal
that.
has always been. Can I
Just
fucking dude,
let him finish, David, please, for God's sake.
There's okay, right? Now, 1948 arrived. They finally have their state, right? So, but it didn't stop there. A lot of the policies that they were that they were imposing upon the Palestinians, you can argue that there is some level of continuation with that. You know, with the settler colonial, like the settlements, with the settlements and with all that shit, right? So you can argue that it is still a continuation of what is happening prior to 1948. I think to just define Zionism as a movement
But
that
there's a group of people that's okay, whatever. There's a group
Zionism
of
that
people that
as a
specifically like
movement that ignores all that historical baggage and ignores the potential continuation of those policies, right? Which is I would argue that is a continuation of Zionism, whatever. Just to take that frozen 1948 definition of hey, we finally have a state, right? I think
okay.
it's a little.
To
I
answer,
think it's a little reductive.
Hold on, wait a minute.
okay.
No,
That,
I wanna.
but to me,
Let me go.
but to me, I think
I just need to say this. I've been trying for hours. Okay, so the like again. Okay, Zionism
Can
there's
I?
a specific group of people that literally do support exactly what you're talking about in terms of settlements and in terms of expansionism of Israel, and they're literally called Kahanis. So the idea that there's a group, there's many Zionists that specifically go out of their way, people that literally will go to like to Palestinians and try to protect them against like settler violence, and they themselves will call themselves Zionists. So the idea that the Zionists, that which you're redefining the word that meant so much to Israelis and means everything to do with Israeli nationalism, and the idea that Jews deserve a state in that area. And I think that first of all, the idea that it meant that now, but like again, even modern day Zionism means the protection and maintenance of that Jewish homeland and to make sure it's not destroyed as well today. Like that's
yeah,
part of
okay.
the.
I think you can have that interpretation, but I think that is also
That's what
kind of
But that
historically.
no, because that is the interpretation. Because like what David just said is correct. There's a group of people that you are talking about, and they're called Kahanists. Why don't you just say Kahanist? Like, why not just call them that? Because that's what they are. Kahanists are insane right-wing Zionists who want to expand Israel and annex the West Bank and the Gaza Strip.
Dude, from my understanding, the thing with Kahanists is, aren't they like super ultra religious and?
Not necessarily. They don't have to be.
Okay.
I mean, actually, wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I could be wrong. Funky, are Kahanists super ultra religious? Do they have to be? Is that like a requirement?
No, it was started by a like super religious, like American rabbi. But no, today many of the Kahanists aren't religious today. No.
Okay, here's it. Okay, I don't think Kahanism is what I am referring to, though.
Are you, so
What
you're,
I'm referring to is
Then what are you referring to? Like
Are you talking about like a fervor from
ultra
like, say, the more
orthodox, like Haredis,
like the
because they
more?
are not. They don't support settlements necessarily. So who are you
I
talking
say,
about?
are you talking about like any secular Jews that would support settle? Are you thinking like that? Is that your angle here? Like secular conservative Jews are like, we can't trust these people, so we're going to use these settlers to our advantage to get rid of them. Is that what you're
that's
talking about?
part of it, but I think also a general continuation of what the attitudes were from the Israelis to the Arabs prior to 1948. You know,
What does that mean?
something that gives that historical part of Zionism some
How does
justice.
that reconcile the fact that from 1948 to 1967 there were no settlements and no Kahanism? How do you reconcile that?
Between 1948 and 1967, I think for the first how many years Arabs also didn't have citizenship, right?
They were inside Israel is something different. They did have citizenship, didn't have the right to vote. You're right. They got like the right to vote in 1965.
Like, yeah, it's not.
1965. We're not talking about that because they got the right to vote in 1965. I'm talking about specifically the West Bank and Gaza. Gaza was controlled by Egypt. The West Bank was controlled by Jordan. There were no settlers between then, and there was no Kahanism. But when the 6-Day War happened and Israel took over those territories, only then Kahanism started to erupt, and it wasn't called Kahanism back then, but settlement movement started to erupt. And when Kahana came and started his movement, then he gave it the name and the tenets and the symbols and the hate speech and everything. But like until 1967, there was no such thing. So are you saying that until 1967, Zionism was not Kahanism? Zionism was not about settlements? Is that what you're saying?
No, settlements, displacement they're one of the main things that characterizes Zionism, you know, in my eyes.
And one of the main things, the Jewish state,
I
and
think,
like establishing it.
oh my fucking god! But I think it is also I think it is also defined by a general, like the inhumane sentiment towards Arabs, like in that is driven by, what is it called?
Then if you think that, then I
European
think you should
narcissism.
First of all,
Like, you know,
most Zionists aren't European Jews. First of all, second of all, first of all, most Zionists aren't European Jews; they're Middle Eastern Jews. First of all, in Israel at least. Second of all,
you can have a movement that is not by.
Okay, based on that, but not from there. Okay, you can say that. Okay.
Do you think most Middle Eastern Jews would identify any sort with the Arab movement, with the Arab identity?
No, but you saying that Zionism is like embodied by hatred of Arabs, that's like very reductive. You could read Alt Neuland by Herzl. He describes a world where Israelis and Jews live in a binational state and like in a very like peaceful existence. You can read Echad Ha'am, which says that we should embrace the Palestinians. You can read the Israeli Declaration of Independence, which is like a remarkable document because the last paragraph is completely dedicated to a call to peace to Arabs without from surrounding countries and within. The Declaration of Independence actually states that we agree to the partition plan and we want peace with Palestinians. The Israeli Declaration of Independence does this. So how is Zionism defined by hatred towards Arabs? Answer that.
Well, Zionism is defined by hatred, like a certain narcissistic outlook towards Arabs that kind of justifies the displacement and all the shit that they're doing, right?
The Palestinianism is defined by hatred towards Jews.
No, David, that doesn't matter right now. I want to focus on Zionism. Like you didn't like address anything I said. If like all the Zionist leaders,
you think
signed the document, signed the Declaration of Independence, saying they want peace with Palestinians in 1947. They did that. They said our policy is policy of peace with Arabs. That's what they said. That's what they did. Okay. How do you reconcile that with hatred towards Arabs?
I think Are you gonna deny the displacement that has happened?
Not at all. The Nakba is a catastrophe, a tragedy. I wish it never happened.
You don't think that there
that
has
is
been
reconciled? But
Okay,
there
you don't think there
have been. The Palestinians have been brutalized by this conflict. Okay, that is
no
not solely the fault of Zionism,
even before
but
1947,
even
even
before
before the
1947,
Nakba.
even before 1947, even before then. Okay, it could
Okay,
have been
so that
done.
is my
it could have been-
point. That is
Okay,
what Zionism is. Okay,
no,
okay,
but
okay.
it wasn't
This is
done
my main
out of
point.
hatred to Arabs. Is that? Could you at least like acknowledge that? It's
Zionism
not
is
that.
defined, in my opinion, by the establishment of a Jewish homeland in Palestine, right? That is characterized by the methods of displacement, right? Colonization. Again, this is not like, if you look at most academic definitions of Zionism, like I think like they would talk about these things of displacement,
Actually, no. Any
colonization.
economical like analysis of Zionism would never call it like settler colonialism because it doesn't fit any historical forms of colonialism. Because there was no like
Okay.
mother state. They were not like taking wealth from the land and actually giving it to like the British Empire.
Right.
They were not like siphoning wealth and giving it to people, other people. They were
Right.
not like.
Will you accept an argument from Shlomo Ben Ami's like first few pages of his book, Scars of War, Wounds for Days?
I accept a lot of things from Benjamin, and I agree with. I don't know what you think. I just don't agree about the colonization thing. It's like,
Okay.
you can quote him if you like, but I agree with most of it. What he said, I acknowledge that he said the thing about colonization. I'm allowed not to agree with him, but I do think
Okay.
all you're saying, like you could classify that as wars against humanity, war crimes, but it's not like the embodiment of Zionism. It's what ensued based on the conflict that happened because the binational state was not able to be achieved, or a two-state solution was not able to be achieved. Like there was a path, there is a different timeline where Jews come there and are way more amicable with the local population, and the local population is a lot less anti-Semitic and accepts them, and they split the land, and there is no conflict. There is a like alternate timeline where that happens without any like what you call settler colonialism, I hope.
Okay. I guess it's like what are the chicken or the egg, right? Like I argue that Arab displacement caused a lot of the anti-Semitism, which caused a lot of the conflicts, and you're arguing that it's always been a strong,
The anti-Semitism, to be clear, the anti-Semitism was there before the Arab displacement.
Like, yeah, no, you can like anti-Semitism was a thing even before Palestine existed, or
Yes.
fucking Rome.
In the
It's
Middle
not like-
East, yes.
Middle Eastern thing as well.
like
just to be clear.
anywhere. I don't know. Like it's not like.
I've been careful because that's like a little sneaky thing that sometimes our Palestinians will try to say that it was introduced from Europe and that it didn't exist
No, but
before.
what we are arguing here is what is the main driver? What is the main driver of the conflict? And I think the primary driver, I think it's more honest to say that the displacement and the idea that a Jewish state was going to be created there caused a lot of the anti-Semitism, rather than the anti-Semitism causing the Jewish people to feel like, well, not the European anti-Semitism, but the Arab anti-Semitism at a local level, causing the Jewish people to feel like they need to displace the Arabs and do all this shit.
Wait, you don't think that hold on. Wait, you think that the Jews decided that they just wanted to displace like Arabs just because? Is that what you're saying?
Just because they needed a fucking state. What?
No, not just sorry. Let me like in 48, you think that like the Jews just hated
I don't know why we're studying.
Please stop. You said that you said that the reason for Zionism is part of it, Arab hatred for the Arabs is a key part of Zionism. Am I misunderstanding that?
No, hatred, but it's not positive sentiments, I can say. There is a dehumanization aspect to it.
Okay. Do you think that the what's it called? Sorry. Do you think that the displacement happened because they hated Arabs, or do you think it was because they believed that it was necessary in order to survive?
I think they think it was necessary, but at the same time, their dehumanization of Palestinian rights and Arab rights, right? Their inability to actually understand that has materialized into a lot of the displacement.
Okay,
By the way, I'm not just talking about 1948. Stop saying that I'm just talking about 1948. We're not talking about 1948, right?
I know. But what I'm saying is, what do you think was the main driver for the displacement? Do you think it was what they believed was necessity to survive, or do you and like not have their state eradicated, or do you think it was because of their supremacy or hatred of Arabs? What do you think was the main driver?
I would say it's their necessity to survive, but I don't think that's an excuse. You know.
I'm not saying it's an excuse, but I'm just saying that I don't think it matches.
Yeah. No, I would agree with you. I think even Shlomo Ben Ami would say that despite Zionism being a colonialist, like he would argue it as a colonialist. It has colonialist characteristics. It is a colonialist movement, whatever, right? He would argue that there's a difference between that and other colonialist movements at the time, because Zionism is a colonialist movement that, what is it called? That was built on the motivations of self-preservation, while colonialist movements at the time, the majority of them was kind of like, well, we just want to have more resources. But like, I don't think it's an excuse. So I don't know. I don't tend to.
What?
Yeah, I don't tend to like fucking talk about it, because I think it's still bad, right? I don't think it's an excuse. I don't think it's irrelevant to it's relevant somewhat to differentiate Zionism and other colonialist movements at the time. But
I think it makes it so different from any colonialist movement that there's no use case in actually trying to match these together, because there is almost no commonality between any colonialist movement and Zionism, because almost every colonialist movement.
What about you don't think their methods were similar to colonialist movements at the time?
The methods?
Colonialism.
The methods.
Colonialism is typically something that is done to make money. And there's usually a mother country, but Zionism was not done, like the motivation behind Zionism and the way in which they did it was not about like extracting wealth in order to give it back to like a mother country or whatever. It was about like a group of people going to a place so that they could make a safe haven for themselves there. And it was hard, and like a lot of those people came there with nothing. So
I agree.
It's really not the same as like you can draw other conclusions. If you want to say what's going on in the West Bank is colonialism, you can, because those are people that are settling on a land that is that like you could argue is not theirs, and that I would argue is not theirs, and that and like
the Supreme Court of Israel would agree with you if you say that as well, right? They called that a belligerent occupation, like the West Bank specifically.
Sorry,
Kalinda, to be clear, colonialism in it of itself doesn't have a lot to do with enriching the mother country. That would be more like mercantilism, but eventually colonialism turns into mercantilism.
Oh, okay. Well,
colonialism is also, I will say this. I think colonialism is also defined by other things rather than the motivation of enriching themselves and having a motherland. That's why that's why a lot of people have made the argument that Zionism, even prior to 1948 and whatnot, was a colonialist movement. Even fucking reasonable people like you, yourself has said, right? Shlomo Ben Ami, like.
Wait, but
I don't know.
What if Israel wasn't established and they only migrated there? Like, what if Israel was never? Would it still be colonialism if just Jews migrated there legally? Like, would it still be colonialism?
Wait, what did you? So, what's the situation like? So, Jews migrate there legally.
Jews went there, and it turns out that like the state that came up is entirely Palestine, and they just became citizens of that state. Like, would it still be colonialism?
No, of course not.
So how can you say that prior to 1948 that's colonialism? Then
that's not
that was the goal, to establish a state.
Is that
there's a
just
lot
how
of
you would define Zionism?
No, not Zionism.
Not Zionism. Okay, because you said it's colonialism before 1948, like inherent, just moving there and like buying land, emigrating there and buying land is colonialism. If
Well, that's
I'm
not.
understanding you correctly, like
Well, part of it is to like part of it is done. Not necessarily with intent, like, but part of it is done in conjunction with the displacement of Arabs, right? With the
Yeah, who didn't
displacement of the indigenous population there.
wait, who didn't? Yeah,
yeah, but
Arab, who didn't?
like half of it wasn't like about like half of the what you call
Can I try
settlers
something here?
came and like settled on land that wasn't owned by anybody, right?
Hold
Like
on.
half of them. The other half like actually like bought up land and took it from people out of evictions. I get what you say. Like the other half didn't. So if it wasn't like had to do with any evictions, wouldn't call it colonialism just because Jews moved there.
SGA wants to try to ask some. Go ahead, SGA. Yeah.
Jewish peoples to the area of Palestine could be. I wouldn't consider it colonialism prior to 48, but it could be like somewhat defined that way because they're moving there to establish themselves as a peoples and hopefully one day form a nation or something. But if you're going to go by like historical usage of the word or that kind of contextual usage, calling it colonialism loads and lumps it into a lot of other relatively detestable actions on behalf of governments. And that's like the key point is like colonialism was typically not exactly about just getting more land like on behalf of other governments. It was also a way to move dispossessed peoples from your own homeland or territory to another place where you still might have influence and control and benefit from them, but they're out of sight and out of mind.
Well, that didn't happen either, didn't it? Or are you saying that?
Yeah, no, I'm saying
British colonialism?
Yeah, I wouldn't call what the movement of Jewish peoples to the area of Palestine, I wouldn't call that colonialism without a fuckload of caveats of like, yeah, technically like they're colonizing. The thing I take issue with is just as similar to people who ultimately want to use the words genocide, apartheid, Holocaust, all these kind of things, is that there is some significant moral loading to the term colonialism used in this context. Or colonizing in this context.
I pretty much agree with you then. Okay.
Yeah. But I'm a uber pro-war Zionist, so.
Based. By the way, guys, I'm sorry. I'm exhausted. I think I'm gonna have to end the
Me too.
stream now. I'm so tired. I'm falling
fine.
asleep. This is an interesting conversation, and I wish that I could stay awake until 8 a.m. because I can see all these Israelis waiting here, hopeful in Tel Aviv Hostage Square, and it's like what 6:46 a.m. over there. And I think
Yeah, that's why I didn't go to sleep. I'm probably gonna go to the gym some more.
Goebbels, take some Pervitin. It'll keep you awake.
Wait, what'd you say?
I said, don't worry, Goebbels, take some Pervitin and keep you
Oh
awake.
my god. Goebbels? Excuse me? Goebbels?
Okay, I think we've had enough LARPing about Miko Koivunen here. Whoever the Finnish guy was.
Wait, the Finnish guy?
Yeah,
Hold on, I
there
need
was
to
a story in World War II of a Finnish guy that was when the Nazis were in control of Finland, that had his entire unit's supply Pervitin, and it was frozen solid. So he took the whole thing and was like, he survived after like 2 weeks, and his like resting heart rate was like 200 or something like that.
Oh my
Basically, his entire squad got killed or captured, and he had their entire supply of Pervitin, and he was on skis, and he didn't have time to stop and break them up because he had his big snow mittens on, so he just fucking ate the entire pack and then blazed a trail of fire through the snow and traversed like hundreds of kilometers in only a day or two. And apparently he killed a bunch of, like, he obviously, like, basically went unconscious through the whole thing, but he, like, showed up at a forward Finnish camp, like, totally emaciated. He remembers, like, waking up with, like, dead, like, bird bones in his pockets and shit. And
Oh man.
Like
You
all
know,
those,
Fat Electrician,
yeah.
if you ever want like interesting, mostly American coded war stories, but like really, really, really well narrated and told, Fat Electrician's a good place to go.
That's who I watch. I love
Hey,
Friday
I'm
Electrician.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Venerable Bede. Apparently, your eating is triggering him or something. SDA.
My eating? Yeah, good.
Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, good night, Funky. And or I guess I should say good morning. Um, but yeah. Um, yes, good morning. I hope, yeah, and like I said, I actually do wish that I could stay up because I want to see if it's gonna happen, but because I think they said 8 a.m. and
Gonna happen.
what?
Yeah, so do you know what's gonna happen?
I mean, well, the hostages are supposed to get released at 8 o'clock.
No. No, nothing ever happens.
Oh. No, come on. But
Nothing ever happens is undefeated.
But they all look so hopeful, god damn it. Let them get their loved ones back. Come on now. Yeah, I don't know. It's hopefully it does, like, well, I mean, even if that does happen though, right? Like that it changes stuff, but it doesn't change absolutely everything.
As well.
Oh my god. All right. I need to go to bed. It's almost midnight. Oh, kitty.
My mic sucks right now. Are they returning all the corpses as well?
No, or like maybe some of them, but Hamas said they can't find a lot of them. Which is, yeah, that's or like they're having trouble locating them. Which is yeah, kind of rather ridiculous considering that they obviously must have known that like the bodies would have been meaningful, but I guess like they're in a war and I don't know.
If America can respect the rights and traditions of Osama bin Laden's body without fucking mutilating it, I'm sure that these people could figure it out.
Yeah, they should be able to. By the way, I have to say, I think it's very funny, and by funny I mean sad, that Donald Trump, every time he talks about like the the hostage families like wanting their corpse, the bodies of their loved ones back, like he acts like he doesn't understand it. It's very funny to me. Like it makes him seem all the more like some sort of weird robot who does not understand human beings or something. Because like it shouldn't be that hard to figure out why that would be important to some people, even if you're not like religious or whatever, or you don't put any like weight into corpses. But
like a weird robot pedophile.
Wait, what'd you say?
More like a weird robot pedophile.
Oh yes, Donald Trump is a, yes, I forgot, he is a pedophile.
Listen, it's not my fault if they look like they're 16, but they're 14. I don't care.
Donald Trump, even the mild credit of it being, how do you say it? Whatever the fucking other terms are.
Abibophile?
He's straight up into like 6-year-olds. All right, don't even try and pass him off.
Okay,
No,
okay.
I was just going with the old joke about New York City. New York had the age of consent for a long time of 16, which is creepy.
Oh, I didn't know.
I
Oh
mean,
yeah. Wait, isn't that,
maybe, I don't know.
wasn't that
It's
a
like
thing?
a lot of places in Europe too.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, they do, but it's weird that yeah, like, I mean, by today's standards, yes.
Shock of conservative fame always bragged about being the 50-year-old Italian man that loved to bang 16-year-olds at his Long Island house. So
There's differences everywhere. Where you run into serious problems there is when your country has like an ample sex tourism industry like Japan, and then you're like, maybe this not such good idea.
Oh yeah, like because everyone's just coming over there to bang like the really young people because they can get away with it there. Yeah.
Didn't we have this Well, I had this conversation yesterday with somebody about Thailand, or was it? No, it was 2 days ago, I think.
Wait. I thought the age of consent was...
Not in yours.
Yeah, I know
Discord
it
shit.
wasn't. Yeah, it might have been in Loner's Discord. Anyway, I'm gonna kill the stream. But yeah, I'll
End it rightly.
What?
End it rightly.
Yes. All right, guys. Thanks very much for stopping by. Hopefully, there will, in fact, the hostages will get released, and tomorrow I will wake up to that good news in the form of a gazillion notifications on my phone. But yeah. Oh, Vanilovan says there's a huge part of Zionism, since this was the argument. That's a huge part of Zionism, being there for each other and being able to rely on each other. Yeah, I know. There's a whole bunch of different ways. Or there's a bunch of different strands of Zionism too. It's not like one thing. Can't we wait until the Ogre Boy debate? Can't wait until the Ogre... Jesus, Jace, for a second there I thought you were telling me that I should stay up until the Ogre Boy debate. That might happen on Tuesday. But yeah. Okay. Have a good night, everybody. Bye.